Yong'an City, the Song family estate. Ever since the battle at the southern frontier wall in his previous life, Song Yongxiang had never gotten another chance to come back here. The city stood at the southeastern edge of Tiandu Nation, bordering Shishui Nation to the east and backed by Yong'an Mountain at its far end. It was, in every sense, a fortress city built on dangerous terrain. Over the past 20 years, Tiandu Nation and Shishui Nation had signed a joint border defense pact. Relying on the southern frontier wall, the two sides linked the Shikong Mountains with the southern wasteland range and built a united defensive line, which in turn boosted Yong'an City's population and economy. The two Scarlet Luan Army Skyguard warships that had escorted them back left for military duty again, after docking the Hong shipping merchant vessel at the air harbor. And when Song Yongxiang got off the ship, the captain of that Hong shipping vessel shamelessly came up with every excuse possible to collect a whole stack of autographed photos from him. Just as Song Yongxiang stood there speechless, Uncle Song Mu suddenly appeared behind him and said, "Young master, it's been a while." That single line hit him hard. From his past life until now, it had been far too long since he last heard a greeting from family. To them, it might have only been a few months apart. But to Song Yongxiang, he had spent more than 60 years carrying them in his heart. In his previous life, the entire Song family would meet a loyal but tragic end. 2 months later, when the southern frontier wall fell. Back then, Song Yongxiang had been forcibly sent away by the old master at the very last moment. Luckily, during the long escape that followed, he ran into the black armor guard who had come to reinforce the area, and that was how he barely managed to survive. So when he saw his family again in this life, he reacted like a child. Maybe that was what the warmth of home really felt like. Still, during that brief exchange just now, Song Yongxiang had already sensed that Uncle Song Mu was deliberately suppressing his cultivation. And once he examined it more carefully, he was stunned to realize that Song Mu was actually a mid-stage heaven-rank powerhouse. In his previous life, Song Yongxiang had been far too weak. So weak that he thought the old master was the only heaven-rank expert in the entire Song family. Who would have guessed that Uncle Song Mu, the man who had practically raised him like a nanny since childhood, was actually stronger than the old master? While Song Yongxiang was still sorting through his thoughts, Uncle Song Mu had already asked about Shin Ruowei and her family. Before Song Yongxiang could explain things for them, Shin Ruowei's group politely introduced themselves first and bowed in greeting. The moment he heard their surname, Uncle Song Mu immediately realized that they were probably from the Shin family. And sure enough, Shin Dai was the daughter of Shin Hua, the head of the Shin family. In truth, she had already guessed earlier that Song Yongxiang was likely the young master of the Song family. But now, she was even more shaken by just how deep the Song family's foundation ran. Even a single steward from their household was stronger than her own niece. Since there had never been any conflict between the two families, Uncle Song Mu politely offered to arrange a flying vessel and personally send them back home. But Shin Dai still declined the gesture with courtesy, saying that the Shin family's driver had already arrived at the gate. Before leaving, they thanked Song Yongxiang once again for saving them, and invited him to visit the Shin family whenever he had the time. In response, Song Yongxiang smiled and asked Shin Dai's daughter, Xiao Wen, whether she had memorized his contact information. He even told her that whenever she wanted to see him in the future, she could just call him, and he would take her out to eat something good. The moment she heard that, Xiao Wen lit up with excitement. Sure enough, kids really were all about food and fun, but the little girl was sharp too. She immediately added one more condition, saying that next time she came looking for him, she wanted to bring her cousin Shin Ruowei along as well. That instantly left Shin Ruowei blushing at the side. Still, as long as Xiao Wen was happy, she could bring whoever she wanted. After all, in his previous life, Song Yongxiang had promised that he would become her exclusive Star Soul Master. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the two families finally went their separate ways and started heading home. After this parting, there was no telling when they would meet again. Song Yongxiang could only hope that her whole family would stay safe and live well. Just as he and Uncle Song Mu were about to head toward the inner landing platform, Miss Jinghua suddenly ran out and called for them to stop. Judging from the look on her face, she clearly had something urgent to say to Song Yongxiang. And sure enough, the moment she caught up to him, Miss Jinghua slipped a small note into his hand and told him that she would be staying in Yong'an City for half a month. If he had time, she hoped they could find a chance to sit down and have a long talk. After saying that, she hurried off again, leaving Song Yongxiang completely baffled. What exactly was she trying to say just now? While he was still trying to process it, Uncle Song Mu reminded him from the side. The old master has arranged a family banquet tonight. Your fiancé, Kong Xingxin, will be attending as well. The moment Song Yongxiang heard that name, his temper flared. In his previous life, right after he returned from the Desert of Death, Kong Xingxin had shown up at his door with a heaven-rank expert from the Kong family just to break off the engagement. And then there was tonight's family banquet. Those uncles and cousins who used to look down on him, This time around, he was going to see who still dared to put on airs in front of him. By the time they arrived at the landing platform, Xiabiji, the exclusive driver of the Song family's eastern courtyard, was already there waiting for them. Once they got on the flying vessel, Xiabiji suddenly brought up Song Yongxiang's breakthrough into Earth rank and asked out of curiosity whether his soul vein defect had already been cured. The moment he said that, Uncle Song Mu's face turned serious, and he immediately told him to focus on flying and stop asking questions like that. That caught Song Yongxiang a little off guard. Looks like the waters inside his own family ran deep too. Even a driver was a mid-stage heaven-rank powerhouse. And judging from Song Mu's reaction, he clearly already knew about it. Looks like this trip home was really about to get interesting. On the way back, Song Yongxiang asked Uncle Song Mu to investigate the identities of those two people from the lower domain nation, because the timing of their appearance in Yang'an City made him suspicious. While handing over the stored value card they had previously used to compensate him, Uncle Song Mu explained, "Right now, the lower domain nation is split among 6 noble tribes, divided into 3 major factions that keep each other in check. The cautious faction, led by the Samarin family, controls technology and the economy. The expansionist faction, led by the Mulu family, holds most of the military power. And then there's the neutral faction, led by the old noble Sukum family, which has deep roots in politics. But in truth, they're really just puppets of the Restorationists. As for the Restorationists, they're the remnants of the old empire from more than 400 years ago. After the empire collapsed, they refused both Milun's hegemony and Tiandu nation's legitimacy. And among them, the strongest force is the Huyang clan. For centuries, they've been trying to restore the glory of a unified heavenly empire. So strictly speaking, they aren't really lower domain people at all. They're just a group of pitiful exiles, staring toward the central plains they once called home, yet unable to return." After finishing his explanation of the lower domain nation's factional structure, Uncle Song Mu noticed the note Miss Jinghua had given Song Yongxiang and smoothly brought up his fiancée Kong Xingxin again. The second that name came up, Song Yongxiang felt annoyed. But since neither side had fully torn things apart yet, he could only brush it off awkwardly for now. Still, after thinking it over, Song Yongxiang asked whether it was possible that the lower domain nation and Milun nation were secretly working together to pincer Tiandu nation from both sides. Uncle Song Mu said the odds were low, since that would go directly against the core interests of both the cautious faction and the neutral faction. As long as the old monsters of the Samarin and Sukum families were still alive, something like that was basically impossible. By the time their conversation was winding down, the flying vessel had already arrived at the landing platform on the eastern compound of the Juan Marquis estate. At that moment, several gate guards were sitting at the entrance courtyard playing cards. Judging by the look on their faces, they had probably been losing badly. But the instant they saw Xiabiji personally open the door and help Song Yongxiang off the vessel, they hurriedly cleared away the card table, afraid Song Yongxiang would drag them into another whole afternoon of gambling. Looks like Song Yongxiang's reputation in the Song family was still as terrible as ever. Still, when Ma-san, one of the gate guards, saw Song Yongxiang, he happily stood up from his wheelchair to greet him. After not seeing him for so long, the old rascal didn't forget to tease him either, asking whether he had brought back a granddaughter-in-law for the old marquis this time. But the moment Song Yongxiang shook his hand and casually sensed his cultivation, he discovered that Ma-san was also a mid-stage heaven-rank powerhouse. When Song Yongxiang didn't answer, Uncle Ma grinned and asked whether he wanted to play a couple rounds of cards first or head straight to the central courtyard to greet the old marquis. As for that question, Uncle Song Mu had already made the choice for him, because the old marquis was already waiting for him in the central courtyard. The second he heard that, Uncle Ma looked downright miserable. He had probably not won enough in those last few rounds. So to cheer him up, Song Yongxiang said he could join him at their old spot another day for a couple drinks and a few more rounds of cards. But the old rascal instantly perked up and said that when the time came, he would arrange Song Yongxiang's favorite full-service outing for him. He even added that he had heard Chengxiao Pavilion and Red Sleeve House had just brought in some new tea, and he had been waiting for Song Yongxiang to come back so they could go sample it together. Song Yongxiang and Uncle Song Mu ignored that nonsense on the spot. Song Yongxiang only tossed out that he had already left the group, then walked off with Song Mu. After they were gone, Xiabiji strolled over as well, and casually joked that old Ma was truly crippled in body, but strong in spirit. Still, the real reason he came over was to tell old Ma that Song Yongxiang had already broken through to Earth rank. The moment he heard that, old Ma's smile faded, replaced by a rare, thoughtful look. He had already sensed Song Yongxiang's cultivation, and he also knew that Song Yongxiang had quietly probed his strength during that handshake. One was a driver, one was a gate guard. So why were both of them this terrifyingly strong? In Song Yongxiang's memory, Uncle Ma had always been the gate guard of the eastern courtyard ever since he was little. And because the man was so entertaining, Song Yongxiang had always been especially close to him. Uncle Ma had taught him all kinds of card tricks and gambling routines. Even things like sleight of hand cheating and sneaking around to pick locks were skills Song Yongxiang had learned from him back then. Who would have guessed that this gate guard, who always presented himself as only black rank on the surface, was actually another mid-stage heaven rank powerhouse? By the time Song Yongxiang came back to himself, he and Uncle Song Mu had already arrived before the old Marquis. The old Marquis only glanced at Song Yongxiang once, then flashed right in front of him the next instant, and enthusiastically praised his strength. After that, he directly invited Song Yongxiang to the study for a game of Go and a talk, clearly eager to hear about everything he had gone through over the past year. Even from that brief encounter alone, Song Yongxiang could already tell that the old master's aura had absolutely reached the half-saint level. On the surface, he only appeared to be at early-stage heaven rank, but that aura could not be mistaken. If anything, he was probably even stronger than Elder Zhu. In his previous life, Song Yongxiang had been too weak to perceive any of their true cultivation. But now that he could finally see through it, the truth was shocking. The Song family had been hiding far more trump cards than he ever imagined, and that was exactly the problem. If the Song family of his previous life still failed to survive the beast tide, even with 1 half-saint and 3 mid-stage heaven-rank experts holding the line, then didn't that mean all the preparations Song Yongxiang had made so far were still nowhere near enough to turn the tide? And right at that moment, Song Yongxiang suddenly sensed a trace of saint-rank aura. It was so weak, it felt like a dying candle in the wind, as though it could go out at any second. But he knew his senses were not wrong. Could the Song family still be hiding a saint-rank expert? And if so, which exclusive Star Soul general belonged to that person? The more Song Yongxiang thought about it, the more troubled he became. Because the more hidden cards the Song family had, the more it proved that his current preparations were still far from enough. At this point, there was only one thing left to do. He had to find a way to push all of them onto the path to sainthood together. Soon enough, the two of them sat down in the study and began a game of Go. But after only a short while, the old master smiled and said that next time, he would not go easy on him anymore, because he had already noticed that Song Yongxiang's skill at the board had also improved drastically, along with his strength. Song Yongxiang was left speechless. Seriously? He had already done his best to suppress his skill to about 30%, and the old man still saw through it. Sure enough, the older the man, the sharper the eye. Once the old master realized the current game was already beyond saving, he instructed Uncle Song Mu to leave the room and shut the door behind him. That could only mean one thing. What the old master was about to say next was definitely important. Otherwise, he would never have deliberately sent everyone else away. After Uncle Song Mu left, the old master had Song Yongxiang go over the match with him and review the game they had just played. Song Yongxiang immediately guessed what this was about. The old master was probably worried that someone might be listening from outside, so he chose to speak through the game instead. Taking the lead, Song Yongxiang carefully asked whether the old master had already received news about what happened in Yuanding City. Sure enough, the old master said he had already learned about it from the news. He knew that Song Yongxiang had healed his inborn soul vein defect and had become the host of the Star Soul General, Zhu Si. Song Yongxiang knew very well that if he outright said he had returned from 60 years in the future, it would sound far too unbelievable. It would be much easier to explain it another way. For example, he could say that he had accidentally entered a secret realm and, inside an illusion array there, witnessed visions of the next full 60 years. That kind of story would be far easier for the old master to accept. After settling on that explanation, Song Yongxiang began to say that everything he had now came from an incredible opportunity he encountered inside an ultra-ancient secret realm. But before he could even finish half the sentence, the old master raised a hand and cut him off, telling him instead to pay attention to the mistaken move from their previous game. Then, looking thoroughly pleased with himself, the old master moved that chess piece to a completely different position. Song Yongxiang did not fully understand what he meant at first, but no matter how he looked at it, that single move still could not reverse the losing position that had already taken shape across the board. After Song Yongxiang set the piece back into place, the old master slowly said that when a game was lost, it could still be replayed and reviewed, so long as every piece on the board remained where it was supposed to be. In that case, all the pieces on the board were effectively going through that review together. But if one piece happened to jump off the board and even became the player instead, then the entire game would become something completely different. The moment he heard those words, Song Yongxiang understood. That piece that had jumped off the board was clearly referring to him. Did that mean the old master already knew he had been reborn? At the same time, inside the city lord's manor of Yong'an City, Song Yongxiang's fiancée, Kong Xingxin, was in the middle of a heated argument with her father, Kong Fan, over the marriage alliance between the Kong and Song families. Kong Fan was strongly against breaking off the engagement. He knew better than anyone that if Song Yongxiang's father, Song Lang, had not helped the Kong family back then, they would never have risen to where they stood today. On top of that, Kong Fan had already heard about Song Yongjiang turning the tide in Yuanding City, which only made him even more certain that this marriage absolutely could not be cancelled. And that night, both father and daughter were also going to attend the Song family banquet. But faced with all of her father's persuasion, Kong Jingxin merely curled her lip and said dismissively, "So what? My brother Xinjia is definitely way stronger than him." The instant he heard that name, Kong Fan got angry. How capable could some street orphan possibly be? But Kong Jingxin kept talking as if she had not heard him. In her eyes, brother Xinjia had already trained for 2.5 years, and by now, he had even become the leader of the White Dragon Gang. More than that, Sun Xia had secretly told her that in about a month, he would likely become the host of the Star Soul General, Xiao Ren. So in her opinion, even if Song Yongxiang had become the host of Zuoxiai, he still could not compare to how hard her brother Sun Xia had worked. Just as the words left her mouth, a voice of approval suddenly came from the direction of the balcony. The one who spoke was none other than the old master of the Kong family. The old man had only just broken through to early stage heaven rank, yet he was already arrogant beyond measure, saying that the Song family was nothing special and that if she did not want to marry in, then so be it. The moment Kong Fan and his daughter heard the old master confirm that he had broken through the heaven rank bottleneck, both of them were shocked and overjoyed, hurrying forward to congratulate him. Right after that, they impatiently asked the question they cared about most. Compared to Song Jingzong of the Song family, who was stronger now? And that shameless old man answered without the slightest embarrassment, saying that Song Jingzong had been stuck at early stage heaven rank all these years. Even though he himself had only just broken through, he still had every confidence that he could go head-to-head with the Song family. Hearing even her own grandfather talk like that, Kong Jingxin became even more reckless. She brazenly declared that if anyone in the Song family refused to agree to breaking off the engagement, then they could just beat them until they did. Even Kong Fan, her own father, found those words hard to listen to. After all, no matter what had become of them, the Song family was still one of Tiandu Nation's great aristocratic houses. Even if they had declined somewhat, this was not the kind of thing you could say out loud and tear apart so openly. Hearing all that, old Master Kong Zheng immediately made his stance clear. He said he also supported his granddaughter's decision to break off the engagement, and in his eyes, Sun Xia and Kong Shengxin were the truly perfect match. As he saw it, marrying into the Song family would bring the Kong family nothing more than a few decades of stable comfort. But if the future host of the Star Soul General Xiao Ren were willing to marry into the Kong family instead, that would be a completely different story. Forget a mere century of wealth and glory. They might even have a real shot at returning to the Kong main line in Zhongzhou and reclaiming their roots. On top of that, now that he himself had already broken through to heaven rank, Kong Zheng felt the Kong family was already on roughly equal footing with the Song family. And if they could pull in an orphan like Sun Xia, have him marry into the family, and then pour all their resources into raising him, then the Kong family would be able to crush the Song family in the future. The moment those words were spoken, even Kong Fan felt that this path had huge potential, because it was something he had never seriously considered before. So, old Master Kong immediately asked his granddaughter whether she could truly guarantee that Sun Xia would definitely become the host of Xiao Ren. At the same time, he pressed further and asked whether she was certain Sun Xia would be willing to marry into the Kong family. Kong Jingxin answered with complete confidence. She said her dear brother Xin Xia would never lie to her. And as for marrying into the Kong family, that would not be a problem either, because the two of them had already crossed that line and become fully intimate. The moment he heard that, old Master Kong was overjoyed. He even shouted that he wanted to head straight to the Song family and break off the engagement right now. But before long, father and daughter both started worrying about what excuse they could use to call off the marriage properly. Originally, they had planned to use Song Yongxiang's defective soul veins as leverage, but that excuse was obviously useless now. Yet old Master Kong was arrogant to the extreme. He declared that they did not need any excuse at all. Now that he had become a heaven rank expert, the fist of the strong was reason enough. He even said he was already prepared. If Song Jingzong dared to intervene, he had no problem turning hostile on the spot. And the thing he was relying on most was actually the 3-star strengthening pill that Song Yongjiang had previously sold to the Hong Merchant Guild in Yuanding City. Meanwhile, back at the Song family estate, the moment old Master Song said that a chess piece had jumped out of the board and become the player, Song Yongxiang immediately understood that the old man had likely sensed something unusual. But right after that, the old master casually added that he had only wanted to undo a single move, nothing more. Then he gestured for Song Yongxiang to continue and finish the story about the secret realm. That only left Song Yongxiang even more confused. What exactly was this old fox playing at? At that point, he had no choice but to keep going. Still, at the beginning of the story, he gave it a little artistic adjustment. He explained everything as an experience in which he had entered some ultra-ancient secret realm and accidentally stumbled into a special illusion space. Inside that illusion, He had seen that, 1 month later, the southern wasteland would be swallowed by a beast tide on a scale never seen before. And that was the real reason he had rushed home so desperately, because in that illusion, he had personally seen the Song family's soldiers wiped out to the last man in that battle. That meant they had to start preparing immediately, resist the coming disaster, and preserve the Song family before it was too late. And after devouring Yong'an City, that beast tide would continue surging northward, dealing a devastating blow to Tiandu Nation's overall military strength. The direct consequence of that would be Milan Nation taking advantage of the opening, and eventually triggering the final battle at Tiandu City. After that battle, Song Yongxiang would end up wandering in exile all the way to Shishui Nation, where he would eventually come under the protection of the Empress. And after that, Song Yongxiang simply told the old master about the full 60 years of drifting, struggle, and survival that followed. During all that time, Uncle Song Mu remained outside the study, standing guard without taking a single step away while waiting for their conversation to end. But after 2 full hours passed, he still had not seen Song Yongxiang or the old Marquis come out. Instead, what arrived first was the hurried voice of Song Jin, the steward from the central courtyard. Song Jin came over in a rush and immediately asked whether the old Marquis was still inside the study, because he had something extremely urgent that needed to be reported at once. Seeing how anxious he was, Song Mu frowned and asked what could possibly have happened to make him this flustered. Faced with that question, old Jin could only lower his voice and tell him in the most guarded way possible that person's condition had taken a turn for the worse. Clearly, the secrecy surrounding this matter inside the Song family had been taken to an extreme, to the point that even Uncle Song Mu had no idea who that person actually was. Just as old Jin was about to push open the study door and go in directly, Uncle Song Mu raised a hand and stopped him, because he knew perfectly well that the conversation between Song Yongxiang and the old Marquis was just as important, and there was no way anyone could be allowed to barge in and interrupt it. At the same time, inside the study, Song Yongxiang's story had finally reached its final chapter. He spoke of how humanity's last stronghold on the northern continent had used self-destruction to preserve the final bloodline of the human race, and said that it was only after witnessing that moment that he awakened from the illusion. But even to Song Yongxiang himself, that story felt absurd beyond words. He could not tell whether it had truly been nothing more than a dream within an illusion, or whether he had actually returned from 60 years in the future. Yet what was strange was that after hearing everything, the old master suddenly murmured under his breath, "What? A whole full cycle of 60 years? She never told me it would take this long." Those words instantly sent a chill down Song Yongxiang's spine. Who exactly was that she? And what did the old master really mean by what he had just said? Then the old master suddenly asked him whether the Star Lord system truly had the power to copy the origin Star Soul General of another host. Because the moment he heard that Song Yongxiang could copy origin Star Soul Generals, he realized that this was the very double insurance his daughter-in-law had spoken of all those years ago. Faced with that question, Song Yongxiang no longer hid the truth and admitted it outright. That was why the people in Yuanding City had mistaken him for the host of Zuo-Ci, even though Zuo-Ci's soul jade really was in his possession. And at this point in time, if there was anyone he could truly trust without reservation, it was only the old master. After hearing that confirmation from Song Yongxiang himself, the old master immediately warned him never to tell any outsider about the Star Lord system again. From now on, he was to continue presenting himself as the host of Zuo-Ci and keep the system completely hidden. Song Yongxiang agreed that this caution made perfect sense. In his previous life, he had never truly tried to hide this secret either, but the first time he actually copied a Star Soul General had only happened 3 years later. So back then, he had never treated it as something especially urgent. After saying all that, the old master finally told him in a grave voice that it was time to hand something over to him. It was something left behind by Song Yongxiang's mother, and everything the old master knew about these matters had originally come from her, because she had once foretold that one day, Song Yongxiang would suddenly become extraordinarily powerful. His soul veins would heal on their own, and he would even claim with his own mouth that he had crossed through time and space. The meaning behind those words made Song Yongxiang's heart quake. Could it be that his mother had also been a time traveler? Otherwise, how could she possibly have known any of this? The old master then continued, saying that she had specifically told him not to be shocked when that day came, and to believe every single word Song Yongxiang said without condition. After that, he was to personally hand that box over to Song Yongxiang. And in the end, she had only left behind one final sentence. The laws of time are not something human power can defy. Beneath the star web, all things are part of the game. That sentence completely stunned Song Yongxiang. She even knew about the star web, something that should not have been known in this era, or even within the ordinary logic of this world. Just who exactly had his mother been? The old master also said that the earlier board review had actually been his attempt to imitate what Song Yongxiang's mother had once done. But even after all these years, he still had not grasped its true meaning. So Song Yongxiang would have to take it back and slowly figure it out for himself. But just then, a violently powerful wave of soul power suddenly erupted from the direction of the Song family's central courtyard. Yet almost as soon as it burst out, that soul power began visibly weakening at an alarming rate. Song Yongxiang and the old master sensed the change at almost the exact same moment. So before the old master could say another word, he threw open the door and rushed out, calling for Song Yongxiang to follow him toward the central courtyard. Along the way, Steward Jin hurried after them and urgently reported, "That person's condition has already become extremely bad." On the way to the central courtyard, Song Yongxiang quietly probed Steward Jin's cultivation, only to find that the man appeared to be at peak black rank. That, oddly enough, made things feel even stranger. Could it be that the truly unusual ones were only the people from the Song family's eastern courtyard? As for why Song Yongxiang was coming along with them to the central courtyard, Steward Jin clearly could not understand it. In his eyes, Song Yongxiang was still nothing more than the useless young master born with defective soul veins. But the old master spoke calmly and said that Song Yongxiang now had the right to know these matters, and that the time had finally come for him to see the Song family's true inner secrets. Before long, the group arrived at the private elevator in the Song family's central courtyard, the one that supposedly led to the secluded cultivation chamber. Song Yongxiang remembered it clearly. Back then, this had only ever been the elevator to the cultivation chamber. Could it be that beneath the Song family estate, there was actually an even deeper hidden world? Sure enough, when the elevator doors slowly opened, Song Yongxiang immediately realized that a whole different world lay beyond them. A vast underground paradise hidden from the surface. The place not only had a full artificial lighting system, but it was also protected by arrays designed specifically to block soul power fluctuations. That alone was enough to show just how terrifying the Song family's foundation really was. When they reached the underground villa, the old master stopped and ordered Uncle Song Mu and Steward Jin to stand guard outside, while he personally brought Song Yongxiang in with him. But the moment he stepped inside, Song Yongxiang discovered that the Song family had gone to such absurd lengths, all for the sake of taking care of a single old man roughly the same age as the old master. That only made the man's identity even more intriguing, and the answer was revealed almost immediately. When Song Jingjiang walked to the bedside, he respectfully addressed the man as third uncle. In other words, the old man before them was Song Yongxiang's third great uncle. So the saint rank soul power fluctuation from earlier really had come from him, but that only raised an even bigger question. In his previous life, Song Yongxiang had never once heard of such a person, and if this man truly possessed saint rank cultivation, then he was almost certainly the host of some origin Star Soul general. So what exactly had happened inside the Song family in the previous timeline for someone like this to vanish completely from public knowledge? After being awakened, third great uncle slowly opened his eyes. His voice was weak, but still steady. The very first thing he said was that he could already feel his lifespan running out, and that at most, he likely had less than a month left to live. After that, the old master introduced Song Yongxiang to third great uncle. Judging from the situation, this was probably the first time third great uncle had ever truly met him in person. Still, it was obvious he had already heard plenty about Song Yongxiang. He not only knew the names of Song Yongxiang's parents, but also knew that he had been born with defective soul veins. But when Song Yongxiang stepped forward to pay his respects, third great uncle immediately saw through him and realized that he had already reached early stage Earth rank, and that his soul vein defect had been completely healed. Standing before a genuine Star Soul general host, Song Yongxiang instantly activated the Star-Lord system and tried to copy the man's origin Star Soul general. But strangely enough, the system gave no response at all. There was not even a failed copy notification. That made Song Yongxiang's heart sink. What was going on? Why had the Star-Lord system gone completely silent? This was the first time he had ever encountered something like this. But right at that moment, third great uncle's condition suddenly took a sharp turn for the worse. Saint rank soul power began spilling wildly out of his body, and that kind of pressure was obviously not something ordinary people could endure. So the old master moved almost instantly, stepping in front of Song Yongxiang to shield him from the impact. Fortunately, Song Yongxiang had faced scenes like this countless times in his previous life, so even under the assault of that soul power, he still remained composed and steady. That, in turn, completely shocked the old master and filled him with delight. He had never expected even saint rank fluctuations to fail to injure Song Yongxiang. After all, even he himself felt real pressure dealing with it. Thankfully, third great uncle managed to suppress the rampaging soul power again before long. Otherwise, the entire house might have been shaken apart on the spot. As his lifespan drained away, his body had become like a cracked leather ball, constantly leaking soul power through the fractures. But once he stabilized himself, he could not help wondering why Song Yongxiang had not been injured by his aura. Then, after another thought, he decided it actually made sense. After all, Song Yongxiang was the child of those two people, and it was obvious that the old master intended to cultivate him as the family's true focus. The old master did not deny it. He admitted it openly, and went on to tell third-grade uncle that Song Yongxiang had encountered a great opportunity inside an ultra-ancient secret realm, and had seen the future in which the southern wasteland beast tide would swallow Yong'an City a little over a month later. The moment he heard that, third-grade uncle's expression darkened. He immediately asked whether the Song family could still survive such a catastrophe. Faced with that question from an elder, Song Yongxiang stopped holding back and directly told him that, in his previous life, the entire Song family had died as loyal martyrs in battle. That answer stunned both elders all over again. Neither of them could easily accept that the Song family would truly end in such a way. The old master then said in a heavy voice that whether this future was real or not, they had to prepare in advance. And because of that, some of the Song family's deepest secrets had finally reached the point where Song Yongxiang needed to know them. And with third-grade uncle's final days already approaching, he decided that he would personally tell Song Yongxiang the truth. His name was Song Bingchuan. He had once been one of the 8 generals of Tiandu Nation, and now he was also the 8th-generation host of the Star Soul General Co. Ren. Since Song Yongxiang had never once seen third-grade uncle appear in his previous life, this was the first time he had ever learned that the Song family had been passing down the Star Soul General Cao Ren all along. The revelation left Song Yongxiang utterly shaken. What confused him even more was that the Star-Lord system could not copy third-grade uncle's Star Soul General at all, which was completely different from anything he had experienced before. In response, third-grade uncle calmly said that in about a month or so, his lifespan would likely run out anyway. So the fact that Song Yongxiang never saw this part in the future was actually perfectly understandable. Just as he said, in the future Song Yongxiang had seen in his previous life, the one who eventually became the host of Cao Ren was a young man named Xunxia. Hearing that future, third-grade uncle could only accept reality with bitter resignation. Once his lifespan ended, Cao Ren would naturally leave his body and go seek out a new host. At that, the old master immediately said that he had heard there were pills in the southern continent capable of extending lifespan. If they could obtain even one of them, then even if the Song family had to empty its entire fortune, it would still be worth it. Hearing that, a related memory flashed through Song Yongxiang's mind. The 7-star life-extending pill was said to prolong life by 3 to 5 years. If it was 8-star quality, then it could extend life by 5 to 10 years. And the legendary 9-star longevity pill was even said to grant a full extra 30 years. The moment Song Yongxiang said that, the old master's eyes lit up. He immediately began wondering whether Song Yongxiang might be able to get such pills through the second prince, since Song Yongxiang had genuinely saved his life before. But Song Yongxiang said they did not need to rely on the second prince's resources for this just yet, because the 3 pills he had just mentioned were all things he could refine himself. The moment he said that, the old master was overjoyed. Even so, joy was one thing, and belief was another. He still found it hard to believe that Song Yongxiang actually knew alchemy too. In response, Song Yongxiang patted the old master's hand and told him not to worry. Refining 8-star and 9-star pills was still a bit of a stretch at his current level, but if it was only a 7-star life-extending pill, he had absolute confidence. Still, words alone were not enough. What the old master truly worried about was the success rate. After all, even the royal alchemists could only refine up to 6-star pills, and their success rate was painfully low. To completely erase that doubt, Song Yongxiang directly took out the pills he had refined earlier on the airship. That move shocked even third-grade uncle, because he could clearly sense that the storage card contained pills above the 7-star level, and his senses were right. That was the 8-star Heavenly Spirit pill song Yongxiang had refined on the way home. Once consumed, it could permanently raise a person's cultivation by 1 minor realm. Though that effect only worked the first time. Song Yongxiang had originally prepared that pill as a gift for the old master. Since the timing was right, he simply handed it over now. As for whether it would still be useful to someone already at peak heaven rank, that was something the old master would have to judge for himself. At that point, the old master finally believed him completely. He even declared on the spot that from this moment on, Song Yongxiang could exercise authority equivalent to that of the family head, and the entire Song family would obey his orders. The old master had only one request, that Song Yongxiang must refine a life-extending pill for third-grade uncle. Even so, Song Yongxiang told him not to rush. He wanted to examine third-grade uncle's body first. If there were other problems, he would rather solve everything at once. But when Song Yongxiang reached over to check his pulse, third-grade uncle suddenly switched to his left hand and told him that his right arm was actually a bionic prosthetic. In that great war back then, he had nearly died after losing the entire right half of his body. But that was also what allowed him to fake his death and remain hidden beneath the Song family estate ever since. Hearing that, Song Yongxiang instantly understood. No wonder the Star-Lord system had shown no reaction earlier. He had simply overlooked the real issue. But then another question surfaced in his mind. That prosthetic did not look like something from this era at all. It was probably ancient civilization technology excavated from some forgotten ruin. This time, after Song Yongxiang made real contact with third-grade uncle's left hand, the Star-Lord system finally sent a prompt saying it had begun reading the information of the other party's Star Soul General. Right after that, the system began copying the Star Soul General, Co. Ren. But just as the process was about to finish, an error warning suddenly appeared, saying that the system was currently repairing 7% of corrupted data. Song Yongxiang guessed that this was most likely caused by third-grade uncle's incomplete physical body. At present, even his secondary Star Soul veins were in a damaged and incomplete state. With that in mind, Song Yongxiang directly asked whether third-grade uncle's cultivation had failed to improve at all ever since that grave injury back then, and the answer was exactly what he expected. Not only had third-grade uncle never advanced again, but even now, he still had to consume large amounts of pills just to maintain his current realm and slow down the rate at which his cultivation kept declining. At that point, Song Yongxiang had fully grasped third-grade uncle's condition. His plan now was to go out first and gather the ingredients needed for the life-extending pill. As for regrowing the missing right half of third-grade uncle's body, he would think of a way to handle that step by step afterward. The moment Song Yongxiang said that second half out loud, it completely shattered third-grade uncle's understanding all over again. He had never imagined that there could actually be a way for a ruined body to grow back, but all of that was something for later. For now, Song Yongxiang first handed over a 5-star spring returning pill. It could not extend third-grade uncle's lifespan, but it could at least ease the physical pain tormenting his body. Before Song Yongxiang left, the old master specifically reminded him to move on this matter as quickly as possible. The entire Song family would back him with everything they had. It was only after Song Yongxiang stepped back into the elevator heading up to the surface that he finally had time to go over what had just happened with the Star-Lord system. Even now, the system was still repeatedly warning him that, due to unknown causes, the Star Soul General data had been damaged. The good news was that the system was actively marking the damaged sections and could reconstruct that portion of the data. According to the repair progress given by the system, Song Yongxiang still had 1,452,980 seconds left before he would truly obtain the Star Soul General, Tao Ren. Meanwhile, during the time Song Yongxiang had been talking with the old master and the others, the maids in charge of the Song family's eastern courtyard had already been running around in a frenzy. After all, this was the day their infamous playboy young master was finally coming home. As Song Yongxiang's personal maid, Lian Yi had been worked half to death all day. Seeing how hard she was cleaning, Songlan from next door could not help reminding her of all the ways the young master had bullied her before. But Lian Yi did not care in the slightest. Instead, she told Songlan not to slander the young master, and while saying it, a shy blush even crept onto her face. Seeing that Lian Yi had already prepared all of Song Yongxiang's favorite incense, Songlan genuinely could not understand how she had somehow fallen for a useless guy like him. The second Songlan called Song Yongxiang trash. Lian Yi immediately got upset and shot back that young master Yongxiang could cultivate normally now and was not a cripple anymore. Sure enough, love really did make people see beauty where nobody else could. But in Songlan's eyes, even if the young master was no longer a cripple, he was still a shameless pervert. That comment instantly made Lian Yi even angrier. After they finished cleaning Song Yongxiang's room, they joined the others in tidying up the living hall. During all that, Songlan kept joking about how the young master had once tricked Lian Yi and Zissou into bathing together with him. By that point, even King Dai, the head maid of the eastern courtyard, could not stand it anymore. She immediately scolded them, saying this was work time, not the moment to get that unruly, especially since the young master would be back soon. But right after those words left her mouth, Zissou started causing a scene again on the other side. She was practically glowing with anticipation, babbling about how she could not wait for the young master to come back so she could eat with him. In truth, King Dai had already noticed that Zissou had been slacking off on the side the whole time. But even after getting scolded, Zissou still wore that same playful, shameless grin without changing at all. And Zissou was quick-witted too. She instantly claimed she needed to go to the bathroom, clearly trying to use it as an excuse to escape King Dai's lecture. That kind of behavior was basically the perfect example of someone finding an excuse the second real work showed up. But everyone else in the eastern courtyard was already so used to it that no one even blinked. Looking at her like that, the head maid could only wave her away helplessly and tell her to hurry up and get lost, instead of standing there bothering everyone else while they worked. The second she got permission, Zissou happily skipped off toward the kitchen in search of food, completely forgetting that she was supposed to be a maid. But when she passed through the courtyard, she happened to run into the probationary maid who had just been transferred in. Zissou, who could never sit still, immediately copied the head maid's usual tone and swagger, and went over to tease the newcomer. But this probationary maid, Suin, did not respond to her at all. She did not even bother greeting her before turning around to leave. That instantly pissed Zisu off. She rushed up and threatened her, saying that if she wanted to become a full maid sooner, she had better listen to her seniors properly. Otherwise, Zisu would have her sent back to the outer courtyard to haul buckets of filth every single day. Just when the whole thing was about to spiral out of control, Song Yangxiang happened to appear right behind Zisu and casually pinned her in place with one hand. The moment she saw Song Yangxiang, Zisu's whole attitude flipped on the spot. In an instant, she turned into a starry-eyed fangirl and stared at him like he was the only thing in the world. Right after that, Zisu came over with tears and snot all over her face, arms wide open as she tried to throw herself into Song Yangxiang's chest. Good thing Song Yangxiang reacted fast and grabbed her before she could. But at that exact moment, the probationary maid named Suin was staring at him with a dark, gloomy look, as if she were already plotting something in silence. That kind of cold gaze immediately put Song Yangxiang on alert. He had no memory of anyone like her in the estate, not even in his previous life. And on top of that, she was dressed in a probationary maid's uniform. Zisu, still puffed up with annoyance, added from the side that this girl had just been transferred in from the outer courtyard, and that she had no figure, no looks, and only average work skills on top of that. But Song Yangxiang had no interest in listening to Zisu keep ranting. He immediately activated the Star-Lord system and scanned the new maid directly. Sure enough, there was definitely something wrong with her. How could a normal person possibly have something like that hidden inside their body? Based on the aura and cultivation traces inside her, Song Yangxiang instantly judged that she was another Milun infiltrator. And with the help of some kind of miniature device, she had disguised her original yellow rank cultivation as that of an ordinary person. Song Yangxiang still did not know what Milun Nation was planning this time, but now that he was back, there was no way they would be allowed to pull it off. Still, putting that aside, Zisu really was absurdly playful. She kept tugging at him all day, insisting that he look at how she would turn out once she grew up, which honestly left Song Yangxiang both helpless and amused. By then, Liani had also heard that Song Yangxiang was back, so at that moment, she was already standing out in the corridor, greeting him with a bright smile and welcoming him home. King Dai, the head maid, and Songlan had also come out with her. Still, their reactions were nowhere near as dramatic as Liani's. Almost the instant they met, the head maid had already begun, secretly probing Song Yangxiang's cultivation. She genuinely could not understand how he had gone from yellow rank all the way to earth rank in just a single year. At the same time, however, Song Yangxiang was also observing their cultivation in return, especially King Dai. In his memories, she had been around him for a very long time already. But what truly shocked him was that this headmaid actually possessed early-stage earth rank cultivation. Could it be that the old master had placed her by his side all along to protect him in secret? And after Song Yangxiang left, the old master also came out from third great uncle's place together with Uncle Song Mu. During that time, the old master formally ordered Song Mu to put Song Yangxiang's family head-level authority into effect. From now on, everyone in the Song family was to obey Song Yangxiang's command. More than that, he specifically ordered Aga and Ajin to be recalled, and instructed the Song residence's shadow guards to protect Song Yangxiang with everything they had from this day forward. Even Uncle Song Mu was stunned by that order. After all, not even the old master himself had ever received security on that level. But the old master clearly did not care. He was even planning to hand full command of the entire shadow guard unit over to Song Yangxiang as well, because in his eyes, that force would only bring out its greatest value in Song Yangxiang's hands. Meanwhile, back in the eastern courtyard, Song Yangxiang was still surrounded by maids bustling around him and attending to him on all sides, and the atmosphere there was strangely warm and harmonious. That kind of pampered young master life really did make him nostalgic. After all, there had once been a time when he too had lived as a carefree heir with nothing to worry about. Still, fun was fun, and fooling around was fooling around. The real business still needed to be arranged as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would be getting far too lax. Since Song Yangxiang had already discovered that Suin was a Milun Nation spy planted inside the estate, he instructed Zisu to keep an eye on Suin whenever she had the chance, but with one condition above all else: she had to protect herself first. The second Song Yangxiang handed her the task, Zisu thumped her chest and agreed right away. She even swore she had already felt that something was off about Suin for a while now. Judging from the look on her face, though, she was probably just itching for a chance to get back at the girl. Still, that was not necessarily a bad thing. A clingy little troublemaker like Zisu, sharp and hard to shake off, was honestly perfect for this kind of tailing job. After that, Song Yangxiang dismissed the other maids and told them to get back to their own work, saying that he wanted to rest alone for a while. But the truth was, the real reason he sent them away was because he wanted to see what his mother had left behind for him. What kind of existence had that woman really been? The strange thing was that the box looked almost laughably ordinary. Its material was plain, unremarkable, nowhere near what you would expect from something supposedly hiding a major secret. And yet, that only made Song Yongxiang even more curious about what was inside. But the moment he tried to open it, he discovered that the box actually required a password that instantly left him speechless. The old master had never mentioned that there would be another layer like this. Then again, after a closer look, the sealing array was not especially advanced. Since that was the case, he might as well just let the Star-Lord system crack it. While the system began unlocking the array, Song Yongxiang found his thoughts drifting back to what the old master had said earlier, especially that line his mother had left behind. Humanity cannot defy the laws of time. Time itself cannot be crossed, but the board can be reset, and beneath the star web, all things are pieces in the game. What exactly had she been trying to hint at? Just as Song Yongxiang was sinking deeper into thought, the system finally sent a notice that the lock had been broken. But what surprised him even more was that there were actually 12 valid password combinations. That only made him even more confused. Why would there be that many correct combinations? The more he thought about it, the more mysterious his mother became, and the number strings themselves looked weirdly familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before. One of them was 133-00499. The moment he entered the code, the box opened on its own, but inside, there were only 3 items. One of them was a token, and Song Yongxiang recognized it almost instantly, because the words Star Stepping Gate were engraved right across it. In his previous life, after joining the Black Armor Guard, he had heard those 3 words before. Supposedly, many of the Black Armor Guard's most secret and untold achievements were tied to that name. And yet, inside the organization, it was practically treated like a forbidden phrase. No one dared bring it up openly. After a moment's thought, Song Yongxiang set that matter aside for the time being. As for the jade lock beside it, he had no idea what it was for yet, though the craftsmanship was undeniably exquisite. But the strangest object of all was the mask. The second Song Yongxiang picked it up. It activated on its own, and 4 glowing words surfaced across it. All beings, no fixed form. Was that its name? And on the back of the mask, there were 4 more words. Form follows the heart. What was that supposed to mean? Was this thing trying to talk to him in riddles now? Looking more closely, the mask seemed unfinished. The eye area and the nostrils had not even been carved open yet. But the truly bizarre part was that even without any openings, Song Yongxiang could still see everything outside the mask with perfect clarity. That was just absurd. Then, when he instinctively glanced toward the mirror, he finally realized something was very wrong. The mask on his face had vanished. No, not just that. The problem was much worse than that, because the reflection staring back at him was an aged version of himself. Song Yongxiang froze for a moment. Was this thing really capable of changing his appearance outright? The function of this mask was way too ridiculous. And of course, right at that exact moment, King Dai, the head maid, suddenly pushed open the door and walked in, catching that entire scene head on. That nearly scared her out of her wits. In the span of a moment, the young master had disappeared, and some strange middle-aged man had appeared in his room instead. Her first reaction was that a kidnapper had somehow broken into the estate. Seeing King Dai gripping a dagger and staring at him in full alert, Song Yongxiang suddenly had no idea how he was supposed to explain this mess. This damn mask was going to get him killed, so that was what had happened. Uncle Song Mu had come over with members of the Song family's shadow guards because he needed to discuss something important with Song Yongxiang. That was why King Dai, the head maid, came upstairs afterward to report it to him. But the timing could not have been worse. King Dai had just happened to walk in at the exact moment Song Yongxiang put on that mask. And since it was the first time anyone had ever actually seen the aged version of Song Yongxiang with their own eyes, King Dai instantly drew her blade and demanded to know who he was. That left Song Yongxiang both helpless and speechless. Why were young people these days all so impulsive? Could nobody just talk things out anymore without jumping straight to knives? But before he could even finish thinking that, King Dai had already done more than just draw her weapon. She actually started chasing him down and attacking him. With things escalating that fast, Song Yongxiang had no choice but to make a move first and subdue her. Even then, King Dai's reaction was still way too intense. Despite already being pinned down, she still tried to shout that there was an assassin, clearly trying to alert everyone outside. That was something Song Yongxiang absolutely could not allow. If she really yelled, everyone outside would come rushing in at once. The problem was, the position the two of them ended up in looked far more compromising than it should have. But honestly, that could not be blamed on Song Yongxiang. King Dai was the one who attacked first. Right in the middle of all that chaos, Song Yongxiang remembered the line the mask had shown him earlier. Form follows the heart. Could it be that this thing could really reshape his appearance according to whatever image he held in his mind? And that was exactly how it worked. The moment Song Yongxiang casually imagined King Dai's appearance, he immediately transformed into her. That sight completely stunned King Dai. Even Song Yongxiang had to admit that the ability of this mask was absurdly outrageous, and only then did he finally understand why he had first appeared as an older version of himself. That elderly face was the truest image of himself buried deep in his own mind. But just as Song Yongxiang was still trying to process all this, Uncle Song Mu's voice suddenly came from outside the door. So the commotion in the room had already been noticed after all. And to make things worse, the exact moment Song Yongxiang changed back into his normal appearance, Uncle Song Mu pushed the door open and walked in with two others behind him. At that point, the whole situation became impossible to explain cleanly, and the white-haired kid behind Song Mu took one look at the scene, gave Song Yongxiang a big thumbs up, and declared with total admiration that he was truly a role model for their generation. Even in a scene that awkward, Uncle Song Mu still looked calm as ever and kept reminding Song Yongxiang, without the slightest sign of fatigue, that his fiancée Kong Jingxin would be attending the family banquet that night. Hearing that again almost gave Song Yongxiang a headache. Song Mu had repeated that line so many times today that he was sick of hearing it. Ignoring that nonsense, Song Yongxiang turned back toward King Dai, intending to say a few words to calm her down. But only then did he notice that her expression looked oddly off, almost as if she had genuinely been wronged. So, in the end, Song Yongxiang told King Dai to go handle something else first, giving her space to step away and collect herself. After she was sent off, the rest of them headed to the study and finally prepared to talk business. But before anything else, Song Yongxiang first asked Uncle Song Mu to tell him the truth. Had King Dai really been placed by the old master at his side? Song Mu did not hide anything and told him the full truth. King Dai had originally been an Earth rank expert from Shadow Guard Team 3 of the Song residence, and she had stayed by Song Yongxiang's side all these years for one reason only, to protect him in secret. Hearing that, many things that had never made sense before suddenly clicked into place. No wonder, when he was forced to flee Yong'an City in his previous life, there had been a group of people who appeared out of nowhere and fought to the death to escort him out. After that, Uncle Song Mu formally began introducing the structure of the Song residence's shadow guards to Song Yongxiang. Team 1 handled operations, Team 2 handled intelligence, and Team 3 handled protection. Each had its own duties, and none directly commanded the others. But just moments ago, the old Marquis had personally ordered that Song Yongxiang now stand above them all as their single master. That was exactly why Song Mu had brought Ajin and Aga over now, so Song Yongxiang could properly meet them face to face. Still, hearing those names made Song Yongxiang want to laugh a little. Ajin and Aga. Those names really did sound absurdly casual. Even so, both men showed full respect toward this newly dropped-in superior. The black-haired man was Gao Gaiga, leader of Team 1. The white-haired kid at his side was Ma Jinhua, leader of Team 2. As for Song Mu himself, he was naturally the head of Team 3. When Song Yongxiang brought up their names, Song Mu reminded him that both of those names had actually been given by his mother. Back then, the two of them had been nameless orphans with nothing at all. By now, they could more or less be considered half-raised sons of hers. When the topic turned to his own name, Gao Gaiga explained that he had once heard Song Yongxiang's mother say it himself. The name came from a hero of some ultra-ancient civilization. Ma Jinhua's name came from the same source as well, except in his case, it belonged to a demon god from ancient legend. Both of them had once been nameless children, barely surviving day by day. If they had not run into Song Yongxiang's mother back then, they probably would have starved to death in the slums outside Linian City. But hearing all that only made Song Yongxiang's doubts deepen. Whether it was a hero or a demon god, every thread led back to the ultra-ancient civilization, and every thread pointed straight toward his mysterious mother. So why was it that in all his memories, he could not recall the slightest trace of her? Who exactly had she been? In his previous life, Song Yongxiang had barely remembered anything at all about his parents. He only vaguely recalled that the old master had once said they disappeared 16 years ago, while the outside world had been told they died in an accident. At the time, Song Yongxiang had only just turned 2, so it made sense that no clear memories remained. Back then, he had been young and reckless, and he had never really cared. Afterward came years of wandering, hardship, and constant struggle just to survive, leaving him with no energy to dig into the matter. And after decades of life and death battles, time had long since buried his parents deep in the back of his mind. But things were different now. Song Yongxiang was sure that Song Mu knew at least part of the truth. Given Song Yongxiang's current position, if he asked directly, Song Mu should logically answer. And yet, looking at Song Mu's face now, Song Yongxiang sensed a hesitation that was hard to ignore. It was the kind of expression that clearly said there was something he could not bring himself to speak about. And when Song Yongxiang thought carefully about his previous life, he realized that everyone had always been strangely evasive whenever his parents came up. Could it be that there was more to this matter than he had ever realized? In the end, Song Yongxiang swallowed the question. Since Song Mu did not want to speak, there was no point forcing it out of him. After all, there was no need to make things hard for a loyal retainer who had followed the Song family for so many years. Still, Song Yongxiang told Song Mu to arrange a flying vessel for him at once. Since he had finally come home, he wanted to make a trip to the Song family cemetery and pay respects to his parents first. Once that round of conversation came to an end, the group returned together to the living hall. But the moment they got there, a thought suddenly crossed Song Yongxiang's mind. Since he was now the commander of the Song residence's shadow guards, then by all logic, did that mean King Dai was under his direct command as well? The second he said it, Song Mu's face showed clear reluctance. Still, after a pause, he admitted that Song Yongxiang did indeed have that authority, then called King Dai over to receive orders. King Dai, on the other hand, showed no objection at all. She stepped forward and immediately reported her position within the shadow guards in a neat and formal manner. Looking at her, Song Yongxiang could not help feeling a little emotional. For all these years, she had stayed by his side, quietly protecting him from the shadows. That could not have been easy. So this time, Song Yongxiang decided to give her a gift as a reward. But when King Dai actually took the pill into her hands, she was clearly still too stunned to react. Judging by her expression, she had probably never received something that valuable in her entire life. It was not just King Dai. The three people standing behind her were equally stunned. A single level 5 pill usually sold for over $1 million. So even Uncle Song Mu had never imagined that Song Yongxiang would be this generous the moment he made a move. And this level 5 Earth Spirit pill was no ordinary treasure. It could raise an Earth rank cultivator by 1 minor realm with absolutely no side effects. Though the effect only worked once. The second Ajin and Aga heard that, their eyes lit up on the spot. Everything else could wait, but a pill that directly raised a realm was the kind of thing they could not help envying. Even King Dai could barely believe it after hearing the explanation. A pill with that level of quality and effect would probably count as a priceless treasure even in Tiandu Nation's royal family. In the end, they had all underestimated Song Yongxiang. To him, a mere level 5 pill was nothing. He had enough of them to sell off in batches, and now that he needed people, it was only natural to start raising the strength of those he truly trusted. So Song Yongxiang casually told Ajin and Aga that as long as they performed well from now on, pills of this level were something he had plenty of. Hearing that, the two of them nearly exploded with excitement and immediately started swearing loyalty on the spot. From now on, wherever Song Yongxiang's sword pointed, they would carve through everything until nothing was left standing. In that case, there just happened to be a task ready for them right now. There was someone Song Yongxiang wanted investigated, and this was also a perfect chance to test exactly how capable Shadow Guard Team 2 really was. The moment the order was given, Shadow Guard Team 2 moved out in full force, and Ajin in particular was obviously fired up, determined to complete this mission beautifully. At the same time, Song Yongxiang and Uncle Song Mu also set out together for the Song family cemetery to pay respects to his parents. On the flying vessel, Xia Bijie could not help asking why Ma-san, a cripple, insisted on coming along to the memorial as well. In response, Ma-san only shot back with a question of his own. Had he really not noticed that the young master who came back this time was completely different from before? At that very moment, Song Yongxiang sat in the rear of the vessel talking non-stop about rare medicinal ingredients and trade arrangements. He was nothing like the useless playboy heir he used to be. Even shopkeeper Hong on the other end of the call was left stunned by the questions Song Yongxiang threw at him. There were several herbs among them that even he had never heard of. Fortunately, shopkeeper Hong was currently at the Hong Merchant Guild's Nanzhou headquarters, so he said he could consult the experts there right away. The moment he hung up the call, shopkeeper Hong headed straight into the core zone of the Nanzhou headquarters. Waiting there for him was Hong Yuxiao, the direct heir of the Hong Merchant Guild. At present, the Hong family had assigned her to take full charge of all business in Nanzhou. After reading through Song Yongxiang's information, Hong Yuxiao immediately told shopkeeper Hong to arrange her schedule for the coming days. She had suddenly decided that she very much needed to meet this young marquis of the Song family in person. Meanwhile, at the Song family cemetery, just as Song Yongxiang was about to pay respects to his parents who had died in the prime of their lives, an airborne hoverbike appeared at the outer perimeter of the assassin organization Taiyuan's headquarters at the exact same time. The one piloting that craft was none other than A-san, the woman Song Yongxiang had loved in his previous life. After completing the coded verification with the headquarters, she finally obtained clearance to land, and once permission was granted, A-san did not hesitate for even a second. She drove both herself and the bike straight through the waterfall being used as camouflage. If she had made even the slightest mistake, she would have been smashed to pieces on the spot. And because she came in so fast, the hoverbike continued skidding along the track for quite a long distance even after landing. But danger on this level meant almost nothing to A-san. Right now, she was still wrapped up in the simple joy of finally making it back to Taiyuan headquarters. At only 18 years old, Asan was already the host of the Star Soul General Lu Bu. Since she spent most of her time carrying out missions away from home, she rarely got the chance to return to Taiyuan headquarters and rest. It was probably because she had not seen senior sister Asan in far too long. But the junior disciple named Sinan burst into tears the instant she saw her, and because she was crying so hard, Asan immediately realized that something was seriously wrong, and that was exactly the truth. Sinan was originally supposed to travel to Bijou with their master, but the two of them were ambushed on the way by forces from Milan Nation. Worse still, because their master was desperate to save her disciple, she ended up suffering grave injuries herself. The second she heard that, Asan's face changed. She immediately told her junior sister to lead the way, so she could check on their master at once. Meanwhile, inside the infirmary, the atmosphere had already turned unbearably heavy. The physicians at Taiyuan headquarters had just announced that their 12th attempt at formulating a treatment had failed, and just as they were preparing to begin the 13th attempt, Asan rushed into the room with Sinan. The moment she saw her master lying weakly in bed, Asan was shaken to the core. She could not even imagine what kind of vicious method those Milan bastards had used on her master. The woman on the bed was named Suonyang. She was currently 37 years old and had early-stage heaven-rank cultivation. If she had not risked herself to save Sinan, she never would have ended up in such a tragic state. At that moment, mysterious toxin marks had already spread all across her arm. If they could not produce the proper antidote soon, she would likely die before long. What made this poison truly terrifying was that it continuously eroded the victim's secondary star soul veins, while being extremely difficult to purge from the body. Hearing that, Asan asked in disbelief whether even Taiyuan's technology could not formulate the right antidote. The physician's answer was brutally direct. He told her that they had already tried 12 times. At the moment, the only thing they could do was use filtration methods to barely stop the poison from spreading into the brain. But judging from the current state of things, they likely did not have enough time left to keep experimenting. And on top of that, the structure of the poison itself was abnormally strange. It was not a simple chemical toxin. Instead, it fused chemical compounds with soul power in an extremely intricate way, creating stable toxin units. Judging from that structure alone, the method looked strikingly similar to the techniques of alchemists. After hearing that explanation, Asan understood right away. At this point, only a truly top-tier alchemist might still be able to save her master. But time was running out, and she had no idea where she was supposed to find someone like that on such short notice. The physician could see the desperation on her face, and he could only add helplessly that with the current level of alchemy on the Eastern continent, it was basically impossible for someone good enough to appear. In other words, there was probably no real way out of this anymore. But at that exact moment, Asan suddenly remembered someone. When she left Yuanding City, that person seemed to have given her several pills. The instant the memory surfaced, she immediately pulled out the storage card. The next second, she dumped the pills inside straight onto the bedside. That single move stunned both physicians on the spot, because among those pills were not only revitalization pills, but also ones that boosted cultivation efficiency, others that enhanced combat strength, and several more besides. Every single one was frighteningly high in both value and quality. And somewhere among that pile, there really did seem to be a bottle with obvious detoxifying properties. The physician's expression changed at once. He immediately ordered someone to analyze the ingredients, because there was now a real possibility that one of those pills could save Suonyang's life. When Sinan saw Asan suddenly throw out that many precious pills, she was so shocked that she blurted out a question on the spot, asking whether senior sister had just robbed the Hong Clan Grand Apothecary. That instantly made Asan awkward beyond words, because the truth was that every single one of those pills had been given to her by a mysterious man. After a round of scientific analysis, the doctors finally confirmed that the white pill really did have detoxifying effects, and as if everything had been arranged in advance, there were exactly 3 doses inside, just enough to completely solve the problem in Suonyang's body. As an assassin, Asan would never believe that something like this was merely coincidence. Deep down, she had already started asking herself over and over again just what kind of man Song Yangxiang really was. Meanwhile, inside the audience corridor at Taiyuan headquarters, the High Priestess happened to be reviewing Song Yangxiang's file as well. While doing so, she casually asked about Suonyang's current condition, since Taiyuan had no intention of losing a heaven-rank powerhouse for nothing. But the answer she received made her pause. After taking pills provided by Target S691, Suonyang had already been pulled back from the brink. That result brought a rare flicker of surprise to the High Priestess's face. And according to the file, this man possessed the ability to copy origin Star Soul Generals. But that kind of method was supposed to belong solely to that person. She could not understand why it had somehow appeared in the outside world. The only explanation she could come up with was that that person had most likely taken over the body described in the file. But that made even less sense, because she had clearly prepared a far better vessel long ago. Could it be that the doctor who once founded the assassin organization Taiyuan had truly returned? Elsewhere, Song Yongxiang was still standing in the Song family cemetery, paying respects to his mysterious missing parents. Just as he had expected, the scan results showed that their actual remains were not there at all, which meant this gravesite was most likely nothing more than a decoy arranged by the old master all those years ago. Still, judging from the mask called All Beings, no fixed form, his parents were clearly anything but ordinary. So what kind of secret had they vanished with back then? Once the memorial was over, a Jin immediately reported that he had already uncovered information on the man named Sun Xia. He was 19 years old, came from the slums, had once been imprisoned for tomb raiding, and had now built up a gang called the White Dragon Gang, mainly making money by fencing goods for grave robbers. At present, that group was holed up inside an abandoned residence at number 13, Dagu Alley, in the northern part of the city, and Shadow Guard Team 2 already had the place under full surveillance. After hearing that, Song Yongxiang made up his mind on the spot to go there personally. He had to find out how Sun Xia, in the previous life, managed to seize the Chao Ren inheritance that should have belonged to the Song family. Meanwhile, back at the landing platform, Old Ma and Old Xia were actually discussing Song Yongxiang's fiancé, Kong Xingxin. Old Ma believed that with Song Yongxiang's current status and ability, there was no need at all for him to keep enduring in silence for the sake of the Song family and marry a woman like Kong Xingxin. Old Xia, however, felt that the old Marquis probably would not go so far as to break faith like that. But before the two of them could argue it out, Song Yongxiang and the others had already returned to the landing platform. After that, the whole group headed straight for the northern part of the city under Song Yongxiang's orders. By the time evening was drawing near, a small-time thug finally showed up at the entrance of the abandoned house they had been secretly monitoring. Judging from the huge bag he was carrying, this trip had obviously brought him quite a haul. The only problem was that the man spoke in such a thick countryside accent that even the eavesdropping became harder than expected. Still, from the things he laid out on the ground, it was clear they had probably been dug out of the tomb of some wealthy family. On the surface, they looked ordinary, but mixed in among them were clearly some items of real value. But logically speaking, a 19-year-old slum kid like Sun Xia should not know the first thing about antique treasures. So how was he suddenly able to judge this kind of stuff? Sure enough, Song Yongxiang soon saw Sun Xia grab the ring hanging from his chest and lower his head in thought for a moment. The next second, the ring began to glow with a faint purple light. Right after that, Sun Xia deliberately put on an arrogant, superior air and started choosing the items he wanted. On top of that, he acted like some seasoned old fox, ordering the lackeys in front of him to split profits with the grave robbers on a 30-70 ratio, and even making the other side cover transport costs. Now that the sales channel was in his hands, he naturally wanted the biggest slice for himself. If they did not like it, they could walk away. The moment Sun Xia's words fell, that lackey immediately ran out to renegotiate with the grave robbers. Judging from the way things looked, their fencing business was doing pretty damn well these days. As for everything that had just happened, Song Yongxiang and a Jin had been watching the entire thing from the rooftop of the neighboring building. And as the leader of Shadow Guard Team 2, a Jin still could not stop marveling at Song Yongxiang's invisibility array. It could distort light, block sound, and even suppress soul power fluctuations. For stealth and assassination, it was practically a perfect tool. To squeeze out more useful information, Song Yongxiang took Ajin and moved even closer to the courtyard where Sun Xia was staying. With the invisibility array covering them, they had only just landed soundlessly on the rooftop when they heard Sun Xia speaking in a low voice to the presence inside the ring. From the contents of their conversation, it was obvious that if not for the ring guiding and backing him from the shadows, Sun Xia would never have become the leader of the White Dragon Gang. The being inside the ring even stated clearly that it could already sense the life flame of Song Yongxiang's third great uncle nearing its final extinguishing. As long as the two of them kept working together, then in the future, the one who would become the host of the Star Soul General Cao Ren would definitely be them. At the same time, Song Yongxiang noticed something else. This Sun Xia standing before him felt completely different from the soul entity he had encountered in his previous life, and yet, from the ring on Sun Xia's hand came a soul power fluctuation that felt strangely familiar. Only after calming down and thinking it through did Song Yongxiang finally realize the truth. The soul power coming from that ring was the one that truly belonged to the person he had known in his previous life. Meanwhile, back at the Mecha Martial Academy, Master Nenguo was also leading his men in rushing out a batch of newly designed Wei Yuan mechs. On the surface, this order had been personally assigned by Principal Gu of the Academy, but in practice, it had already been elevated to the level of a top priority military matter. Master Nan even pounded his chest and guaranteed that as long as the materials kept coming in, he would absolutely finish the order on time. On top of that, he had even prepared a special surprise for Song Yongxiang, clearly hoping to use it as a chance to formally become his disciple. But in Song Yongxiang's eyes, this so-called new design was really just a rough mashup of all the previous blueprints he had given out earlier. It looked flashy enough on the surface, sure, but the whole structure was far too bloated. Anyone with a trained eye could tell instantly that the soul power consumption on that thing would be massive. Still, seeing how passionate Master Nan was, Song Yongxiang chose not to tear the idea apart on the spot. Fortunately, Master Tang's family could provide the crucial ore and metal supplies needed for this round of mech production. Otherwise, this whole deal might never have come together in the first place. In truth, Master Tang also needed a major order on the Shen family side to stabilize his own standing there. So this time, he was putting everything he had into it, dead set on making sure this deal went through. At the same time, while Song Yongxiang was keeping watch on Xunxia in the northern part of the city, he received word that his fiancée, Kong Xingxin, was also heading toward the north side. Based on the intelligence gathered by Shadow Guard Team 2, Kong Xingxin had probably been secretly involved with Sun Xia for quite some time already. The only reason this had never been reported back to the family was because they wanted to avoid enraging Song Yongxiang and keep the Song family's internal peace from falling apart on the surface. In a way, this only confirmed what had happened in Song Yongxiang's previous life, when Kong Xingxin ultimately abandoned him. But now that he knew in advance, the situation was completely different. One way or another, that woman was going to pay a price for this. Even so, what interested Song Yongxiang more than Kong Xingxin was still the ring in Sun Xia's hand. In his previous life, who exactly had been the one that rose by borrowing Sun Xia's body? Song Yongxiang glanced at the sky and judged that it was about time for him to head back to the estate. It looked like this trip home was guaranteed to come with a full show. Still, with one mystery after another piling up, the whole thing was exhausting. Before leaving, Song Yongxiang still handed Ujin and the others in Shadow Guard Team 2 quite a few Shadow Stealth talismans. When it came to Kong Xingxin, he needed hard evidence in hand before he could truly break the situation open. That part for now would be left to Ujin and his people. Meanwhile, over at the landing platform in the outer courtyard of the Song residence, guests had already begun arriving one after another. The first ones to show up were the younger members of his second uncle Song Bo's line, Song Yunduan and Song Yunshu. And yet the two of them were actually guessing that the reason Song Yunxiang came home this time was probably because he had run out of money outside. Clearly, that whole branch of the family did not follow the news at all, and the very last person to step off the flying vessel turned out to be Song Yongxiang's eldest sister, Song Yunjin, the very commander of the Scarlet Luan army from earlier. On that fact alone, tonight's family banquet was already guaranteed to be anything but peaceful. Before night fully fell, Song Yongxiang also returned to the Song residence, bathed, changed clothes, and prepared himself for the family banquet that awaited him. As the saying went, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Tonight, Song Yongxiang intended to take back piece by piece everything he had once lost. Meanwhile, inside the banquet hall of the outer courtyard, several highly important figures had already taken their seats. Among the older generation, the eldest uncle of the Song family was unable to attend because military affairs kept him tied down. So his wife, Madam, He, had come in his place. Alongside her were Song Yongxiang's eldest sister, Song Yunjin, and his cousin, Song Yunchu. The old Marquis did not blame his eldest son too much for failing to show up. What he could not understand was why his second son, Song Bo, was also absent tonight. When the old Marquis asked the question, Madam Cheng, Song Yongxiang's second aunt, immediately rose to explain that Song Bo had a social engagement tonight that he could not get out of, so she had come in his place. That excuse instantly angered the old Marquis. In his eyes, no social engagement had any right to be placed on the same level as a family banquet. At that point, concubine Zhao, one of Song Bo's concubines, quickly stepped out to speak for him when she saw the old Marquis getting angry, saying that the person meeting Song Bo tonight was an envoy sent by the Zhang family of Zhangzhou to discuss a major business deal. And that deal, apparently, was also tied to the internal struggle over the Zhang family's succession. The other side was even willing to pay a staggering price in exchange for Song family cooperation. Even so, Song Bo had reportedly said he would wrap things up as quickly as possible and hurry back. Fortunately, just when the atmosphere was beginning to turn ugly, Song Yongxiang happened to walk into the banquet hall, which finally brought the brewing drama to a halt. Otherwise, no one could say how much further the old Marquis might have taken it. The moment concubine Zhou saw Song Yongxiang arrive, she lit up with enthusiasm and even invited him to come sit by her side. According to Song Yongxiang's memories, Concubine Zhou was also one of Songbo's concubines. From the time he was little, she had always treated him well, and that kindness had been genuine. It probably had something to do with the fact that she had once worked as a maid in the eastern courtyard. But just as Song Yongxiang was about to head over and take a seat, the old marquis suddenly called out in front of everyone and told him to sit at his side instead. That instantly made the atmosphere delicate. After all, that seat was supposed to belong exclusively to Songbo. If Song Yongxiang really sat there now, then Second Aunt's side probably would not take it lightly. Just as Song Yongxiang was about to sit down again, Concubine Zhao suddenly asked him with obvious curiosity whether he was carrying something valuable, because she thought she had caught the scent of a pill above the 3-star level on him. As expected of someone from a medical family, she used to be nothing more than second uncle's secretary, but now she was already helping manage the Song family's medicine-related business with some basic knowledge of pills. Before Song Yongxiang could sit, Madame Ching suddenly spoke in a cold tone and told him to sit without worry. Songbo would not be coming tonight because he had a dinner engagement. This second uncle of his was in charge of all the Song family's worldly business, and he was a practical man who valued results and profit above all else. He had always looked down on the old Song Yongxiang, who never tried to improve himself, so it was not surprising that he did not come tonight. Madame Cheng was the same kind of business-minded person. Still, both husband and wife had their own principles. No matter what, they always put the Song family's interests and reputation first. At that moment, Madame He also explained that first Uncle Song King was still holding the line with the Iron Wall army and truly could not get away. So she hoped Song Yongxiang, as his nephew, could understand. In Song Yongxiang's memory, first Uncle Song Qing had always been a stubborn and upright career soldier, so naturally he looked down on the way Song Yongxiang used to behave as a playboy. Madame, he was much the same. After all, she came from the He family of Marquis Whiting, a line that had also given everything in loyalty to Tiandu Nation. It looked like aside from the women present, no one from the older generation would be coming tonight. In the end, that could only be blamed on how badly Song Yongxiang himself used to behave. After that slightly awkward exchange ended, his cousin Song Yunqi also walked in. He had already reached early stage Earth rank at 16, and that had given him a habit of looking down on everyone. Seeing her son dressed and acting like that, Madam, he could only look helpless. Song Yongxiang even found himself thinking that this really was the classic case of a spoiled child raised with too much indulgence. Still, faced with such a gifted grandson, the old marquis could not really say too much. He simply waved a hand and told him to take his seat. But the moment Song Yongqi saw Song Yongxiang, a mocking expression appeared on his face, and he even called him Xiangzi. This brat really had no sense of respect. Calling his older brother that way was basically asking to be dealt with. Still, in Song Yongxiang's memory, although Song Yunqi had also been this arrogant in his previous life, deep down he had still been a good kid with a sincere heart. In the end, he had stayed behind with a few boys from the preparatory academy to cover the retreat of Yong'an City's civilians, fighting until his death. But tonight, Song Yongxiang was the main character. No matter what, he had to teach this little cousin a lesson first. In the blink of an eye, Song Yongxiang's soul power began to spread through the banquet hall. Since everyone present had cultivation, he was not worried about causing any trouble. Once they sensed that Earth rank aura from him, everyone showed clear surprise. Only concubine Zhou reacted differently. She looked at Song Yongxiang with obvious relief and pride, almost like a mother watching her son finally grow up. But Song Yongqi still refused to accept it. After all, he was also at early stage Earth rank, and he was 2 years younger than Song Yongxiang. So he still clung to the title of the Song family's #1 genius and refused to call Song Yongxiang big brother. In that case, there was no helping it. Since the brat was forcing him to show off, then Song Yongxiang had no choice but to take the pill. After swallowing an Earth Spirit pill, Song Yongxiang gave them all a live demonstration of what it meant to break from early stage Earth rank to mid-stage Earth rank. The burst of soul power spread through the entire room like a fountain exploding upward. Now they should have nothing left to say. Did they really still think he was the same useless playboy from before? At this point, the title of Song Family Genius suited him much better. The one who had been the Song family's #1 genius 1 second ago nearly turned into Song Yongxiang's biggest admirer the next. This kid really was shamelessly quick to switch sides. After learning that Song Yongxiang had pills that could help someone break through, he even said he was willing to call him grandpa in exchange for that chance. Calling him brother would work, and Song Yongxiang could accept that. But if he really wanted to call him grandpa, then that would depend on whether the old marquis could tolerate it. After seeing him act like that, everyone present felt so awkward that the whole atmosphere instantly turned painfully stiff. At that moment, concubine Zhao, who came from a family skilled in pillcraft, could not help asking Song Yongxiang whether that was the legendary 5-star Earth Spirit pill. The moment she said that, both Madame Ching and Madame He were stunned. Even Tiandu Nation's royal family could not casually bring out many treasures of that level. The 5-star pill on Madame He's side of the family had been passed down through Marquis Whiting's household for more than 400 years. Madame Cheng had also recently heard that the Hong Merchant Guild had made a huge profit a few days ago by auctioning off a batch of 3-star pills after gaining the favor of some great alchemy master. If a bottle like this ended up in her and her husband's hands, then the Song family's businesses would surely prosper even more this year. What troubled her most now was how she was supposed to ask her nephew Song Yongxiang for it. At the same time, the old Marquis was also thinking that if this Earth Spirit pill were given to the backbone members of the family, then the Song family's middle-tier strength would rise by another level. Although he had already seen Song Yongxiang's pill-refining ability earlier that morning at Third Uncle's place, he was still shocked all over again at this moment. Madam He had not joined the conversation, but she also knew exactly how valuable this pill was. Normally, a single one would already be enough to become the treasured heirloom of some first-rate families. First Uncle Song Qing naturally had no need for such a pill, but for the sake of Yunjin and Yunqi, lowering her pride a little as their mother was hardly a big deal. But at this exact moment, her pride got in the way again. Over the years, First Uncle's branch had no grudge or misunderstanding with Song Yongxiang, but if she acted too warmly now, she feared people would laugh at her for being opportunistic. Yet if she stayed too cold, she feared she would never get the chance to ask. While she was still hesitating, Madame Cheng had already struck first and directly pulled Song Yongxiang down into the seat beside her. Seeing Madame Cheng go that far, Madame He immediately told Song Yunqi to pour tea for his older brother Song Yongxiang and apologize. The moment those words fell, the old Marquis, who had somehow become the least noticeable person at the table, suddenly realized that his tea set had vanished. In the blink of an eye, that tea set, together with Song Yunchu, had already appeared beside Song Yongxiang's seat. Good heavens, this kid really had no fear of death. Sure enough, this made the old Marquis's face turn red with anger. If not for Yunqi's decent aptitude, he probably would have ended up as the main course on tonight's table. Still, under the current circumstances, Song Yongxiang intended to give him that chance, but it would depend on his recent performance. Besides, the kid really was talented. Helping him push toward heaven rank next time was not impossible. Not long after that little farce ended, Song Yongxiu and Song Yunrui also arrived together. Sharp-eyed as ever, Song Yongxiu immediately noticed that something was wrong with the seating arrangement. In her memory, why would that little good-for-nothing be sitting in her father's seat? Although the old Marquis had always been heavily biased towards Song Yongxiang, her mother had never bought into it. Yet now, looking at her mother's attitude, it could already be considered somewhat flattering. While Song Yongxiu was still thinking, that blockhead Song Yunrui suddenly jumped out and told Song Yongxiang to get off his father's seat. Good thing Song Yongxiu covered that idiot's mouth the very next second. Otherwise, before dinner even started, Song Yongxiang might have ended up breaking through to heaven rank out of sheer rage. Those two cousins really were the perfect contrast. One knew how to read the room and when to back off, while the other was a complete fool who loved acting like a bootlicker. He had also been at odds with Song Yongxiang for a long time because of Kong Xingxin. Maybe fools really did have lucky lives, because in Song Yongxiang's previous life, Song Yunrui had actually been one of the only 2 survivors of the Song family. Back when Song Yongxiang was wandering in exile through Shishui Nation, he ran into him again. At the time, Song Yunrui seemed to be hunting down some so-called Song family bastard, insisting that if not for that bastard, the Song family would never have been wiped out in the Beast Tide. After that, Song Yongxiang never saw him again. They met by chance, then parted again just as quickly. Even now, Song Yongxiang still did not know who that bastard Song Yunrui had been talking about really was. Could this somehow also be tied to the coming Beast Tide? If that were true, then it would mean a traitor had already appeared among the Song family's direct bloodline. Right after that, the eldest sister of the Song family's 3rd generation, Song Yunjin, also walked in. If she had not seen the report from the Scarlet Luan army with her own eyes, she never would have believed that Song Yongxiang had really managed to lead them out alive in front of a god-ranked beast. His eldest sister truly was capable. She had built up an entire Scarlet Luan army made up solely of female officers. Still, she seemed to be constantly troubled by military funding, which left her looking tense and troubled all the time. Even so, Song Yongxiang really did owe her thanks this time for sending the warship to pick him up. Without that, he never would have made it home so smoothly. The old Marquis obviously knew that Song Yunjin had been short on funds lately, so he deliberately said that all expenses from this trip would be reimbursed by the family. And right then, Song Yongxiu's greedy streak flared up again. She muttered under her breath that their eldest sister had probably only come back for dinner so grandfather would reimburse her expenses. And those words instantly darkened Song Yunjin's face. But that was also a form of testing. Song Yunjin had always despised the old playboy Song Yongxiang used to be. So if she could still remain this polite now, That only meant this younger cousin had truly grown into something impressive. To make things easier for everyone, Song Yongxiang directly told the old master that he would cover his eldest sister's expenses himself, since the whole trip had happened because she came to bring him home. The moment he said that, the old master instantly turned into a sly old fox and smoothly replied that since Song Yongxiang had made several fortunes lately, a mere few million surely meant nothing to him. Seriously. Song Yongxiang might now be poor in everything except pills and money, but the old master had thrown that burden onto him with ridiculous skill. At the same time, fourth uncle from the southern courtyard and the old marquis's adopted daughter, Song Shi, also arrived at the banquet hall. The moment this fourth uncle saw Song Yongxiang back, he immediately became excited. He even said that tonight he would treat everyone and drag old Ma out for a couple of drinks. Song Yongxiang had only just built up his new image, so there was no way he was letting it collapse like that. He really needed people to stop inviting him to that kind of thing from now on. At tonight's Song family banquet, aside from first uncle and second uncle, basically all of the Song family's third generation and household members had already arrived. This fourth uncle, Song Qiang, was the old master's youngest son. Rumor had it that he was born to the old master's second wife. In terms of cultivation, he ranked at the bottom among the brothers, and his status in the Song family had even been worse than Song Yongxiang's in his previous life. Little Aunt Song Shi was the old master's adopted daughter. In his previous life, Song Yongxiang had never really cared about where she came from. She was not yet 30, already at early stage Earth rank, and recently seemed to have risen into management within the preparatory academy. If none of the people present were the problem, then could the traitor Song Yunrui once mentioned have been someone else entirely? Song Yongxiang just did not know whether Song Yunrui already knew who that so-called bastard really was. Maybe he should find a chance to test him. But just as Song Yongxiang was about to speak, a little girl suddenly threw herself into his arms and pouted that, when he wasn't there, nobody took her out for good food. This little girl was Song Yunhua, the daughter of second uncle and concubine Zhou. Among all the Song siblings and cousins, she was one of the people closest to Song Yongxiang. At the same time, Song Yunzhao, the daughter of second uncle and concubine Zhao, also appeared behind him. It was said that back then, concubine Zhao had risen from being second uncle's secretary to becoming his concubine largely because of this daughter. But the girl herself was quiet and reserved, exactly the kind of person Song Yongxiang was worst at dealing with. When Song Yongxiang asked Yuanhua whether she wanted to sit together, she answered in a strange, teasing tone that every person who sat in that seat ended up getting ruthlessly fleeced by grandfather. Song Yongxiang was instantly speechless. If this girl had shown up earlier, he might have escaped this disaster. Forget it. He would just treat it as spending money to ward off trouble. Once everyone had taken their seats, the old master told the stewards to fill all the cups, and tonight's family banquet was finally about to begin. The second Yunqi heard that wine was being poured. He immediately raised his hand and volunteered to serve Song Yongxiang. This kid was really willing to go all out for the sake of those pills. That sudden change left the people who had just arrived completely stunned. Song Yunqi was usually proud and aloof, so seeing him suddenly act like this was genuinely bizarre. At the same time, Uncle Song Mu reminded the old marquis that the Kong family from Yong'an City had not arrived yet, so pouring the wine now might be a little early. The old marquis was probably just too happy today. Judging from his expression, he seemed to have completely forgotten about it. Still, the Kong family was at least the ruling family of a city and part of the court system, so they had to be given some face. The old marquis therefore told everyone to wait a little longer. The moment he heard that the Kong family was coming, Song Yunrui immediately perked up. Even now, he still treated Kong Jingshen like some kind of goddess. Seeing that, Song Yongshu immediately told him to behave himself. No matter what, Kong Jingshen still had a marriage contract with Song Yongxiang, so she was not someone he should be talking about so casually. But that idiot shamelessly replied that Kong Jingshen did not even like Song Yansheng, and that once he broke through to Earth rank, he would ask the old master to switch the engagement over to him instead. Song Yongshu genuinely could not understand why her brother liked Kong Jingshen so much. She had long since seen that woman for exactly what she was, but Song Yunrui only shot her a look and told her to go think about it herself. The scenery there really was wide open and flat enough that instantly pushed Song Yongshu over the edge. She rolled up her sleeves and looked ready to beat Song Yunrui on the spot. Seeing that the situation had turned bad, Song Yunrui immediately grabbed Steward Song Shui and claimed he was going to the front gate to receive City Lord Kong, clearly using it as an excuse to run. Not long after he left, King Dai came to report to Song Yongxiang and the old marquis that team leader Ma had returned and wanted to deliver some news in person. He was already waiting in the side hall. When Song Yongxiang and the old marquis arrived at the side hall, Ma Jinhua immediately handed over the photos he had just taken. After Song Yongxiang left the northern part of the city, that scheming Kong Jingshen had actually brought both her father and grandfather to examine Xinxia in person, and the behavior between the two of them had been extremely suggestive. On top of that, the Song family's planted source inside the Kong family had learned that old Master Kong, fresh off his heaven rank breakthrough, was already planning to bring Zujia in as a live-in son-in-law. He even intended to publicly break the engagement with Song Yongxiang during tonight's family banquet. That old man had gone so far as to declare that he wanted to measure strength with the Song family. After seeing the photos and hearing the recording, everyone present was left speechless. A man who had only just broken through to heaven rank actually dared to talk like that. Did he really think the Song family was made of paper? The old marquis then asked Song Yongxiang for his opinion. If Song Yongxiang insisted on keeping the marriage contract, the Song family did not mind revealing a few hidden cards to put on a show. But in Song Yongxiang's view, none of that was necessary. He had never cared much for this marriage contract in the first place, so ending it directly was the easiest answer. And there was no need to expose the Song family's hidden cards either. If new ones were needed, he could simply make a few himself. As for who those new cards would be, he had already decided. Ajin, Aga, and King Dai, the three people in this very room. Right now, he intended to push all three of them into heaven rank and then send them under his orders to test just how hard Old Master Kong's wrists really were. And while Song Yongxiang was helping Ajin, Aga, and King Dai raise their cultivation, Song Yongqi was outside the side hall, pressing himself against the door and trying to eavesdrop. But Song Yongxiang had already set up a high-level isolation array in the room, so he was certain Song Yongqi could not hear a thing. Seeing him act like that, Song Yunjin immediately grabbed his ear and told him to stop embarrassing himself. But right at that moment, two heaven rank breakthrough surges of soul power burst out from inside the side hall. Everyone in the main hall felt it clearly. The two siblings at the doorway felt it most directly, especially since they had also been present when first uncle made his breakthrough before. Song Yongxiu looked at the shocked expressions on their faces and immediately realized that something was wrong. At that point, she was almost certain now that this cousin of hers had really become someone extraordinary. At the same time, once Song Shi felt that aura, her expression turned a little strange, and fourth uncle beside her also asked with the same strange look whether she was all right. Could there be something going on between those two? At that moment, Song Yongqi said excitedly to his sister that he knew Yongxiang still had a lot more good stuff on him. Then he told her about how Song Yongxiang had openly taken a pill and broken through to mid-stage Earth rank on the spot. He even said that from now on, he was going to treat Song Yongxiang like a real older brother, and he even urged his cousin's sister to do the same, because then his share of the pills would definitely be secured. After hearing that, Song Yunjin fell silent in thought. Her first reaction was irritation. She was annoyed that Song Yongxiang, with that same reckless young master temper, had actually swallowed such a priceless pill just to win face. If that pill had been sold instead, the Scarlet Luan army would not have had to worry about funding for a long time. But in the very next moment, she suddenly realized what Song Yongqi had just said. Song Yongxiang apparently still had many more pills in hand. That was when she truly lost her composure. Watching the two siblings react so dramatically, Song Yongshu also decided that later she would find a chance to test Song Yunjin a little. If there was money to be made here, then she definitely wanted in. Just as everyone was gradually calming down, another powerful surge of soul power came from the side hall, and this time, the impact was even stronger than before. Even the wine pots on the banquet table were nearly shaken apart. That completely wiped out whatever presence and prestige Song Yunjin still had left in the room. In such a short span of time, 3 people in the Song family had actually broken through to heaven rank one after another. At this point, she truly wanted to know what secret was hidden inside that side hall. Meanwhile, Song Yongxiang inside the side hall was still complaining about the isolation array. Even though it had only been a temporary formation thrown together in a rush, the fact that it had failed after enduring just 3 heaven rank breakthroughs was still a little unexpected. The old master, on the other hand, kept pretending to stay calm, but inwardly he was already shaken. He had never imagined that Song Yongxiang's attainments and formations were no weaker than his skill in alchemy. Under normal circumstances, setting up a formation like that would cost a fortune. Standing nearby, Uncle Song Mu felt equally awkward. Song Yongxiang had casually pushed Jin, Aga, and King Dai into heaven rank with external help, making old hands like them, who had hidden their strength for years, look almost ridiculous by comparison. King Dai herself was also full of shock. To her, that kind of breakthrough speed felt like the opening of a whole new world. Still, helping King Dai break through had indeed taken more effort. Ujin and Aga had both already been at Earth rank peak, while King Dai was only at early stage Earth rank. That one round had actually cost Song Yongxiang a full 20th of his reserves. King Dai knew perfectly well that an opportunity like this could never come without a price, so she once again made her pledge to Song Yongxiang. As a death-sworn retainer of the Song family, her life and body already belonged to the family. From now on, she was willing to become the sword in Song Yongxiang's hand and cut down every enemy who came for him. Still, Song Yongxiang also knew that her natural talent had its limits. From here on, it would be better for her to cultivate steadily and step by step. At the moment though, King Dai looked filthy enough to hurt the eyes, so Song Yongxiang had a sudden idea and directly used a purification array on her for a full, deep clean and proper like that. She finally looked the way the head maid of the eastern courtyard of the Song residence was supposed to look. At the same time, Ajin and Aga had already stabilized their cultivation. Next, it was time to figure out how to flex a little in front of the Kong family. But after breaking into heaven rank, Ajin suddenly told them that the soul power inside his body seemed to be connecting to something in the sky. That immediately caught Song Yongxiang's attention. The kid could actually sense the existence of the star web, which meant his talent in spiritual perception was seriously high. Later on, getting him a mech built to enhance perception-type weapons would definitely be worth it. Before Ajin could wonder any further, the old master answered first, saying that it was the heavenly Tao. He was probably worried that Song Yongxiang might blurt out the truth about the star web. Still, heavenly Tao really was the common name used across several continents, since most saint rank cultivators and a few heaven rank ones could sense it. With everything basically ready, Aga immediately proposed that he and Ajin should just go grab the Kong family's heaven rank expert and beat him up first. That was completely unnecessary. There was still no need to openly fall out with the Kong family. Song Yongxiang's original idea was simply to let the three of them show some muscle and intimidate the Kong family. If the matter could be resolved in a mild and low-key way, that would be best. After hearing that, Ajin quickly suggested that the three of them change into the gate guard uniforms of the Song residence's eastern courtyard, greet the Kong family as honored guests, and casually flex a little in the process. The moment Song Yongxiang saw how quickly the kid caught on, he knew Ajin had a bright future ahead. The old master also approved of the plan. The Song family had kept a low profile for more than 10 years. It really was time to show the outside world a little of what they could do. If nobody dares test it, how would they know who really has the longer reach? Meanwhile, over at the landing platform in the outer courtyard of the Song residence, that bootlicker Song Yunrui was already standing there with a group of people, eagerly waiting for his manipulative goddess to arrive. But right at that critical moment, 3 crisp footsteps suddenly echoed through the air behind them. The sound scared Song Yunrui and the others badly. And when they turned around, they discovered that those heaven rank experts were actually dressed in the uniforms of gate guards from the Song residence's eastern courtyard. Heaven rank gate guards personally coming out to receive guests. What kind of situation was this? Not long before that, the Kong family was still on the way to the banquet. Inside the flying vessel, that grandfather-granddaughter pair kept trampling one side while praising the other. They talked about Sun Xie like he was some once-in-an-age treasure, while tearing Song Yongxiang down like he was nothing more than a worthless weed. Even City Lord Kong felt they were going too far. Sun Xie was still only at black rank right now. With that level of strength, he would not even qualify to serve as a guard in the City Lord's manor. But the old man shot back that he had sensed a faint transcendent aura on Sun Xie, and that the boy might really become the host of the Star Soul General Seo Rin in the future. That statement really did shock City Lord Kong, but since he himself was only Earth rank, he still did not dare fully trust his father's judgment. Seeing the doubt on his face, Old Master Kong stated firmly that with his heaven rank spiritual senses, there was absolutely no way he could be mistaken. He had felt that same transcendent aura before on that person, so this could not be wrong. Even so, people could not make decisions based on feeling alone. As the Lord of Yanglan City, Kong fans still believed there was no need to completely fall out with the Song family tonight. If Sun Xie was lying to them, there would be no turning back. The moment she heard her father questioning brother Sun Xie, Kong Xingxin blew up on the spot. In her heart, brother Sun Xie would never deceive her. If anyone was lying, then it was Song Yongxiang, who used crooked tricks to pose as the host of the Star Soul General Zuo Si and fool everyone. At that point, Old Master Kong stepped in to stir things up as well. He said that if Song Yongxiang turned out to be the same worthless mess he used to be, then he would flip the table on the spot and cut ties without hesitation, which would also give him the perfect excuse to blow up. But if Song Yongxiang really was the host of the Star Soul General Zuo Si, then they would have Kong Xingxin keep stringing him along on the surface while they secretly nurtured Sun Xie and slowly moved against the Song family's assets from the shadows. The moment that plan was laid out, Kong fan agreed on the spot. In the end, the old fox had finally shown his real tail. Naturally, Kong Xingxin was not pleased to hear her grandfather say that. She kept quiet on the surface, but inwardly she had already decided that she was going to cause real trouble at the Song family banquet tonight. If Song Yongxiang had not known about their schemes, that would have been one thing. But now that he did know, there was no way he was going to let them run wild inside the Song family. Meanwhile, over at the Song residence landing platform, Song Yunrui was shocked the moment he saw the headmaid King Dai appear. King Dai calmly told young Master Yunrui that the three of them had come under Song Yongxiang's orders to receive the Kong family's honored guests. But anyone with eyes could tell they were not there to offer some warm welcome. Steward Song Shui then reminded young Master Yunrui to pay attention to the cultivation of those three. Since the Eastern Courtyard had sent them here, there was definitely a deeper purpose behind it. Song Shui also seemed to recognize Ejin and Aga from somewhere in the Song residence, and he suspected the two of them might belong to the secret force the old Marquis had been raising in the shadows. Song Yunrui had heard of the Song residence's shadow guards before, so he had already guessed that this was a real possibility. Still, he could not understand why the old Marquis would send shadow guards to receive honored guests. Just as he was still trying to work it out, the flying vessel carrying the Kong family landed on the platform, leaving him no chance to think further. And the moment he saw Kong Jingxin, he actually lowered his head on purpose and went forward with a fake, gentlemanly posture to greet her, nearly throwing the Song family's dignity straight into the trash. The truth was that the two of them had always been classmates in the Mecha Martial Academy Preparatory Division, but Kong Jingxin still acted as if she knew nothing and deliberately asked what relation Song Yunrui had to Song Yongxiang. Song Yunrui then put on a disdainful look and said that Song Yongxiang was just his cousin. He really had to put on that little act for no reason at all. As the daughter of a city lord, there was no way Kong Jingxin did not already know all this. Yet she still pretended to be all harmless and innocent, praising Song Yunrui for being such a fine and capable young master from a noble family. The moment his goddess praised him like that, Song Yunrui was practically floating. But in truth, Kong Jingxin had long since seen him for what he was, just another horny fool lusting after her body. At that point, her father Kong Fan also stepped forward to greet Song Yunrui and put on a fake smile, praising his handsome appearance and saying that he truly looked worthy of being the descendant of Song Bo, the Song family's business genius. After getting hit by that double blast of sugar-coated praise from the father and daughter, Song Yunrui had already forgotten his own last name. At this point, he was probably already daydreaming about marrying into the Kong family in the future. Even old Master Kong was getting tired of watching the little performance between the two of them and Song Yunrui. Had they not agreed they were coming here to tear things apart tonight? Why had it suddenly turned into an act? Still, the old man was no easy piece of work either. Seeing that nobody stepped forward to greet him first, he decided to use that excuse to release his heaven rank aura and shake the whole place. The moment he let that aura spread, both Song Yunrui and Song Shui found themselves struggling to withstand it, and the Kong father and daughter instantly understood what he was doing. Old Master Kong was clearly trying to use this chance to slap the Song family with an opening show of force. Too bad for him, today he was destined to kick a steel plate. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands, and Song Yongxiang had arranged not 4, but 6. In the blink of an eye, 3 more heaven rank auras appeared on the scene, and they instantly blew apart old Master Kong's aura that left the city lord and his daughter completely stunned. Those 3 people who had looked so ordinary just moments ago had actually overpowered the Kong family's only heaven rank expert. That was the last thing they had expected. Before they could recover, King Dai began introducing Ejin and Aga, saying that just like her, they were merely ordinary gate guards and maids from the eastern courtyard of the Song residence, and that they had only come under Song Yunxiang's orders to welcome the honored guests of the Kong family. Hearing that, old Master Kong was practically dumbfounded. He had never imagined that even the people guarding the gates of the Song residence would be heaven rank experts. This was completely different from the intelligence he had. So now the question was, should they still break off the marriage or not? Meanwhile, while King Dai and the others went to receive old Master Kong, Song Yongxiu had already learned from her mother that Song Yongxiang had earth spirit pills in his possession. Madam Ching was still furious, cursing that little smart aleck Yunqi for actually kneeling on the spot just for the sake of pills, throwing away all dignity. But Song Yongxiu had long since seen through all that. Those 2 siblings from the northern courtyard still felt off to her. Soon after, she told her mother what she had in mind. The mother and daughter planned to work together later and secure this big deal for themselves. The only problem was that medicine-related business had always been handled by concubine Zhao, and Madame Cheng had never been entirely happy about that. So if they really wanted to move on this deal, Song Yongxiu and her mother would have to plan carefully first. Just then, the side hall doors opened, and Song Yongxiang, the old master, and Uncle Song Mu walked out together. The moment Song Yongxiang saw Song Yunjin and Yunqi standing by the door, he understood at once. Both of them were earth-rank cultivators, so they had most likely sensed the breakthrough fluctuations from inside the side hall. Sure enough, the second Song Yongxiang came out. Yunqi rushed right up to him and volunteered to be his personal test subject for pills, all while acting extremely respectful. But the strangest change of all was Song Yongxiu. She actually took the initiative to invite Song Yongxiang to sit in her father's seat. It seemed she had also heard about what had happened in the side hall. Not long after Song Yongxiang sat down, the gate guards came to report that the Kong family's flying vessel had landed, and that young Master Yunrui, together with the Eastern Courtyard people, were already receiving them. To make sure the Kong family had an unforgettable banquet tonight, the old Marquis had even prepared a special gift for them. Now all that remained was to see whether the Kong family would like the display that the Song residents had arranged. And if it was not enough, there was always room to add a little more. At the outer courtyard landing platform, the Song residents' people were already lined up and waiting to receive the Kong family party. Kong Xingxin, whose cultivation was too low to understand what had just happened, still walked lightly toward the banquet hall, completely unaware. But the city lord was in a very different state. That clash of heaven-rank auras had completely shaken his confidence. At this point, forget continuing forward. He probably did not even have the nerve to turn back and retreat to the flying vessel. Old Master Kong was wavering now as well. In front of him stood 3 heaven-rank experts from the Song family, who were all absurdly young, and all 3 of them were still dressed like servants. The only conclusion he could come to was that the Song residents must be using some crooked trick to fool him. Otherwise, how could such young heaven-rank cultivators possibly exist and still be willing to serve as subordinates in the Song family? Convinced that he had seen through the truth, he called Kong Fan to come with him and kept walking inside. He wanted to see with his own eyes what kind of trick the Song family was playing. But when they reached a corner, Old Master Kong suddenly grabbed Kong Fan and began whispering something to him. Right after that, Old Master Kong took out a gentleman's sword star, Soul General Talisman, and handed it to Kong Fan, telling him that if things went south later, he was to grab his granddaughter and run immediately. The moment Kong Fan took the talisman, he started worrying and asked his father what he was supposed to do if he gave the talisman away. But just as Old Master Kong said he still had a spare, a figure suddenly appeared near the pavilion in the distance. The one who showed up was none other than Xia Bijie, the Eastern Courtyard's driver. If someone surnamed Kong really dared to cause trouble in the Song family, then they had better first ask whether one of the former 6 heroes of the Black Armor would allow it. The instant Xia Bijie's aura locked onto him, Old Master Kong's right leg went weak on the spot, and he dropped straight to one knee. By the time he barely recovered, Xia Bijie had already vanished without a trace. The only thing left behind was the cigarette butt he had been smoking. At that point, Old Master Kong could only let Kong Fan help him back up. Xia Bijie's move had not done much actual damage, but the humiliation was absolutely brutal. After that little episode, the Kong family could only keep moving toward the banquet hall at a much slower pace. But after being struck like that, Old Master Kong's entire aura had visibly withered. He truly had not expected that. Beyond those 3 young heaven-rank experts, the Song family was still hiding even stronger monsters in the dark. And while he was still thinking about all of this, he suddenly felt another unfamiliar, yet powerful aura lock onto him again, forcing him to turn and look in that direction. The sight nearly scared the life out of him. From the shadows at the alley entrance, the figure of a man sitting in a wheelchair slowly emerged. If old Xia had already come out to play, then old Ma was naturally not about to stay hidden. The Song family's anger was not something that could be settled so easily. This time, Old Ma locked directly onto Old Master Kong's heart. If the man dared to covet the Song family's assets, then he could consider his heart fair game. The shock of that second hit was too much. The aging Old Master Kong coughed up blood on the spot. After Kong Fan helped him back to his feet, he turned to look toward the alley once more, only to find that Old Ma had already disappeared like a ghost. In truth, King Dai had been able to vaguely sense both of those incidents just now. She had already noticed something while still back in the Eastern Courtyard, but she had not expected the 2 of them to really make a move today. And on the distant tower, Song Mu had also quietly appeared behind them. The old Marquise's order had originally only been for them to intimidate the Kong family without making it obvious, but judging from the results, those 2 had been a little too heavy-handed. Old Ma, however, did not care in the slightest. In his words, the fact that he had not crushed their balls on the spot was already him showing enough respect to the court. At the same time, Old Master Kong was furious. The Song family had secretly hidden this many experts, and once he got back, he was determined to report to the court that the Song family was harboring rebellious intent and even try to pin a charge of treason on them. But in the very next moment, he nearly broke down. If the Song family was willing to show this much power tonight, did that mean they had no intention of letting the Kong family leave alive? Was the Kong family really about to be finished here today? After being bullied in turn by old Xia and old Ma, Old Master Kong could barely even walk properly now. That was what he got for becoming arrogant the moment he broke into heaven rank. Tonight's Hongmin banquet at the Song residence was not somewhere just anyone could walk out of safely. He probably knew he could not just sit there and wait for death, so he quietly took out the 3-star strength pill from the pouch in his sleeve, the same one Song Yongxiang had once provided for the Hong Clan Merchant Guild to sell. After learning that the Song residence had this many hidden experts, he no longer believed he could get his son and granddaughter out alive with him, so the only thing he could do now was swallow the pill himself first, then construct a mech and flee through the air to save his own life. But just as he was about to swallow it, Song-mu flashed behind him in a single step and instantly released mid-stage heaven rank pressure, locking him in place so hard that the pill slipped straight from Old Master Kong's hand and fell to the ground. That truly scared Old Master Kong out of his wits, because the strength Song-mu had just shown was even greater than that of Old Shia and Old Ma. Since entering the Song residence, he had already encountered 6 people who were either at his level or even stronger. It was easy to imagine just how badly his mental state had collapsed by now. Meanwhile, King Dai, who was leading the way, had already entered the banquet hall and announced that the honored guest from the Kong family had arrived. Hearing that, Old Master Song Jingsong actually put on a serious face and said they should hurry up and bring out the Sona players to welcome the Kong family guests. The moment King Dai heard that order, she was completely dumbfounded. Playing Sona at a family banquet? Was this supposed to be dinner, or had it suddenly turned into a funeral send-off? Fortunately, the old master quickly added that he was joking. Otherwise, with the efficiency of the shadow guards, some mountain outside the city might already have gained a few fresh pits. After that, Kong Xingxin entered the banquet hall first as the Kong family's vanguard, stepping in ahead of the others and greeting all the elders. Close behind her came her father, Kong Fan, who bowed respectfully to the old master and then offered his greetings to the ladies of the Song family present. No matter what, the Kong family still belonged to the court now, so at least on the surface, the Song residents could not afford to be careless with etiquette. After both sides exchanged greetings, the old Marquis asked why Old Master Kong had not come in with them. At that moment, Old Master Kong, still outside and shaken badly by everything that had happened, had finally managed to recover a little and was preparing to walk quickly into the banquet hall to meet the old Marquis. Seeing his father acting so strangely, Kong Fan immediately suspected that, with his heaven-rank spiritual senses, his father must have noticed something unusual hidden within the Song residence. While Kong Fan was still lost in thought, Old Master Kong had already stepped into the banquet hall with both feet. The moment he came in, the old Marquis immediately locked onto him with peak heaven rank pressure. The instant that pressure fell on him, Old Master Kong froze in place. An early stage heaven rank being targeted by a peak heaven rank might as well be one step away from instant death, so he did not dare make a single unnecessary move. But at that exact moment, his useless legs knocked into each other, and with a loud thud, Old Master Kong actually dropped right at the entrance of the banquet hall, like he was bowing everyone a New Year greeting. Seeing that, even Kong Xingxin was stunned. From the outer courtyard all the way here, her grandfather had already embarrassed himself several times. If he kept going like this, how was he supposed to wrestle with the Song family later? Song Yangxiang naturally took the chance to tease them. The Kong family may have arrived a little late, but for Old Master Kong to punish himself like this was really unnecessary. The moment he said that, the entire third generation of the Song family burst into laughter. To ease the humiliation, Old Master Kong could only force himself to say that he had simply been too excited to see the old Marquis and accidentally tripped. Seeing that, the old Marquis's anger faded by half, and he even gave Song Yangxiang a thumbs up. In truth, the old man had tripped because Song Yangxiang had already set a formation at the entrance as thin as a thread. Song Yangxiang shot the old Marquis a look in return. The old man had made a move too just now, so there was no way Song Yangxiang was carrying all the blame alone. The warning had already been delivered, and the Kong family probably would not dare stir up trouble tonight. So Song Yangxiang immediately gave the order for the maids to begin serving dishes and pouring wine. After being played with like that in secret, the two leading figures of the Kong family now looked like they were sitting on needles. But Kong Xingxin, that manipulative schemer, clearly did not see it that way. Had they not agreed they were coming tonight to break off the engagement forcefully? So why were the two elders of her family now sitting there obediently and eating? She had no intention of letting the plan collapse like this. So as soon as the dishes were served, she stood up at once, ready to state the true purpose of their visit. But before she could finish a sentence, her grandfather barked at her to shut up. Old Master Kong had no desire at all to die here tonight. Sensing that things were off, Kong Fan also hurried to tell his daughter to listen to her grandfather first, sit down, eat, and wait to see how things developed. After finally controlling his granddaughter, the Kong family immediately apologized to the old Marquis and asked him not to take offense. After that, nobody at the table dared mention the broken engagement again, and the atmosphere instead became strangely harmonious. But in Kong Xingxin's heart, she had no intention of letting it end there. She and Sun Xia had already crossed the line, so this engagement had to be broken no matter what. Since she could not speak openly now, she decided to shift her attention onto that bootlicker Song Yunrui. Just then, the communicator on Song Yangxiang's hand suddenly lit up with an incoming call. After briefly informing everyone, Song Yangxiang got up, went to the side hall, and answered it. The call was from shopkeeper Hong of the Hong Clan Merchant Guild. There had been progress on the ingredients Song Yangxiang asked them to source. Out of the 4 medicines, They could currently secure 3. The problem was the main ingredient called the boundless flower. It was extremely rare on the market, and the only lead they had was that the Mai clan in Sand Sculpture City of the Lower Domain Nation had one. Without it, the medicine needed for third great uncle could not be made. While Song Yongxiang was on the call, Kong Xingxin also took the chance to go chat with Song Yunrui. The moment she opened her mouth, she started praising Song Yunrui as the most outstanding young man she had ever met, then used the old Marquis's favoritism towards Song Yongxiang to stir things up between them. While they were talking, Old Master Kong was busy raising a toast to the old Marquis. After everything that had happened tonight, the only thing on his mind now was that Kong Xingxin had better not make any more trouble. He still wanted to enjoy a few more years of life. Meanwhile, Song Yongxiang stayed focused on the call in the side hall. Based on the information shopkeeper Hong gave him, it looked like he really needed to make a trip to Sand Sculpture City in the Lower Domain Nation himself. That place sat on the eastern border of the Lower Domain Nation and was surrounded by the Death Desert. It was an important military stronghold used to defend against ferocious beasts and suppress the demonkin. As the Lower Domain Nation rapidly expanded into the Eastern Desert in recent years, more and more people had gathered there. The city had existed for less than a century, yet it had already undergone several expansions, and within its towering walls, 4 major districts had gradually taken shape. The powerful families lived in the heavily protected inner district, enjoying decadent and luxurious lives. The Western District housed over 90% of Sand Sculpture City's military power, so it was also known as the city's strongest defensive zone. The Middle District, built around the Inner District, served as the city's commercial center, where almost every kind of service and entertainment could be found. As for the Outermost District, it was home to the poor, the servants, and the fallen drifters, which was why most people simply called it the slums. The Mai clan, which held that boundless flower, was based in Sand Sculpture City's Western District. They belonged to the expansionist faction of the Mulu clan in the Lower Domain Nation, and controlled more than 60% of the Western District's military forces. If it had been the neutral faction or the moderate faction instead, the Hong Clan Merchant Guild might still have had some room to negotiate. But the expansionists had always been hostile toward Tiandu Nation merchants, which made this much harder. Aside from the boundless flower, the rest of the ingredients could probably be delivered to the Song residents in about 10 days. However, the Samoan clan, which controlled those ingredients, did not accept money. They only wanted to trade for ferocious beast materials. Hearing that, Song Yongxiang was annoyed. Those people really knew how to calculate things in their own favor. Still, this worked out in a way. Song Yongxiang already needed real combat to stabilize his Earth rank cultivation, and he also needed to search the Death Desert for the Star-Lord's secret realm, so he could personally gather the beast materials himself. Hearing that, shopkeeper Hong was finally relieved. Even so, he still reminded Song Yongxiang that the Mai clan of Sand Sculpture City was powerful, and he should not do anything too risky. Once shopkeeper Hong said that, Song Yongxiang suddenly thought of 2 key people. With luck, those 2 might actually be able to help on this trip. At the same time, Song Yongxiu finally could not stand it anymore. Watching the 2 of them gossip so openly about the Song residents, she stepped in to shut it down. She already knew Kong Xingxin had bad intentions, so she warned her directly not to stir up trouble inside the Song residence, or the consequences would be ugly. The moment she heard that warning, Kong Xingxin instantly switched back to her fake innocent act and said she truly admired Song Yongxiu's cousin and that everything she had said before was meant as praise. But Song Yongxiu had already seen right through her. She knew this woman was trying to use her idiot brother as a weapon, so she bluntly warned her back. Unless she wanted to see a young woman's corpse making the news tomorrow, she had better stop doing stupid things. After hearing that, Kong Xingxin dropped the innocent act altogether. She flatly said that with a single word from her, she could get Yong'an City's tax office to help Song Yongxiu handle the Song family's investment business. She was clearly picking a fight. And yet that blockhead actually turned around and told Song Yongxiu that Kong Xingxin could definitely help their family business. That stupid line nearly made Song Yongxiu pass out on the spot. It was not just Song Yongxiu. Even Song Yunjin and Song Yunhee at the next table were left speechless. Nobody with a brain should have said something that traitorous. While they were all busy watching each other make fools of themselves, Song Yongxiang had already finished his call and walked back out from the side hall. The moment she saw him return, Kong Xingxin unexpectedly took the initiative to greet him. The second Song Yongxiang saw that look on her face, he knew something was off. He just did not know what exactly she had been up to a moment ago. Even the 2 Kong elders found it strange. Had their granddaughter not always hated Song Yongxiang? Why was she suddenly acting so warm today? All they could do was hope she was not pulling some new trick. To play along with her act, Song Yongxiang deliberately went with it and chatted with her as if the 2 of them were getting along extremely well. But Song Yunrui, who had just been flattered into the clouds by Kong Xingxin, could no longer stand it. In his mind, Song Yongxiang was still the same shameless playboy from back then. After a few provoking words from Kong Xingxin, he finally snapped. Tonight, he absolutely wanted Song Yongxiang to embarrass himself in front of his goddess. So this peak black rank brat actually challenged Song Yongxiang in public and declared that they should decide who would marry Kong Jingxin through a duel between Star Soul generals. He had barely finished speaking when Song Yunqi sent him flying with a kick that even stunned Song Yongxiang for a moment. He really had not expected the one to step in would be Song Yunqi. It looked like the kid was truly going all in for those Earth Spirit pills. Seeing Song Yunqi actually stand on his side this time, Song Yongxiang was a little surprised himself. It was rare for the kid to act properly for once. Maybe this mess really could be left for him to handle later. Song Yunrui knew perfectly well that he was no match for Song Yongqiu, but under Kong Jingxin's constant baiting, he still could not hold back. Today, he absolutely had to make Song Yongxiang lose face. So in the next moment, he turned to Song Yongxiang again and suggested that since they had not seen each other in a while, they should use a Star Soul General spar to add some entertainment to the banquet tonight. He then shamelessly added that he remembered Song Yongxiang only being at early stage yellow rank when he left last year, and that after spending a year at the Mecha Martial Academy, he surely must have improved. But he assured Song Yongxiang that he would suppress his cultivation to match his level and would not take advantage of him. After hearing that, everyone in the Song family was left speechless. They honestly had no idea what could possibly save this fool anymore. Seeing that Song Yunqi was about to charge forward and hit him again, Song Yongxiang quickly stepped in to stop him and personally accepted Song Yunrui's challenge. The moment Song Yongxiang accepted the challenge, Madam Ching immediately tried to step forward and stop it. But Song Yongxiu held her back and explained that this was actually the perfect chance to see Song Yongxiang's real strength for themselves. Besides, they were all family, so nobody would go too far. And if Song Yunrui was not taught a lesson now, he would definitely keep getting played by that scheming woman. Seeing that no one else was stopping him, Song Yunrui immediately told steward Song Shui to arrange the training ground for the duel. The second money got mentioned, the old marquis cut in on the spot and righteously declared that there was no need for such an expensive setup for a mere spar between juniors, and that the open ground outside the banquet hall would be enough. Then he turned to Old Master Kong and suggested that since the juniors were putting on a little show for the banquet, the elders should also contribute something. And after saying that, he shamelessly piled on, suggesting that since Brother Kong had come a long way as a guest, his side should provide something for the winner as a prize. Hearing that, Old Master Kong nearly choked on his own anger. Inwardly, he was cursing, wondering if these people even remembered that the Kong family were supposed to be the guests. Since when did guests pay for the entertainment? But at this point, he was already riding a tiger and could not get off. He was the one who had led the charge to the Song family to break off the engagement after all. So the only thing he could do was bring out the revitalization pill he had worked so hard to acquire at auction from the Hong Clan Merchant Guild and offer it up. Kong Fan was stunned the moment he saw his father actually take it out, blurting out that it was a life-saving pill meant for desperate moments. But Old Master Kong knew very well that if he did not bleed properly tonight, one pill alone would never be enough to guarantee his family walked out safely. As for that disobedient granddaughter of his, he could only settle accounts with her later. Song Yongxiu, of course, saw the revitalization pill in Old Master Kong's hand too. But what she could not understand was why the rest of the Song family seemed almost unmoved by such a treasure. The whole scene felt wrong, but the fool Song Yunrui noticed none of that. He excitedly cupped his hands and thanked Old Master Kong for his generosity. At least he had not wasted all his time reading. He knew exactly what the revitalization pill could do. As long as someone had not fully breathed their last, it could drag them back from death's door. On a battlefield, that was basically half an extra life. In his eyes, this was the deal of a lifetime. He could win the girl and the treasure at the same time, and he was so excited he was practically drooling. He had already started planning to present the pill to his father in Kong Jingxin's name afterward, then have his father beg the old master to switch the engagement over to him instead. If that happened, he could marry his goddess properly, have children with her, and live happily ever after. Just imagining it was enough to make him thrilled out of his mind. Meanwhile, Kong Jingxin had already noticed that the look in her grandfather's eyes carried a faint killing intent. Clearly, making him pay this price had already made him furious. Still, Song Yunrui was stupid enough to be useful. After the duel was over, she could always find a way to trick the pill back out of him. After finishing his fantasies, Song Yunrui strode toward the open ground full of confidence, convinced that both the manipulative goddess and the pill were already his. To make sure everyone could watch the fight, the old marquis ordered the maids to turn on a holographic projection inside the banquet hall. That way no one had to stampede outside just to watch in person. As for Song Yunrui's challenge, Song Yongxiang only had one thought. Today he was walking in with his hands in his pockets, and honestly did not know who here could even count as an opponent. If he had not wanted to treat this as a bit of post-dinner exercise, he could have just handed the whole thing off to Yunchu. The moment Song Yongxiang struck that pose, Song Yunrui immediately pulled out his Star Soul General talisman and started yelling again, still insisting that Song Yongxiang was not worthy of his goddess. By now, Song Yongxiang was so tired of hearing that kind of nonsense that his ears were about to grow calluses. He did not even remember Song Yunrui talking this much in the previous life. Seeing that Song Yongxiang still had not responded, Song Yunrui immediately constructed his Wei Yuan mech and summoned weapons into both hands. Then, when he saw that Song Yongxiang still had not constructed anything, he decided Song Yongxiang was stalling for time. After all, he still remembered that back when Song Yongxiang's soul veins were damaged, he could only maintain a star soul construct for 3 minutes. That was one thing Song Yongxiang absolutely could not let slide. Say anything else if you want, but calling him a 3-minute man was crossing the line. To keep the house from getting wrecked, he immediately flicked out 4 isolation array talismans behind him. The moment Song Yunrui saw that setup, he actually thought Song Yongxiang was preparing to use some underhanded trick against him. Song Yongxiang could barely even be bothered to mock him. How brainless could this guy get? Against someone like him, there was no need for tricks at all. At this point, Song Yongxiang only hoped the fool would not wet himself from fear in a moment. It was only after Song Yongxiang constructed Lu Bu's soul armor that Song Yunrui finally came to his senses. And once he probed with his aura, he immediately realized Song Yongxiang's cultivation had already surpassed his own. But before he could fully react, Song Yongxiang had already unleashed a falling moon slash and taken off one of his arms. For a disobedient cousin like this, only a hard lesson would work. Otherwise, when the beast tide truly came, how could he ever submit to Song Yongxiang? Song Yongxiang had no intention of watching family die again. Having been defeated in a single move, Song Yunrui was completely shattered. He could not believe Song Yongxiang had cut him down in one strike, and he even began to suspect that the man in front of him was some imposter. But of course, that was impossible. The only reason for all of this was simple. Song Yongxiang had truly returned. Meanwhile, 100 kilometers outside Sand Sculpture City in the Lower Domain Nation, a caravan was slowly making its way toward the city. They were traveling by camel. It was slower, but it was also less likely to attract the attention of the ferocious beasts lurking in the southern wasteland desert. But at that moment, a young man in the caravan suddenly told the leader that there was something strange in the sky. The leader looked up as well, and that thing was none other than the god-rank Kunping Song Yongxiang had encountered on his journey home. Was it really heading for Sand Sculpture City? That could not happen yet. The medicine for third great uncle had not even been collected. Back at the Song residence, the people in the banquet hall were all stunned speechless after seeing Song Yongxiang defeat Song Yunrui in a single move. At that point, City Lord Kong finally confirmed it for himself. Song Yongxiang was no longer the cripple with damaged soul veins from back then. The message sent earlier by the Grand Eunuch from the court had been absolutely correct. As for Old Master Kong, because he had spent the last 5 years in secluded cultivation, he was still unclear on many things happening outside. So for the moment, he still could not be certain whether what Song Yongxiang was wielding was truly the Star Soul General Zuosi himself. But Kong Fan quickly told him about the rumor that had been spreading across Nanzhou lately, that the Star Soul General Zuosi possessed the ability to take on the appearance of other Star Soul Generals. The moment he heard that, Old Master Kong was genuinely rattled. In his understanding, an ability like that was practically close to invincible, and the conversation on the Kong family side was also overheard by Madame Cheng and the others from the Song residence. So Madame Cheng immediately took the lead and asked the old Marquis whether that rumor was actually true. Faced with the family's mix of hope and unease, the old Marquis looked happier than ever. Then, with a deliberately mysterious tone, he asked everyone in the banquet hall whether they had heard about the Beast Tide battle in Yuanding City. The moment she heard that, Song Yongxiu immediately remembered the news reports. Back then, a red-armored Star Soul General had supposedly descended like a divine soldier and turned the entire battle around. Song Shi had also heard something similar during meetings at the academy. She only knew that Zuosi's current host was a first-year student, but the exact name and class had never been made public. Seeing that everyone had already guessed most of it, the old Marquis stopped hiding it and admitted it openly. With clear pride, he declared that the person in question was none other than his own grandson, Song Yongxiang. Up until now, the Star Observatory had hidden Song Yongxiang's identity for the sake of the host's safety. But since the family now knew the truth, it was no longer a big issue. Becoming the host of a Star Soul General meant that his future path of cultivation could potentially go all the way to Saint Rank. To First Uncle's branch, that news was obviously enormous. From now on, First Uncle's voice in both the military and the court would carry far more weight. Madame Cheng was secretly delighted as well. If the Song family could rise again because of this, then her own standing within her maiden family would naturally rise too. For the sake of her son and daughter, she would have to fight for their proper share of the family future. But once she thought of it again, she felt uneasy. After all, she had not exactly treated Song Yongxiang especially well over the years. At this point, All she could do was swallow her pride and hope that he would show some mercy in the future. As for old Master Kong, the biggest loser of the night, he immediately stood up and offered his congratulations to the old Marquis on having such an outstanding grandson. Then he forced a smile and added that he had always felt Song Yongxiang was blessed with extraordinary luck and talent, that the Song family was fortunate to have someone like him, and that the Kong family would be even more honored to have such a future son-in-law. Hearing her grandfather say that, Kong Xingxian was completely dumbfounded. Was this really the same grandfather who had been shouting this morning about coming to the Song family to cause trouble? But with the situation already like this, Kong Xingxian could only force herself to offer a few polite words of praise. In her heart, though, she still firmly believed that Brother Sun Xie was stronger than Song Yongxiang. The old Marquis naturally understood the Kong family's shameless attempt to save face, so he smiled and answered that this was a blessing earned by the Song family's ancestors, while whether it would be a blessing or disaster for the Kong family was another matter entirely. Just as the atmosphere was turning awkward, little Aunt Song Shi suddenly noticed that, on the screen, Song Yunrui had actually gotten back up and was preparing to counterattack. Even after losing an arm to Song Yongxiang in a single move, he still refused to admit the gap between them. He was even convinced that Song Yongxiang had used some kind of trick to fool everyone. Then he operated his mech and launched a move called Armor Sever Reconstruction, determined to crush Song Yongxiang's so-called cheap tricks once and for all. To be fair, that move really did count as a high-level combat technique. This kind of reconstruction required both highly complex calculations and extremely precise construction control. If it failed, the soul power wasted would not even be worth it compared to simply rebuilding the whole machine. The fact that Song Yunrui had mastered a technique like this at least proved he was not completely useless. He did have some real skill. Since that was the case, Song Yongxiang could not be bothered holding back anymore. He might as well test Song Yunrui properly while staying at the same cultivation level. Before Song Yunrui could even react, Song Yongxiang had already lowered both his cultivation and his mech to peak black rank and switched into the standard Weiyuan Academy unit used at Nanzhou Mecha Martial Academy. But that move only made Song Yunrui more convinced that Song Yongxiang was playing tricks, because at that moment, Song Yongxiang's aura really did feel identical to his own. The idiot charged straight at him without hesitation, and even convinced himself that the Earth rank aura from earlier had just been some cheap illusion. Facing Song Yunrui at full power, Song Yongxiang simply moved with calm precision, dodging every attack with ease. Still, to be fair, the kid's tactics and combat techniques did have some real level to them. Unfortunately for him, the opponent he met tonight was Song Yongxiang. Watching from afar, Old Ma and Old Xia both caught a hint that something was off. Old Xia recognized it at a glance. The movement technique Song Yongxiang was using was clearly one of the Black Armor Guard's exclusive footwork arts. Old Ma was just as puzzled, because as far as he knew, no one in the Song residence besides the two of them should have known it. So the two quickly guessed that maybe that little girl had contacted Song Yongxiang in secret at some point. As for Song Yongxiang, he had already grown bored of this match. It was time to end it. The best way to beat someone was to crush them using the same kind of move they relied on. Otherwise, a guy like Song Yunrui would just keep refusing to accept it. To his credit, Song Yunrui was not completely stupid. The moment he saw Song Yongxiang leap into the air, he crossed both swords in front of him and prepared to block, but he was still too naive. Song Yongxiang had only copied his style to lower his guard, then used a sudden stop in his movement technique to slip instantly around to his back. Then came a brutal kick. That kind of timing and instinct, forged through years of real combat, was not something a rookie like Song Yunrui could ever have predicted. After being kicked flat to the ground, Song Yunrui immediately started shouting that Song Yongxiang had used dirty tricks to toy with him. But on a real battlefield, nobody was going to stop and argue fairness with him. In response, Song Yongxiang directly showed his disgust. This useless, furious tantrum Song Yunrui was throwing was nothing but an embarrassment to the Song family. Still, this also happened to be a good chance to test him a little further. So Song Yongxiang deliberately provoked him, saying that he should stop wasting time on paper theories and flashy moves that looked good but did nothing. Or else it was no wonder. Second uncle never thought much of him. Compared to that bastard, Song Yunrui was far too lacking. The moment he heard the words "that bastard," Song Yunrui stiffened inside his mech. He instantly panicked. How did Song Yongxiang know that person existed? Could it be that his sister's suspicions had all been right? Watching from outside, his older cousin also fell into thought. She could tell Song Yongxiang's combat experience was incredibly seasoned, which made her even more curious about what exactly he had gone through over the past year. King Dai, who was also watching from outside, showed unmistakable admiration. The young master she now served had already become a completely different person from before, but when she snapped back to attention, she suddenly realized that Uncle Song Mu, who had been standing behind her all this time, had vanished. In truth, Song Mu had not gone far. He had simply used a single-step movement art to appear beside another cluster of onlookers not far away. The moment he appeared, Old Ma started complaining at once, telling him to stop acting like a ghost and always appearing behind people without warning. Song Mu did not even bother responding to that complaint. Instead, he sternly demanded to know when Old Ma and Old Xia had taught young Master Yang Xiang the black armor guard movement technique. Seeing how serious he was, Old Ma immediately denied it. He and Old Shai had spent all these years hiding their names and living quietly because they feared that person above might suspect the Song family still had ties to the black armor guard. After that, Old Ma voiced the conclusion he and Old Xia had come to. This matter might be connected to Dalan, the current commander of the Black Armor Guard. But Uncle Song Mu felt that did not make much sense. Over the years, Commander Dai had poured an enormous amount of effort, both openly and in secret, into rebuilding the Black Armor Guard. If something like this came to light, the consequences would be serious. Old Xia, on the other hand, told them to stop overthinking it. It was only a movement technique, not some absolute state secret. As the son of Third Master, it was not strange at all for young Master Yang Xiang to know a couple of his father's self-created combat arts. At the same time, Song Yangxiang was still probing Song Yunrui for information about the so-called Song family bastard. The moment Song Yunrui heard the word bastard, he visibly froze. He kept denying that he knew anything, but in truth, it seemed he and his sister Song Yangxiu already had some answer in mind. Even so, judging from his reaction, Song Yangxiang still could not tell how much he really knew. If they were talking about a traitor and an illegitimate child, then the most suspicious person was still second Uncle Song Bo, that notorious womanizer. Just as Song Yangxiang was about to press him further, Song Yunrui suddenly burst forward and charged at him. That actually surprised Song Yangxiang a little. The kid's speed and explosive power were both decent. If someone really helped raise his cultivation, he might actually become useful. Seeing Song Yangxiang standing still, Song Yunrui immediately leapt into the air and condensed two war blades, sweeping them out in a crossing arc. Then he drove them straight down toward the vital point of Song Yangxiang's mech. Fortunately, what he struck was only an afterimage made of soul power. Otherwise, that blow really could have ended the fight on the spot. Song Yangxiang was starting to get annoyed. The brat really did not know his place. He had been given a chance, and instead of taking it, he went straight for a killing move. If Song Yangxiang had not just dodged with 7 steps upon the stars, he might actually have been hurt. When it came time to answer questions, the kid refused to talk properly. But once they started fighting, every move he made went straight for the kill. Since that was the case, Song Yangxiang could only teach second uncle's son a proper lesson on his behalf. What Song Yangxiang did not know was that the moment he used 7 steps upon the stars, the old men watching from outside were completely stunned. The floating movement technique he used before could still barely be explained away. But once 7 steps upon the stars appeared, it became much harder to explain. Because of that, Old Xia immediately suggested that Uncle Song Mu contact Commander D, and Song Mu at once went to consult the old Marquis about what to do next. At the same time, everyone in the banquet hall was also shocked by Song Yangxiang's movement art. He had not even reached heaven rank, yet he could already borrow force in midair. That alone was enough to stun the whole room. Yong'an City Lord Kong Fan was also deeply shaken, because in Song Yangxiang he suddenly saw a trace of Song Lang from back in the day. Old Master Kong, meanwhile, recognized the movement art as one belonging to the Black Armor Guard, and that immediately made him suspect that Song Yangxiang might have some connection to Commander Dai. That only made him more afraid that he might not leave the Song residence alive tonight. Yet even now, what his foolish granddaughter cared about most was how to get the pill back. She clearly had not expected Song Yangxiang to have become this formidable. So now, the only hope she could cling to was that Brother Sun Xia would later bring the White Dragon Gang to help her snatch her grandfather's pill back, and maybe teach Song Yangxiang a lesson while he was at it. While everyone was still focused on the Black Armor Guard movement technique, Song Yangxiang seized the chance and once again pressed Song Yunrui about the Song family bastard. But Song Yunrui's mouth was as stubborn as ever. He even blurted out that Song Yangxiang himself was the bastard. In that case, Song Yangxiang was going to find out today whether Song Yunrui's mouth was harder or his fists were. And while he was at it, he was going to teach everyone present one simple truth. In real life, even arrogance needs strength to back it up. With a single palm strike from Song Yangxiang, Song Yunrui's mech was blasted so hard that the Star Soul construct collapsed on the spot. Song Yunrui himself was sent flying by the shockwave, slammed to the edge of the field, then bounced and crashed back onto the ground. Luckily, he had cultivation protecting him. If it had been an ordinary person, they would have died on the spot. Looking at Song Yunrui sprawled on the ground, Song Yangxiang showed no brotherly softness and stepped right onto him. This question was tied to the Song family's future. So he decided to give Song Yunrui one last chance to think carefully and speak honestly. Meanwhile, far outside Sand Sculpture City in the Lower Domain Nation, the caravan leader from earlier and the young man under him had somehow survived right beneath the nose of the god-rank beast. Before hiding deeper in the desert, the two of them had seen that god-rank creature spit out a pile of something nearby before it left. When they finally climbed down into that crater, they found a mass of mysterious red crystals inside. And within those crystals, there seemed to be a person sealed inside. Were these remains shed by a god-rank being, or something even stranger? Back at the Song residence, Song Yunrui, pinned under Song Yongxiang's foot, was naturally still unconvinced. What he could not understand was why Song Yongxiang cared so much about information on that bastard. He clearly felt he needed to go back and discuss it with his sister first. From the look in his eyes, Song Yongxiang could tell he was still hiding the truth. Since he refused to talk now, the only option was to let the shadow guards keep investigating. In the end, they were still family. Song Yunrui might be no match for him, but humiliating him too far would only make things harder down the line. So Song Yongxiang withdrew the isolation arrays around them. There was no longer any reason to keep the match going. Everyone in the banquet hall was stunned that Song Yongxiang had won so easily. The strength he had just shown was on a completely different level from the Song Yongxiang they remembered. The old Marquis was secretly delighted as well. After this fight, no one in the Song family would likely dare look down on Song Yongxiang again. At the same time, Uncle Song Mu used a flash step and returned to stand behind the headmaid King Dai. The moment she saw him, King Dai reported that a maid had been sneaking around in the tree opposite them, secretly watching the entire match. Song Mu immediately identified her as the probationary maid who had been transferred in from the outer courtyard. Even so, he told King Dai not to alert her yet. He guessed that young Master Yongxiang had already made arrangements on his side. And sure enough, that probationary maid really had been hiding in the trees outside the central courtyard, watching the entire fight. She had also written everything she observed about Song Yongxiang into a report journal meant for Milan Nation. What she did not know was how many of her own people that information would end up killing later. And farther away, hidden in a tower, was little Zissou, whom Song Yongxiang had stationed there the whole time. Ever since receiving Song Yongxiang's order that morning, Zissou had been secretly tailing that probationary maid. The only problem was that the information the maid recorded was pretty ridiculous. It was not that there were no main points at all, but very little of it was actually useful. The moment the match ended, the old Marquis immediately took Old Master Kong's 3-star revitalization pill and gave him no chance to back out. Then the shameless old fox grinned and asked Old Master Kong whether the match had been entertaining and whether the prize had been worth it. Old Master Kong was already stuck deep in the mud and had no room to say otherwise, so he could only bitterly praise Song Yongxiang's strength and then add that Song Yongxiang and his granddaughter were truly a perfect match. Good thing Song Yongxiang had returned in time, because he wanted no part of that nonsense. He was definitely not suited for that precious two-faced girl from the Kong family. The moment Song Yongxiang returned, Kong Xingxin also put on a fake smile and praised him a few times. But inside, she was furious. At this point, the Kong family's lost face and lost pill would probably have to be recovered by that good brother she kept under her skirt. Holding the 3-star revitalization pill in his hand, the old Marquis smiled and told him that he probably wouldn't be needing it anymore, so he would just keep the gift for him. Song Yongxiang naturally had no interest in a pill of that level. Taking low-grade pills like that always left behind pill toxins in the body. Besides, it was not as if he lacked better ones. That was the moment Old Master Kong was truly shaken. He had spent a fortune to get a single low-grade revitalization pill, yet Song Yongxiang casually produced an entire bottle of top-grade ones. To him, that was even more frightening than Song Yongxiang's strength. The moment that bottle appeared, every woman present was stunned. Right after that, their eyes all turned toward the old Marquis. After all, who would not want a top-grade revitalization pill that could restore some lost youth? At the same time, an ordinary maid entered the banquet hall and said she had something to report to the chief steward. Earlier, the old Marquis had ordered the servants to help search for the pill Old Master Kong had accidentally dropped, and it just so happened that this maid had found it. So now it was being returned to its owner. The moment he heard his pill had been recovered, Old Master Kong hurried over to check whether it was intact. But after seeing those top-grade revitalization pills, his own strength pill no longer looked nearly as precious. Just moments ago, it had been his life-saving trump card. Now it felt almost worthless by comparison. Uncle Song Mu immediately praised the maid for returning what she found and told her to go to the treasury and receive an extra reward. Seeing that, Song Yongxiang proposed that he be the one to provide the reward. Someone that honest deserved to be rewarded properly. Still, since the maid had no cultivation at all, he guessed her natural aptitude was probably poor. By chance, Song Yongxiang happened to have 2 pills on hand. The red one was a jade skin pill, which could make the skin fair and flawless as jade. The blue one was a spirit seed pill, which could grant cultivation aptitude even to an ordinary person. beauty or strength, the choice was hers. The moment Song Yongxiang finished explaining their effects, the banquet hall erupted again. The women's eyes were almost all locked onto the jade skin pill, while the men's attention was fixed on the spirit seed pill. To them, either choice was a priceless treasure. To test the maid a little more, Song Yongxiang added on purpose that if she could not decide right away, he could always convert it into a cash reward instead. But the instant she heard the words cash reward, the maid dropped to her knees without hesitation and loudly declared that she chose strength. Seeing that, Song Yongxiang came to a quiet conclusion. This maid probably had a story of her own hidden behind her. But helping people with stories like that had always suited Song Yongxiang's temperament, and as time later proved, that little impulse of his ended up giving the Eastern continent a truly formidable, legendary female general. After that little duel-related episode ended, everyone returned to eating, drinking, and making merry. The banquet continued through several more lively rounds of drinks. Only Song Yunrui, who had been defeated by Song Yongxiang, never returned to the table. It seemed Song Yongxiang had gone a little too hard on that cousin of his this time, and later on he would probably need to find a chance to talk things out with him. Someone else who behaved similarly was Kong Xingxin. She claimed she was not feeling well and left the banquet early. After that, however, neither side brought up the marriage contract again. The rest of the banquet passed in outward harmony, even though everyone clearly had their own thoughts and plans. It was only when the old marquis finally grew tired that he officially declared the Song family banquet over, and everyone gradually dispersed. Song Yongxiang had only been home for one day, and already so many things had happened. As for what strange mess would come next, even he could not say. Right now, all he wanted was to return to the eastern courtyard and get some proper sleep. But just then, Song Yongxiang suddenly sensed a familiar aura rushing straight toward him at high speed. So who exactly was coming? He immediately told Ajin and Aga to go bring the person over first. Song Yongxiang had no intention of finally lying down to rest, only to be dragged back up to deal with trouble. Very soon, the sound of fighting came from not far away. The person getting beaten kept shouting that it was all a misunderstanding, and that he had not even made a move. After Ajin and Aga finished their friendly exchange, Song Yongxiang finally realized that the person who had come was actually Old Master Kong. This old man could not really have thought that, just because he was heaven rank, he could sneak back in and steal the pill, right? If he wanted it that badly, he could have just asked. Song Yongxiang could even have had it delivered to his door. But before Song Yongxiang could finish mocking him, Old Master Kong dropped to his knees with a thud and shouted that from this day forward he was willing to be Song Yongxiang's dog. That instantly left Song Yongxiang at a loss. In truth, not long after the Song family banquet had ended, Kong Jing and Kong Fan had already privately discussed things once. Old Master Kong blamed everything that happened tonight on the fact that he had underestimated the Song family too much beforehand. Before coming here, he had never imagined that the Eastern Courtyard alone hid several heaven-rank experts. Hearing his father say that, Kong Fan was completely dumbstruck. With his cultivation, he simply had no way of perceiving any of that earlier. After tonight's events, Old Master Kong fully realized that all of the old intelligence on the Song family had probably been wrong. Back then, after the sudden death of the late Emperor of Tiandu, Grand Tutor Zhang, the imperial father-in-law, pushed for the 8 generals' imperial selection, while the 4 great families of Tiandu City had all long since chosen their own sides among the princes. But after the battle at the Imperial Mausoleum, every side suffered massive losses, and 4 of the princes who joined the fight died there. Otherwise, the Northern Suppression King would never have had the chance to reap the final benefit. After that battle, the Zhang family was exterminated, while the Song family was branded with the crime of slaughtering the imperial bloodline and forced to withdraw to the borderlands. Later, it was even said that the Grand Empress Dowager from the Song family in the palace had turned against them and severed ties completely. But after everything he saw tonight, Old Master Kong suddenly formed a new suspicion. What if the Song family had retreated from the very beginning, only to advance later, hiding in the borderlands while quietly building strength? And if that old Song ancestor had not truly fallen back then with Song Yongxiang added on top of that, the Song family's rise again would no longer be a fantasy. After hearing that speculation, Kong Fan felt his whole mind go numb. He too had begun wondering that, if the Song family truly stood on the verge of rising again, where exactly should the Kong family place its bet? At that crucial moment, Old Master Kong said only one thing to Kong Fan, telling him that in a person's life, there are only a few choices that truly matter, and this time, the Kong family could not afford to choose wrong. And after that came the scene of Kong Zheng personally jumping off the flying vessel and turning back to throw himself at the Song family's side. That, however, left Song Yongxiang with a bit of a headache. Should he accept him or not? Meanwhile, over at Yong'an Restaurant, Song Yongxiang's second uncle, Song Bo, was entertaining young Master Zhang from Zhangzhou over dinner. And at that moment, young Master Zhang was lavishing praise on the jar of aged wine Song Bo had brought out. He even said it was a rare heavenly treasure among wines, and asked where Song Bo had bought it, saying he wanted to bring a few jars back for the ancestor of his family to taste. Hearing that, Song Bo could not help recalling old memories. This wine had originally been brewed by his third brother back when the Song family still lived in Tiandu City, but that brewing method had long since been lost. The wine brought out tonight was all old stock left from those years. Over the years, Song Bo had only ever been willing to open one of these jars when he met someone he truly respected. After hearing that, young Master Zhang first expressed repeated regret, then immediately kept telling the steward to fill his cup again and again. That made Song Bo's heart ache, because every jar of that wine really was one less jar left in the world. Just then, second uncle's assistant stepped forward and informed him that Madam had sent word urging him to return home at once. At the same time, concubine Zhao had also sent the same message, and both women said they had important matters to discuss with him. After hearing that, young Master Zhang told second uncle to go handle things at home first. After all, the deal between the Zhang family and the Song family had already been discussed almost to the end. Second uncle then left with two subordinates. The man on his left was Zhang Xiao, executive assistant to the president of Mushui Group. The woman on his right was called Mai Dai, a Taihe mercenary who also served as second uncle's personal bodyguard. On the way back, second uncle instructed Mai Dai to strengthen security over the next few days and secretly ensure the safety of the Zhang family's second young master. He had a feeling that the Zhang family's eldest young master would likely make a move soon. After arranging the business matters, second uncle finally asked about the situation at home. He could not understand why both of his wives were in such a hurry to call him back tonight. In truth, the assistant had already learned during the dinner gathering that Song Yunrui had suffered a crushing defeat at Song Yongxiang's hands, and that was exactly what the first madam wanted to discuss with second uncle. The moment he heard this, second uncle flew into a rage and snapped that if that useless son had lost, then he had lost. What was there even to discuss? Zhang Zhao then reminded him that madam's concern was not about winning, losing, or saving face. She wanted to discuss whether second uncle should personally go to the eastern courtyard and apologize to Song Yongxiang. Hearing that, second uncle immediately understood. With his wife's personality, for her to say something like that, could it be that his nephew had truly returned this time with some extraordinary opportunity? Then he could not help complaining to Zhang Zhao again about his disappointing younger son, saying the boy had no depth at all. As he spoke, he casually patted Zhang Zhao on the shoulder and sighed that if Yunrui were even half as capable as Zhang Zhao, he could finally rest easy. The moment he said that, Zhang Zhao immediately stepped back and said he was not worthy of such praise. Seeing that reaction, second uncle told him there were no outsiders here, so there was no need to be so distant. He even added that, in the future, he would find a way to bring the two brothers back into the Song family and restore their proper roots. Hearing that promise, Zhang Zhao immediately said that the two brothers wanted nothing more than to fulfill their mother's dying wish someday. At this point, second uncle no longer intended to keep hiding the truth. He admitted directly that, when it came to their mother, the Song family had indeed wronged her. Meanwhile, at the Iron Wall Army garrison southeast of Yang'an City, Song Yongxiang's first uncle was still working late, reviewing military affairs large and small. While he was handling official business, Captain Zhang Mu came to request an audience. He had received a letter that evening from the Shishui Nation side of the Southern Wasteland Joint Defense Line. In the letter, General Liu said they had a batch of newly mass-produced Star Soul constructs that would soon pass through Tiandu Nation territory on the way to the Southern Wasteland Desert for live combat testing, and they now needed First Uncle's approval to proceed. After learning the details of their personnel and equipment, First Uncle approved the request very quickly. However, he also told Zhang Mu that 2 squads had to be arranged to secretly escort them, and, most importantly, the entire matter had to be handled in complete secrecy. After receiving the order, Zhang Mu immediately said he would make the arrangements and then turned to leave the commander's main tent. Right after that, First Uncle's personal chef asked in confusion why they had to come all the way into Tiandu Nation territory to test new units. Was the Shishui Nation really not worried about leaking information? In response, First Uncle explained that alliances between nations were often delicate. Only by maintaining a certain balance of strength and letting the other side clearly see, it could long-term stability and harmony be preserved. This was not the first time such an arrangement had been made. Meanwhile, back at the Song residence, Song Yongxiang was genuinely a little surprised by Old Master Kong's kneeling surrender, so he asked Kong Jing whether he had truly weighed all the pros and cons in his heart. To make such a major decision in a single night, he must have received some kind of heavy shock. Inwardly, Kong Jing was miserable, but he could not possibly say it out loud, because he knew very well that, if he did not make this choice, those few figures behind Song Yongxiang could take his life in his sleep at any moment. So all he could do was put on a sincere face and say that the Kong family had always obeyed the Song family from past to present. If the Song family did not despise him, then he, Kong Zheng, was even willing to enter the Song residence as a servant. In truth, Kong Zheng did not actually want to lower himself like that the moment he opened his mouth. But when even heaven rank experts in the Song residence could only serve as gate attendants and maids like King Dai and the others, what right did a newly advanced heaven rank like him have to ask for anything more? Seeing how pitiful he looked, Song Yongxiang told him to stand up and speak first. No matter what, Kong Zheng was still an elder among the people here, so some dignity had to be left to him. But since Kong Zheng had just said himself that he was willing to serve the Song residents with absolute loyalty, Song Yongxiang really did happen to think of a task he could assign to him. The moment he heard that Song Yongxiang had a task for him, Kong Zheng actually dropped to his knees again and hurriedly swore that as long as it was something Song Yongxiang ordered, he would give it everything he had. In Song Yongxiang's memory, aside from the Kong family, there should still be 4 other family ancestors in Yang'an City whose cultivation was stuck at peak Earth rank. And the task Song Yongxiang intended to give Kong Zheng was to take these 4 barrier-breaking pills and make a trip on his behalf, helping those old ancestors break through to heaven rank with the power of the pills. The moment Kong Zheng saw the pills in his hand, he was so moved that tears nearly came out. If he had met Song Yongxiang a few years earlier, he never would have had to waste 5 years in bitter closed-door cultivation. But Kong Zheng was not a fool. He quickly realized that Song Yongxiang intended to use these pills to pull those families over and bring them under the Song residence's influence. To push his motivation a little further, Song Yongxiang also laid out a reward on the spot. If Kong Zheng handled this beautifully, then the Heaven Spirit Pill in Song Yongxiang's hand would be his prize. After settling that matter, Song Yongxiang brought up something even more important and decided to make it clear that very night, stating that as for the marriage agreement between the Song and Kong families, in his view, it should just be. But before he could finish, Kong Zheng immediately dropped to his knees again and hurriedly declared that he would go right back and send his granddaughter to Song Yongxiang's room. He even said that Kong Zheng no longer deserved to be Song Yongxiang's proper wife, and that if Song Yongxiang did not mind, she could still serve as a concubine or even just a bedmaid. Song Yongxiang found that impossible to accept. He had only called Kong Zheng over because he wanted the Kong family to come up with a decent reason to cancel the engagement themselves. As for what Kong Zheng thought, he had no interest in interfering and even less interest in caring. Hearing that, Kong Zheng froze on the spot. He had never imagined that ending the engagement could be made to sound so simple. Still, Song Yongxiang believed Kong Zheng was a smart man. Once he went back, he should know what to do without needing further instruction. If the Kong family truly offended the Song residents to the end, then their future prospects would be finished. After understanding Song Yongxiang's meaning, Kong Zheng hurriedly promised that he would definitely handle the matter properly. At the same time, Song Yongxiang also told him that he could leave now. Yet even after hearing that, Kong Zheng still stood there trembling and did not dare move. After personally experiencing the true strength of the Song residents, Kong Zheng still could not believe that Song Yongxiang would let him go back so easily. With that, Song Yongxiang could only remind Kong Zheng a little helplessly to leave through the main gate this time. If he ever came back to the Song residence again, he had better stop acting like some wandering martial hero leaping over roofs and walls, because that only made it easier for people to beat him up. After hearing such a direct and sincere answer, Old Master Kong finally relaxed and honestly set off on his way home. As for the decision Song Yongxiang had just made, Uncle Song Mu gave him a serious warning. The Kong family was probably not truly surrendering. Most likely, they were simply afraid of the Song residents using force against them, or else they were trying to place a bet on the Song family and make a political gamble. Ajin expressed almost the same view, and he also reported that after Kong Jingxin slipped away earlier, she had immediately gone to find that brother Sun Xia of hers. After hearing all of that, Aga simply raised 2 fingers sideways across his throat, making his meaning perfectly clear. Tonight's darkness was ideal for wiping out a family. After listening to them, Song Yongxiang quickly calmed the mood and made it clear that things were not at that point yet. The truth was that the decision he had made was always meant to lay the groundwork for what was coming. Before long, Yang'an City would be facing a real war. On that day, millions of ferocious beasts would pour through the walls. Countless civilians would be forced to endure life and death separations in the flames of battle. When that moment came, every extra bit of controllable strength would mean one more spark of hope preserved for the Tiandu nation and for the human race. In the face of national rise and fall, in the face of survival itself, the greater picture had to come first. There was no sense wasting strength on family grudges and petty personal pride. After hearing Song Yongxiang say all of that, King Dai's gaze toward him changed completely. In her eyes, the young master standing before her suddenly seemed far taller than before. Uncle Song Mu, who had watched Song Yongxiang grow up, felt exactly the same. At that moment, in his eyes, Song Yongxiang's back looked more and more like Third Master's had once looked. Of course, Song Yongxiang himself knew perfectly well that those words had partly been for effect. In the end, the real goal was to use both kindness and pressure to keep those families under control and squeeze as much value out of them as possible. When the southern wasteland beast tide came, more combat strength would always be better. Once everything had been settled, Song Yongxiang told them to prepare a better sky shuttle for him tomorrow, because he would be traveling far. Meanwhile, on the inner side of the southern wasteland Great Wall, a transport ship from Shishui Nation had appeared. Leading that group was Liu Ning, Deputy General of Shishui Nation's garrison forces stationed at the southern wasteland joint defense line. Not far from them, a Wei Yuan mech was rapidly rushing in their direction. The one arriving was Zhang Mu, Right Captain of the 2nd Battalion of the Iron Wall Army. His purpose was to deliver the travel clearance personally approved by Song Yongxiang's first uncle as quickly as possible. After the document handoff was completed, both sides left separately to report back, and there was no extra exchange between them. After General Liu returned to the transport ship, she immediately dropped to one knee and saluted a technician, addressing her as Your Highness. The young woman standing before her, with striking dual-colored hair, was none other than Princess Langwan, the younger half-sister of the Shishui Nation's Empress. The second-generation mass-produced Star Soul General model of the Shishui Nation, the Xuanu type, was a project personally overseen by her. The moment she received the travel clearance, the princess looked at the 3 machines in front of her with near-obsessive fascination. She was already dying to find some ferocious beasts and put her 3 little darlings through real combat testing. Early the next morning after the family banquet ended, Song Yongxiang arrived at the Song residence landing platform together with Uncle Song Mu and Shia Bijie. Everything he had instructed the night before had already been prepared in a single night. One look at the shuttle was enough to tell it had serious power behind it. With this thing, Song Yongxiang would be able to move quickly, even through the southern wasteland desert. And beyond the performance, they had even matched the shuttle's color scheme to the clothes he usually wore. It had to be said, the old hands in the family were incredibly efficient when it came to getting things done. Still, because the preparation time had been short, old Xia wanted to personally fine-tune it one more time before letting Song Yongxiang use it, just to make sure nothing could go wrong. That part did not really need to trouble old Xia too much. Song Yongxiang himself had plenty of experience when it came to mechanical tuning, so he could just check it personally later. Before either of them could react, Song Yongxiang had already taken control of the shuttle and shot off, heading straight toward the southern wasteland desert. Both Uncle Song Mu and King Dai, the head maid, were visibly worried about that. Originally, they had wanted to assign several shadow guards and a few maids to accompany Song Yongxiang on the trip, but Song Yongxiang had already considered their concerns. Compared to traveling with others, moving alone gave him much more freedom and flexibility, which was why he chose not to bring anyone along. More importantly, Uncle Song Mu and King Dai had a far more critical task to handle, one that would directly affect the future of both the Song family and Yong'an City. The storage talismans Song Yongxiang had just handed them were filled with cultivation pills. Over the next stretch of time, he needed the 2 of them to select promising candidates from the Song family's Maid Corps and Shadow Guards and do everything possible to cultivate more high-level combat strength. Only then did they truly realize that Song Yongxiang's strength had already gone far beyond what it once was. And since that task could only be entrusted to true insiders like them, neither of them raised any further objections to his arrangement. After settling everything, Song Yongxiang told Uncle Song Mu to pass a message to the old marquis for him. This trip would be as short as 3 to 5 days, and at the longest, no more than 10 before he returned. Meanwhile, in the reception hall of the central courtyard, Second Uncle's family sat there properly, waiting for the old marquis to wake up. During that time, Second Uncle, whose strength and hearing were both unusually sharp, vaguely caught the sound of a high-performance shuttle streaking overhead. That scene made Madame Cheng think of the days when Song Yongxiang used to drive flying shuttles out just to mess around. But she quickly changed her tone and asked Second Uncle whether nephew Yongxiang might have gone out early this morning to handle something. Right after that, she could not help complaining to Second Uncle again. She had already told him last night to go see Song Yongxiang, but he insisted on waiting until this morning. And then, once morning came, they had still chosen to come to Father first. In response, Second Uncle remained as calm as ever and said there was no need to rush. It would be safer to first ask Father what he thought. Without Father's approval, even if the 3 of them threw away all pride, they still might not be able to get their hands on the treasures Song Yongxiang had. But just as he finished saying that, the old marquis happened to walk into the reception hall and casually asked what treasure they had been discussing. The instant they saw the old marquis appear, Second Uncle's whole family shot to their feet and bowed in greeting. As their father, the old marquis naturally knew exactly what his children were thinking. So he immediately told everyone present to explain honestly what they had come here so early for. Second Uncle, who usually handled the family's business affairs, did not bother to hide much. He turned and explained that he had been tied up with other matters last night and had failed to personally welcome his nephew home, so he wanted to host a banquet at Yong'an restaurant tonight to make up for it. But before he could continue, the old marquis cut him off directly. In the end, he had already seen through their little scheme. Was it not simply that they had their eyes on the pills in Song Yongxiang's hands? Once his intentions were exposed so openly, second uncle immediately put on a wronged expression and said that since Song Yongxiang was part of the Song family, if those treasures were entrusted to Mushui Group for operation, the benefits could definitely be maximized. Yet before he could finish that sentence, Song Mu and King Dai entered the reception hall, and their arrival interrupted second uncle once again. The reason they had come was to report to the old marquis that Song Yongxiang had just set out alone for the southern wasteland desert to grind beasts, and that he would also be making a trip to the lower domain nation. The moment those words came out, second uncle's whole family practically exploded. Neither concubine Zhao nor second uncle could believe Song Yongxiang had gone off to hunt ferocious beasts, and second uncle even muttered under his breath, wondering if they were sure that brat could come back in one piece. A moment later, second uncle suddenly remembered what his elder brother had once said. The southern wasteland desert was crawling with ferocious beasts, and even the Ironwall army could barely push forward there anymore. If someone went in alone, would that not be no different from courting death? But even that supposedly kindly warning earned him no response at all from Song Mu and King Dai. The two of them acted as if they had not heard a word, and simply turned around and walked out of the reception hall. After they left, the old marquis called second uncle over and said he had something to show the whole family. Once they saw it, they could decide for themselves whether they still wanted to keep eyeing the treasures in Song Yongxiang's hands. As the footage started playing, the once quiet reception hall quickly filled with nothing but the stunned outbursts of second uncle's family. Meanwhile, Song Yongxiang was already flying at high speed on his sky shuttle. It had to be said, once Uncle Abe had tuned it personally, the thing really did perform on a different level. Just as he was enjoying the ride, a snow-white transport ship suddenly cut across the side of his otherwise straight flight path, and the passengers inside that ship also noticed Song Yongxiang outside piloting his shuttle. The moment their eyes met, Song Yongxiang was already wondering why a transport ship from Sishui Nation would appear inside the Ironwall Army's defense zone. The princess inside, on the other hand, was much more interested in his piloting skill, but just as she was about to praise him, Song Yongxiang slammed the throttle and vanished right in front of them. That immediately made Princess Ling Huan sigh that the Tiandu nation really was a land full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. You could run into an expert just about anywhere. Then she jokingly added that, if the Shishui nation military were not made up entirely of women, she would have loved to drag Song Yongxiang over there and make him help her test all sorts of her little darlings. On the fourth day after Song Yongxiang set out for the southern wasteland desert, a transport ship from Nanzhou Mecha Martial Academy arrived at the Song residence. The first person to step off was none other than Su, the half-saint, one of the famed three swords of Nanzhou. Across all of the Tiandu nation, Song Yongxiang was probably the only person who could get him to personally escort a shipment. Coming with him was Cheng Yi, Song Yongxiang's former assistant instructor. The moment this guy stuck his head out, he started shouting that he had never expected Song Yongxiang's family to be this rich. Since these were Song Yongxiang's teachers, the one who naturally stepped forward to receive them was King Dai, the head maid of the Eastern Courtyard. As a half-step saint, Su Heming noticed King Dai's cultivation the instant he saw her. Even a head maid possessing heaven-rank cultivation was enough to make Su Heming quietly marvel at how much strength the Song residence was hiding. But the dim-witted Cheng Yi clearly had no such insight. He was too busy admiring the head maid's looks and figure. A shallow guy like that really had no right complaining that his cultivation lagged behind Song Yongxiang's. In truth, this whole trip had been arranged by Song Yongxiang before he left. After getting home, he added several more requirements, so this visit was specifically to deliver what he asked for. Then, under King Dai's lead, they slowly made their way toward the reception hall in the outer courtyard. Along the way, Instructor Cheng was practically overflowing with emotion. He really was jealous that Song Yongxiang got to live in a place like this. It even made the instructor Wu Pei he used to have a crush on feel a lot less appealing. Because of that, he had even started thinking about quitting the academy and coming to the Song residence to apply for a job as head of security. He just did not know whether the Song family had any cultivation requirements for gate guards. He was strangely confident in his black rank cultivation too, already imagining himself hiding his strength after getting in, working as a lowly servant, then pulling off some hero saves the beauty moment at the perfect time, and winning the hearts of all the women around him. Seeing him like that, Su Heming could not help taking a jab at him, telling him that at his age, he should at least learn some restraint instead of wearing the word desire all over his face. Meanwhile, the old marquis in the reception hall had already learned that guests from Nanzhou Mecha Martial Academy had arrived, so he told a maid to go to the northern courtyard and ask Song Yunjin to come over and help receive them. A few minutes later, King Dai led Su Heming and Cheng Yi into the reception hall. Even Elder Su had not expected Marquis Song himself to receive them in person. The level of courtesy actually left him a little flattered. The moment Su Heming stepped in, the old marquis immediately recognized him as Su the half-saint, the foremost of Nanzhou's three swords, and he and Uncle Sangmu both stepped forward to greet him with the highest level of formality. In response, Elder Su said modestly that in front of Marquis Song, who would dare call himself a half-saint? The moment those words came out, Ching-Yi's brain practically stopped working. If even the famous Su, the half-saint, did not dare claim that title in front of the old Marquis, then just how strong was the old Marquis really? After everyone had taken their seats, the old Marquis even deliberately put on a stern face and said that Song Yongxiang had no sense of propriety at all, daring to trouble Elder Su into personally delivering goods for him, and that he would definitely give the boy a proper lecture when he got back. Hearing that, Elder Su quickly stepped in for Song Yongxiang and explained that this trip had been his own initiative and had nothing to do with Song Yongxiang, so the old Marquis should not take it to heart. Just as they finished speaking, Song Yunjin also arrived at the reception hall. The old Marquis then explained to her that the reason she had been called over was because the new type unit Song Yongxiang had asked the academy to build also included a badge for her Scarlet Luan army. But before the old Marquis could even formally introduce the guests, Cheng-Yi had already lost control of his thoughts again and started spiraling into nonsense in his own head. Seeing that look on his face, Elder Su immediately cut in and told him to mind his image and quickly show everyone the goods they had brought. Cheng-Yi then hurriedly opened the portable cargo case. Inside were the specially modified Wei Yuan units rushed out, according to Song Yongxiang's design plans. The first batch, 30 units in total, had been delivered to the Song residence for now. At the same time, over in the southern wasteland desert, a one-sided slaughter was playing out, with ferocious beast corpses scattered everywhere. Against this level of low-tier beasts, Song Yongxiang could not even be bothered to get serious. A casual slash was enough to kill them. After cutting them down, he also did not forget to dig out the spatial crystals from their bodies. These colorful crystals really did look a little gaudy, but there was no denying that storing resources like this came with a certain shamelessly rich kind of flair. Thinking it over, he had probably killed a little too many beasts these past few days. Right now, taking out 1/10 of the pile would already be enough to exchange for the medicinal ingredients, while another portion could be kept for upgrading and strengthening the mass-produced units. As for the rest, selling them for money would not be a bad deal either. But beyond all that, there was even better news. After several straight days of fighting, Song Yongxiang's early-stage Earth rank cultivation had finally been completely stabilized. Since that was the case, before heading to Sand Sculpture City, he might as well push himself all the way to late-stage Earth rank first. What Song Yongxiang did not expect was that the moment he broke through to late-stage Earth rank, those beasts would seize the chance to surround him from all sides. From the looks of it, they clearly wanted to tear him apart alive. Fortunately, before making his breakthrough, Song Yongxiang had already set up 3 layers of defensive formations in advance: 4 symbols, 6 harmonies, and primordial unity. Even if there really were heaven-rank beasts among them, breaking through his formations by force would still take quite some time. Then, with a thunderous boom, a streak of blue lightning crashed down from the sky, and with that heavenly phenomenon descending, Song Yongxiang's breakthrough into late-stage Earth rank was officially complete. On top of that, he could clearly feel that his current state was at least 3 times stronger than in his previous life. At this rate, once he stepped into Saint rank in the future, his combat power might surpass his past self by 5 times, maybe even 10. Just as Song Yongxiang was checking his condition, a ferocious roar dragged him straight back to reality. Those trash mobs had spent an entire day trying and still could not break a single heaven-rank defensive formation. They were weak to an almost embarrassing degree. Still, since so many materials had delivered themselves to his door, there was no reason not to accept the gift. The instant Song Yongxiang dismissed all the formations, the surrounding beasts rushed him at once. If it had been any other Star Soul Master, they probably would not even have had the chance to resist. But who was Song Yongxiang? He was Song Yongxiang, the genius of the Yong'an Marquis Manor of the Tiandu Nation. If he actually died to a bunch of low-tier beasts like these, then the Tiandu Nation would have bigger things to worry about. In the middle of the fight, Song Yongxiang suddenly had an idea and ordered the Star-Lord system to copy 2 more of Lu Bu's exclusive weapons, the Skybreaker Claws. With his current strength, he could now barely start using some heaven-rank combat techniques. So this was the perfect chance to test just how powerful Lu Bu's armament could become when fused with heaven-rank skills. As he swung forward with force, a heaven-rank combat technique, Skybreaker Wild Dance, erupted instantly. The power of that move was far beyond what these low-tier beasts could withstand. Once the soul power storm swept through, only scattered remains were left behind. Even Song Yongxiang himself was a little surprised by the result. He had not expected that adding just 1 more Skybreaker Claw would make the whole experience this satisfying. Since that was the case, he figured he might as well test what would happen if he combined the Black Armor Guard's 7-fold wave with these 2 weapons. The moment Skybreaker's 7-fold wave activated, Song Yongxiang's figure turned ghost-like as he darted through the beast horde, and every beast behind him was cut down. Even while killing them, Song Yongxiang did not forget to take the rift crystals from their bodies. Those things were priceless. There was no way he was leaving them behind for free. But when he turned back and looked, he realized that every beast that had surrounded him earlier was already dead. And the craziest part was that, just to avoid damaging the rift crystals, he had already suppressed 70% of his power. Yet even then, these beasts were still this fragile. Once the battle ended, Song Yongxiang gathered all the rift crystals on the ground with his soul power. Looking at the huge pile in his hands, he could not help sighing that today's haul was honestly pretty great. Without even trying, he had ended up with this many again. At this rate, taking them to the lower domain nation might even be enough to trade for an entire city. Thinking that over, Song Yongxiang began making plans. The useful rift crystals should be kept for himself first, while the spare ones could perhaps be sold off to the second prince. They ought to fetch at least over 1 billion. Then again, no. He suddenly remembered that Guy was already broke. Looks like he would have to go find an even richer sucker instead. Just as Song Yongxiang was still thinking about who he could fleece next, a Chongshi-type beast suddenly appeared in the distance. The thing let out a roar and charged at him without the slightest hesitation. Judging from the way it sounded, it was practically saying that unless Song Yongxiang killed it today, nobody was leaving alive. Such enthusiasm really did make it hard for Song Yongxiang to turn it down. Since that was the case, he decided to use this chance to go all out once and see just how strong his full power strike had become. With an explosive boom, that heaven-rank Kongqi-type beast was killed on the spot in a single hit. The beast probably never even figured out what had happened before it died. Thinking back, not long ago, Song Yongxiang still had to rely on little tricks and a bitter struggle when dealing with heaven-rank beasts. But now, under his full strength, something at this level had become as fragile as paper. That alone made him far more confident about the city defense battle to come. On top of that, the core crystals inside Heaven Rank Beast were excellent materials for strengthening mass-produced units. If he got the chance, he definitely ought to collect more. Unfortunately, the southern wasteland desert remained outside communication range, so Song Yongxiang could not receive any news from the Song residents. For now, he still had no idea whether Principal Gu and the others had successfully delivered the mass-produced machines. Without noticing it, he had already stayed here for 5 full days. By now, time was starting to get tight, so he needed to head for Sand Sculpture City and settle the real business first. Third great uncle was still waiting for him to bring back the medicine after all. The only problem was that his current position was still very far from the city, and he had no idea whether the Star-Lord system had finished constructing Seao Ren yet. If he could use Seao Ren's flight abilities, the speed would be several times faster than a sky shuttle. Meanwhile, 100 miles outside Sand Sculpture City, the site of that god-rank remnant had already been surrounded by the major families of the lower domain nation. Large numbers of soldiers had also been stationed around it day and night. Not far from the enclosure, a long-haired young man suddenly said that he could clearly sense a god-rank aura inside those crystals. Then he turned back and confidently told the bald man beside him that the Huyan family was determined to obtain this god-rank remnant. If they got their hands on it, the family ancestor might be able to take another step forward. That high-spirited young man was none other than Huyan Singh, young master of the Huyan clan in the lower domain nation. The bald man beside him was Huyan Fa, protector of the Huyan family. Also arriving by yacht with them was Mai Jin, the first-in-line heir of the Mai family. At the moment, that god-rank remnant was under the control of the Mai family. Because of that, Huyan Singh took the initiative to speak with Mai Jin, saying that as long as he worked with the Huyan family, Mai Jin definitely would not be the one losing out. Mai Jin naturally caught the meaning hidden in those words, and his interest in cooperating with the Huyan family began to grow. Meanwhile, inside a tavern in Sand Sculpture City, a white-haired man stood upstairs and coldly watched the auction of demonkin slave maids taking place below. At the sight of it, Lan Kun, who was himself half demonkin, could barely keep his emotions under control. If he had not still been carrying out a mission, he probably would have stepped in already and rescued those demonkin women himself. Not far from him, however, someone else was secretly observing him as well. The hooded woman was none other than Huang Miaoyin, one of the Sishui nation's 4 saint ranks. The reason she had followed him here was because she had sensed a half-demonkin aura nearby. But after taking a closer look, she realized that he was only an earth-rank mixed blood from the merfolk of the Longhai nation. Even so, Huang Miaoyin still found herself intrigued. She had not expected that the appearance of a god-rank remnant would draw so many forces into Sand Sculpture City. It seemed the real show was only just beginning. Meanwhile, after breaking through to late-stage Earth rank, Song Yongxiang had been traveling at full speed without stopping. After flying for a while, his communicator finally picked up a signal again. The moment the signal returned, Uncle Damu's call came through right away. Still, for safety's sake, Song Yongxiang switched the shuttle to autopilot before answering. As soon as the call connected, Uncle Damu excitedly said that they had finally reached him. and that everyone back home had been worried sick these past few days. Song Yongxiang explained that he had flown out of communication range earlier, so there had been no way for him to contact the family. After exchanging a few words, Uncle Demu told him that Nanzhou Mecha Martial Academy had already delivered the first batch of test machines to the Song residence according to his arrangements. At that very moment, he and Miss Yunjin were conducting simulated combat trials within the Scarlet Luan Army. Not far from them, a Scarlet Luan Army squad that had already switched to the newest test units was in the middle of a live simulation drill. Just from the scene alone, it was obvious how intense this round of testing was. Positioned slightly behind the heavy unit, the shield gun Wei Yuan was maintaining suppressive fire in shotgun mode, while the artillery unit farther back was charging up for an area bombardment against the beast swarm. Under the seamless coordination of those female soldiers, artillery fire blanketed nearly every corner of the training ground. The Taodi-type beasts that usually dominated ground combat were wiped out in short order. Once the ground battle ended, his older cousin immediately had a large number of Baifeng-type beasts released. These flying beasts had always been one of the worst headaches for ground squads, and facing them usually meant a brutal fight. But after switching to the new Wei Yuan models, the situation was completely different from before, because this combat squad was now also equipped with 2 aerial assault Wei Yuan units. Facing the incoming beast swarm, the squad leader immediately ordered the shield gun unit to switch into autocannon mode and begin both interception and sustained suppressive fire. Although the autocannon's firepower was already enough to destroy most of the beasts, a small number still managed to survive through sheer luck. In response, the Scarlet Luan squad immediately dispatched the 2 aerial assault Wei Yuan units to carry out precise point-to-point eliminations on those survivors. After switching into Peregrine mode, the 2 mechs shot into the beast formation like arrows. Meanwhile, the flying sword Wei Yuan on the ground released all of its flying blades at once, providing covering fire for its sisters in the air. Under such tightly coordinated air-ground integrated combat, the Bifang-type beast swarm could only explode and fall one after another. Everywhere those 2 female soldiers passed, not a single beast remained intact. Just as the battle was nearing its end, one Baifeng-type beast suddenly crashed down from the air and landed near the squad. Seeing this, the 2 heavy unit operators in front immediately warned everyone not to lower their guard, since that fallen beast might not be fully dead yet. Sure enough, the instant they finished speaking, the downed beast suddenly sprang back to life and lunged toward the squad. Unfortunately for it, it had badly underestimated the power of the heavy unit. Before it even made it 2 steps forward, it was smashed to death in one blow by the heavy mech's warhammer. As the last beast fell, the announcement for the end of the simulated live combat test rang across the training ground. Until the combat data was fully processed, all units were ordered to remain on standby where they stood. Watching from the viewing platform, his older cousin finally showed a relieved smile. Every piece of data from this test had surpassed the best records in Scarlet Luan Army history, and the squad's survival rate had reached an unprecedented 100%. With this new batch of Wei Yuan units in hand, a long-lost smile finally returned to his older cousin's face. At the same time, 2 mysterious figures in azure cloaks appeared outside a tavern in Sand Sculpture City's central district. These 2 were royal guards sent by the Longhai Nation. They had just been about to go upstairs and meet up with the prince when a woman from the Shishui Nation beat them to it. In response, the one leading them, Lan Jian, simply assumed that woman was just an ordinary heaven rank expert and had likely come to Sand Sculpture City for the god rank remnant as well. But when they reached the upper floor, Lanli frowned and wondered aloud where that woman had gone, since she had clearly come up before them. Still, Lan Jian did not take it too seriously and continued leading Lanli forward to meet Prince Lan Kun. Barely after sitting down, Lanli immediately reported that the traitor who had stolen the Longhai Nation's divine jade was currently hiding in Sand Sculpture City's western district, and that they had already pinpointed his exact location. That traitor, Lan Zhu, had first laid a false trail after stealing the divine jade, drawing away the princes sent to pursue him. He then came ashore through the Lower Domain Nation, the territory of their enemy, and fled all the way to Sand Sculpture City. Under the original plan, he should already have boarded a ship bound for the Tiandu Nation by now, but the sudden appearance of the god rank remnant had thrown the entire city into lockdown, trapping him here instead. As a member of Longhai's royal line, Lan Zhou naturally knew some of the secrets surrounding the divine jade. He himself had been stuck at heaven rank for decades, and now that a god rank remnant had appeared while he was stranded in the city, it was entirely possible that he might try to offer the jade to the Mai family. After hearing all this, Lan Kun immediately asked whether they could confirm that the divine jade was still in Lan Zhao's possession. If Lan Zhao had already completed a trade with the Mai family using it, then the situation would become truly serious. Lan Jian answered that he did not believe the traitor would hand over the divine jade so easily. Most likely, he was still carrying it on his person, or else had hidden it somewhere secret. At this point, Lan Kun had no choice but to press forward. Even though the whole situation seemed to be unfolding a little too smoothly, this matter concerned the inheritance of the Star Soul General Ao Bing, and he simply could not back down. After making up his mind, Lan Kun set out with his men for the Western District to track down the traitor. At this point, he could only place his hopes on the item they had brought with them being enough to help him deal with a heaven-ranked traitor. What they did not know was that their entire conversation had been overheard by Huang Miaoyin, who had been hiding inside an invisibility and aura concealment array the whole time. After hearing everything, Huang Miaoyin's interest deepened. She began wondering whether the merfolk divine jade they mentioned might actually be something left behind by Lan Ao, the previous host of Yao Bing. If that were true, then she would have no choice but to step into these muddy waters as well. Meanwhile, back at the testing grounds, after his older cousin finished reviewing the combat data, she ordered the entire test squad to deactivate their Star Soul constructs. But judging from the relaxed expressions on their faces, it was obvious none of them had had their fill of the fight. If anything, they all looked like they wanted to keep going. One of the squad members, after personally piloting the new Wii Yuan model, remarked that it consumed less energy than the older units while delivering greater output, and that even the human-machine synchronization rate had noticeably improved. That brief assessment alone immediately stirred the curiosity of the other sisters who had not yet gotten the chance to test the new units. Seeing that, his older cousin and the Vice Captain Zifu were both clearly pleased. As the group discussed which version performed best, Song Xiao, Chief Plume Commander of the Scarlet Luan Army's Eastern Camp, openly praised the combat capability of these test units as far beyond their original expectations. Meanwhile, Shen Ying, Chief Plume Commander of the Southern Camp, was already quietly calculating just how many times stronger the Scarlet Luan Army's overall combat power would become if the entire force were re-equipped with these machines. Beside her, Ami, Chief Plume Commander of the Western Camp, wore a sly grin as she asked his older cousin where exactly she had gotten such fine gear. According to the intelligence she had, Taechuan Heavy Industries had not released any new products recently, so her first assumption was that these had been secretly developed for the Scarlet Luan Army alone. But as soon as she said that, Bai Su, Chief Plume Commander of the Northern Camp, cut in and said that according to the information she had, Taechuan Heavy Industries should not yet possess the technical ability to develop equipment of this level. Faced with all their questions, Yunjin smiled with clear satisfaction and told them that every one of these test machines had been personally designed by her cousin Song Yongxiang, while Taishuan Heavy Industries and the workshops of Nanzhou Mecha Martial Academy had merely been responsible for rushing out the production according to his designs. The moment they heard that, the Chief Plume Commanders were all stunned on the spot. To them, that answer felt as absurd as hearing that a beggar had suddenly gone and taken first place in the Imperial Martial exams. After that, they started whispering behind his older cousin's back, even dragging out the old nickname of the Song family's two useless ones again. In response, his older cousin only smiled faintly and made no effort to explain herself. But Zifu, the vice captain whom Song Yongxiang had saved earlier, was thinking something very different. In her eyes, young Master Yongxiang had not only escaped alive from a god-rank beast, but also possessed astonishing talent in weapon design and forging theory. Once these girls truly realized that, they were going to be shocked out of their minds. At the same time, a similar scene was playing out at the Iron Wall Army garrison by the southern wasteland Great Wall. There, under Song Yunqi's lead, First Uncle had also personally tested this batch of new prototype units. Once the results came out, First Uncle finally showed a long-lost smile. Even so, he still found it hard to believe that all of this had really been designed by Song Yongxiang. In response, his younger cousin immediately put on the most shamelessly loyal expression imaginable and swore up and down that every bit of it had come from brother Yongxiang. He even said with total conviction that his brother Yongxiang was unbeatable. After hearing that confirmation from his son, First Uncle immediately ordered his subordinates to select suitable candidates from every battalion. He wanted to form an enhanced special operations battalion in the shortest possible time, and he also instructed them to start buying up forging materials from the market in the name of the Iron Wall Army, taking as much as they could get. After issuing all those orders, First Uncle stared at the prototype units and said in a low voice that if the entire Iron Wall Army could be re-equipped like this, then defending the southern wasteland Great Wall would only be the beginning. They might even be able to push 100 more miles deeper into the southern wasteland. Standing at the side, Yunqi could not help feeling a little smug. If his father ever found out how many pills Song Yongxiang still had in hand, he would probably want to lead troops home and snatch them on the spot. All of these developments were what Uncle Damu told Song Yongxiang over the phone, and Song Yongxiang also told Uncle Damu that, at his current speed, he should be able to reach Sand Sculpture City by this evening. Hearing that, Uncle Damu immediately warned him that, according to the latest information, some extraordinary treasure seemed to have appeared outside Sand Sculpture City, and the entire city was now under lockdown. He urged Song Yongxiang to be extremely careful. That warning only made Song Yongxiang more excited. The old saying was that whoever saw it had a share in it, so now that he had run into this, There was no way he was not going to take a look for himself. Meanwhile, Prince Lan Kun of the Longhai Nation had already arrived with his subordinates at the entrance to the VIP passage in the Western District, where the guards immediately put on an attitude that clearly demanded they know the rules. Seeing that, Lan Jian promptly took out a storage talisman and handed it over, saying that it was only a small token of respect and that he hoped the guard would accept it. And just like that, after the guard had been bought off, Lan Kun and his people were led into the VIP passage. Along the way, the guard also warned them that the Western District was now filled with experts, so once inside, they had better keep a low profile and avoid causing trouble. He added that if they happened to run into other guests in the passage later, he would say they were merchants from the Tiandu Nation, so all Lan Kun's group needed to do was keep quiet and follow his lead. The problem was that, almost the moment he finished saying that, members of the Huyan clan came walking toward them from the opposite direction. Still, the escorting guard immediately made a hand signal, telling Lan Kun's side not to say a word and leave everything to him. And things did unfold just as he had promised. He exchanged a few words with the guard on the other side, and then both groups simply continued forward as though nothing unusual had happened. But just as the two sides had already brushed past each other, Hu Yinsing suddenly turned around and stopped Lan Kun's group. Worse still, he addressed them directly in standard merfolk language and asked whether they had met somewhere before. Hearing that, Lan Kun's first thought was that the man might be probing them on purpose. He had never expected to run into someone this troublesome before their mission had even properly begun. With no better option, he could only force himself to deal with it. Taking off his hood, he answered fluently in the Tiandu language, saying that this was his first time in the Lower Domain Nation, so he was not familiar with the local language. Hu Yinsing's expression immediately turned noticeably colder after hearing that. Then he pressed the matter further and demanded to know exactly where Lan Kun and the others had come from. At the same time, the guard standing beside Hu Yinsing reminded the opposing guard that the person next to him was a distinguished member of the Huyan family, and that he had better mind his attitude when speaking. The sudden shift in tension made the guard escorting Lan Kun's group visibly nervous, and he could only bow quickly and explain that these guests had come from the Tiandu Nation to do business with young Master Tai. As he spoke, he kept nervously shooting signals toward Lan Kun and his people, clearly terrified that they might clash with the Huyan family's young master on the spot. But at the same time, the Huyan guard quietly explained to his own master that this young Master Tai was one of the Mai family's 4 talents, and that he was rumored to have gray market dealings with the Tiandu Nation. For the moment, they could not afford to provoke him. After hearing that advice, Hu Yinsing finally relented and waved Lan Kun's group onward. He had not come to the Lower Domain Nation just to make enemies everywhere. Once the matter was over, Lan Kun's group finally let out a quiet breath of relief. At least the guard's lie had been good enough, so the money they had spent earlier had not gone to waste. But this encounter also made Lan Kun think again about the blood feud between the Longhai Nation and the Huyan family, one that had stretched across many generations. On the other side, after leaving the VIP passage, Hu Yinsing felt something similar. As a result, he still ordered Uncle Fa to have people keep an eye on Lan Kun's group. Right now, he only felt an unbearable discomfort stirring in his bloodline, as though he had suddenly developed an allergy to seafood and his whole body felt wrong. Because of that, he ordered Uncle Fa to investigate at once and specifically warned him to handle it in secret and not expose anything too early. But after Uncle Fa left, Hu Yinsing wandered off alone toward the demon slave trading market. He had long heard that Sand Sculpture City had the highest quality demonkin slave girls in the entire Lower Domain Nation. Since Uncle Fa was not around, the young master naturally intended to go appreciate them for himself. Meanwhile, over at the hot spring bathhouse in Sand Sculpture City, Lan Kun's group was secretly monitoring the trader known as Lan Zhu. They had already been furious the moment they saw the trader, and now they had to watch him enjoying himself inside. In a situation like that, who could possibly suppress their anger? Through Lan Jian's spyglass, they could see that the trader had actually used the power of the merfolk jade to take on a human form, and was surrounded by a crowd of beautiful girls. In contrast, Lan Kun's group could only hide out on the roof of a tower, exposed to the elements and skulking around in secret. Faced with that difference, Lan Kun nearly lost control and charged in on the spot to settle accounts with Lan Zhu. With killing intent all over his face, Lan Kun asked whether Lan Zhao had been hiding inside the whole time. If so, then they would have to figure out a way to infiltrate. Hearing that, Lan Li worriedly reminded him that they were relying entirely on the concealment arrays woven into their cloaks to hide the merfolk aura. If they took those cloaks off and went into the bathhouse, they would be exposed immediately. Lan Kun then simply took off his own cloak and declared that the only option was for him alone to infiltrate. As a half-demonkin with a body closer to a human's, he was the most suitable person for the job. But before he could even leave, Lan Jin suddenly said that the traitor had already come out of the bathhouse, though they had no idea where he was headed. Just as the three of them moved to follow him, a hidden figure in the distance also emerged, secretly watching them. In truth, ever since leaving the tavern, Huang Miaoyin had been shadowing the three of them. Her plan was simple. Wait for Lan Kun's side to make a move on the traitor, then take the chance to seize Ao Bing's inheritance for herself. But while she was still quietly pleased with herself, believing she was the Oriole waiting behind the mantis, there was already an even larger eagle in the distance watching her in turn. And that person was none other than Song Yongxiang, now over 100 years old. Their whole routine of the mantis stalking the cicada while the Oriole waits behind was clever enough. But unfortunately for them, this time Song Yongxiang was the eagle. Games where he got to eat everyone involved were exactly the kind he knew best. Rewinding to a little earlier, Song Yongxiang had finally arrived at the outskirts of Sand Sculpture City on his shuttle. Before entering the city proper, he first stored the shuttle away inside the Star-Lord system's internal space. Although he had already concealed its aura with hidden formations, it was still safer to put everything away completely. Once that was done, Song Yongxiang checked the time and decided that he should first exchange for the medicinal materials he had arranged earlier. After all, it would not be appropriate to keep the Mai family waiting too long. Since Sand Sculpture City was currently under lockdown, he also took out the All Forms of All Beings mask left behind by his mother from the system space. After using it once before, he had tossed it aside in storage, so this was a good chance to study it properly and make future infiltration work easier. With a shift in his thoughts, the mask immediately remade his appearance into Feige, someone he had only met once. But in the very next second, he realized that the person he was about to trade with seemed to be a researcher from the Samelin family. Using Feige's face to slip into Sand Sculpture City would be fine, but it would not be suitable for negotiations. The next transformation the mask offered him was Instructor Qing's face, which left Song Yongxiang speechless. Could this stupid mask not remember anyone a little more normal? So he had no choice but to keep walking while changing appearances again and again. After going through several options, he finally concluded that his own appearance from 100 years in the future was still the most suitable. Wearing that face, he easily slipped into the Hong Clan Merchant Guild inside Sand Sculpture City. The receptionist at the front desk heard that he was there to see Manager Liu, and promptly brought him to meet the guild manager, Liu Yang. What was strange, however, was that after hearing he had been referred there by shopkeeper Hong from Nanzhou, Manager Liu lowered his voice and said he wanted to speak with him in private. Once they reached the back room, Manager Liu quietly asked whether he was one of the Song residence's retainers. Hearing that, Song Yongxiang could not help wondering whether the Song family had already become that famous in this place. Wanting to keep things as low-key as possible, Song Yongxiang replied that he really was there on behalf of young Master Yongxiang. This trip, he said, was for 2 rare medicinal ingredients, 1,000-foot tendon and purple sand gall. As soon as Song Yongxiang said that, shopkeeper Liu immediately confirmed his identity and understood that he really had come on business from the Song residence. He then told him that the Mai family had already been waiting for quite some time. Meanwhile, while they were speaking in the back, the reception hall in the guild was far from idle. The master and apprentice pair on the seller's side were also quietly exchanging their own views. The graduate student in construct engineering, Jia Ruo, was puzzled. In her eyes, if it was clearly the Mai family developing the new machine, why was her teacher the one spending his own money and trading away 2 rare spirit medicines for materials? She felt the whole thing was unnecessary. In response, teacher Yuanpi explained that although the new machine was being developed under the Mai family's name, the Samelin side would still get to share the experimental data. More importantly, he was deeply interested in this unit, which was rumored to be capable of standing against an Origin Star Soul General. If the research could move faster, he would willingly put even more money into it. Just as they finished that exchange, shopkeeper Liu arrived with Song Yongxiang. After that, although the other side was clearly stunned by how many high-grade crystals Song Yongxiang brought out at once, nothing unexpected happened during the deal. With shopkeeper Liu acting as guarantor, both sides completed the transaction smoothly. Once that business was settled, Song Yongxiang left the guild. At that point, the only issue left was the main ingredient, the boundless flower. Since there was still time, he decided to first scout out the Mai family estate in the Western District and wait until nightfall before making a move. At first, Song Yongxiang had assumed that the so-called military district in the Western City would be under heavy guard, but to his surprise, he walked in openly without much trouble. He then continued straight toward the Mai family residence. Yet when he passed one rooftop, he suddenly sensed an unfamiliar saint rank aura. After quietly moving closer, he confirmed that the person really was a saint rank expert. What was strange, though, was that he had no memory of this woman at all. Had he really never crossed paths with her in his previous life? He then used the Star-Lord system to scan the surrounding area. Very quickly, he discovered that the woman was monitoring several merfolk. On top of that, he noticed that the blue-haired young man leading them carried a familiar soul power fluctuation, even though his face looked nothing like the person Song Yongxiang remembered. That immediately made him suspicious. There was no way he had mistaken that sense of familiarity. So why was the appearance so different? Only after the system provided the answer did he confirm it. The young man was Lan Kun, the current host of the Star Soul General Ao Bing. At the same time, after separating from his guards, Hu Yinsing entered one of Sand Sculpture City's top-tier demon slave houses for a bit of cultural appreciation. The two cat tribe demonkin girls surrounding him were also doing everything they could to flatter the young noble. In a place like this, if you had enough money, then just about everything would be arranged for you. It was luxury in the purest sense. Just as Hu Yinsing was thoroughly enjoying himself, a scruffy middle-aged attendant suddenly entered the private room. The man introduced himself as the floor manager of the premium district and said that, while checking the accounts, he had noticed how extravagantly young Master Huyan had been spending tonight, so he had come personally to greet him and express his thanks. Hu Yinsing, however, saw through the man's purpose at once. He immediately put on an impatient expression and told him to stop wasting time and get to the point instead of interrupting his pleasure. After being met with such a cold reception, the manager no longer dared to beat around the bush. He got straight to the matter and said that if young Master Huyan wished, he could purchase the two cat tribe demonkin girls beside him at the quoted price and take them back to his residence for private enjoyment. He even emphasized that these two cat girls had been bred and raised by the establishment itself, complete with officially certified bloodline records, making them far safer than the unruly wild demonkin sold elsewhere. Hearing that, the two cat girls obediently nestled themselves into Hu Yinsing's arms. In soft voices, they added that they had recently learned dances from the Shishui nation, and that if the young master took them home, they could perform for him. Even if their dancing was not the best, they could still warm his bed and keep him company. Faced with a scene like that, Hu Yinsing naturally agreed to the transaction without hesitation. The manager immediately beamed and gave him a thumbs up, praising him for being so generous. But just as everyone was enjoying themselves, Hu Yinsing suddenly asked the manager a question. Before coming here, he had heard that the house had recently acquired an exceptionally high-quality wild specimen. If possible, he wanted to buy that one as well. That question immediately put the manager in an awkward spot. The reason was simple. That top-grade demon slave had already been reserved by one of the establishment's regular high-profile clients, fourth young Master Mai, someone they absolutely could not afford to offend. So even if Hu Yinsing offered double the price, they still would not dare agree. Hearing that, Hu Yinsing's expression darkened at once, and he muttered irritably that this fourth young master seemed to turn up in every matter. Even so, he still wanted to see this so-called top-grade specimen first. If she truly met his standards, he would not mind reserving another similar one in advance. At that point, the manager could no longer keep dodging the matter and could only offer a cautious reminder that top-grade demon slave had not yet been fully broken. So if young Master Huyan truly wished to see her, then he would have to trouble himself to follow him down into the underground cells. The moment he heard that, Hu Yinsing's interest was fully piqued, and he immediately followed the manager toward the dungeon. Sure enough, the very first thing anyone could see upon entering the dungeon was just how brutally the lower domain nation treated demonkin. The scene in front of them scared the two cat girls badly enough that they both instinctively clung tighter to young Master Huyan. The floor manager even went out of his way to explain that they should not underestimate this horse demon woman. Before being captured, she had reportedly been the strongest warrior in her tribe, and during the capture alone, she had beaten 5 experienced black rank handlers to death. Just as the manager was about to persuade Hu Yinsing to finalize the purchase, a communication call suddenly came in from the Huyan family guard, abruptly putting this cruel transaction on hold. Fortunately, the call also brought good news. The 3 people who had brushed past them earlier had now been confirmed as being from the Longhai Nation, and their reason for coming to Sand Sculpture City was to hunt down the Longhai trader who had recently defected to the Mai family. The moment he heard that, Hu Yinsing immediately ordered the guard to send him the location, because he intended to head over and meet up with them right away. Before leaving, Hu Yinsing casually tossed the floor manager a money talisman and said there was no need to return the extra, since he would be back after finishing his business. After Hu Yinsing left, the floor manager immediately turned his attention to finding a way to deliver the demon slave in the dungeon to 4th young Master Mai as quickly as possible, so that no complications would arise later. Meanwhile, over in Sand Sculpture City's western district, a fierce pursuit was also unfolding. The moment Lan Kun's group made their move, Wang Miaoyin followed after them as well, and this so-called Oriole of theirs was absurdly arrogant, to the point that she did not even bother using a concealment array. Behind her, however, was Song Yongxiang, the old fox layered in 2 separate concealment arrays. Since Wang Miaoyin was that overconfident, this round might end with Song Yongxiang swallowing everyone in one go. At the same time, the Longhai trader named Lan Zhu was still casually wandering the streets, even taking out the divine jade of the Longhai Nation and idly playing with it in his hand. But not far behind him, several figures were already rapidly closing in. Thick killing intent was also silently drawing closer to the trader. Still, whatever else might be said, Lan Zhao was a genuine heaven rank expert. Almost immediately, he sensed that people were tailing him from behind. In the next instant, he used a heaven rank aerial movement art and fled the area on the spot. Seeing that, Lan Ku's group abandoned stealth altogether and simply took off after him at full speed through the streets of Sand Sculpture City. After chasing for a while, Lan Jian realized that the traitor was fleeing at top speed toward the outskirts of the city. Lan Li then leapt upward in one bound and landed on the nearest stretch of city wall beside them. Using soul power, he smashed out a large crater in the wall so he could get a solid grip and brace himself. Right after that, Lan Jian used the exact same method, and a short distance above Lan Li, he created a crude human ladder against the wall for their young master. After getting over the wall using that rough but effective method, they openly continued the pursuit right in front of Sand Sculpture City's guards. Once they had chased him some distance beyond the city, Lan Jian suggested that he and Lan Kun both summon their Star Soul generals to continue the chase. Now that they were outside the city, there was no need to worry about hurting innocent people if a fight broke out. As two enormous shadows swept over Lan Zhao's head, two Wei Yuan units painted in the naval colors of the Tiandu nation appeared directly in front of the traitor. But the moment he saw those two units, Lan Zhu became even more convinced that the ones chasing him had to be idiots sent by the Longhai nation. After all, only morons would think to disguise themselves with navy colors while fighting in the middle of a desert. He had originally expected to draw in some of the Longhai nation's other princes, yet the first one to reach him was actually Lan Kun, that mixed blood waste. Those words instantly sent Lan Jian's temper through the roof, and he barked back that Lan Zhu should stop talking nonsense. If he did not hand over the Longhai nation's supreme treasure today, then he was not leaving alive. Beside him, Lan Kun also addressed this former royal uncle and urged him to turn back while he still could. If he was willing to return with them, Lan Kun promised he would plead with the king and spare his life. But Lan Kun's suggestion of turning back only enraged Lan Zhu completely. In the next instant, he sneered that Lan Kun really was the mongrel born from a human woman's womb, to the point that even the way he spoke now leaned toward the human race. In Lan Zhao's eyes, only weak human rats and useless demonkin trash would choose to live on land. The noble merfolk carried true dragon blood, and their rightful home belonged only to the endless deep sea. After saying that, he arrogantly declared that today he would let them witness what true combat from the people of the deep sea really looked like. Before anyone around him could properly react, Lan Zhu had already begun summoning his lower domain nation mass-produced new Star Soul general. In the next moment, following the surging vortex of soul power, he plunged straight into the endless yellow sand beneath his feet. Faced with that situation, Lan Kun and his group immediately lost their footing a little. If they could not see Lan Zhu, then their secret weapon would be useless. As a beam of soul power suddenly blasted over, Lan Zhao's mocking voice followed right behind it. Hidden beneath the ground, he viciously sneered that two Earth-rank trash like them actually thought they could chase down a Heaven-rank peak expert like him. It was a complete joke. Even so, he had already guessed that the Dragon Sea King must have given them something specifically meant to deal with him. The Dragon Subduing Spike was a magical artifact designed to counter the merfolk race. The previous host of Ao Bing, Lan Ao, had been ambushed and brought down by that very weapon. Realizing that their surprise tactic had already been exposed, Lan Kun immediately calmed Lan Jian down, then told him to continue with the original plan. Upon receiving the young master's order, Lan Jian immediately switched to his hand cannon, then launched straight into full bombardment mode, firing wildly while yelling for Lan Zhu to get out and fight him properly. Meanwhile, just as the two sides were locked in fierce combat, Huang Miaoyin, one of the Sishui nation's 4 saint-rank pillars, stood atop a distant wall, while behind her lay the Sand Sculpture City guards, who had originally been sent to chase Lan Kun's group. But after casually disposing of those pursuers for Lan Kun, she made no further move. In her eyes, the three fighting ahead were probably nothing more than clowns that left Song Yongxiang somewhat speechless. The mantis was battling the cicada in front, yet the oriole was just sitting back to watch the tigers fight. That made his original plan of swallowing them all a bit more troublesome. Below the building where Song Yongxiang was hiding, a squad of Sand Sculpture City guards who had managed to escape happened to run by. They were baffled as well. There was clearly open fighting outside the city, yet the alarm formations had remained completely silent. So the only thing they could do now was hurry to notify the Mai family. But before they could get much farther, two figures stepped out and blocked their path. That instantly put the guards on edge, and they all raised their weapons into defensive stances. However, Huyan Sing was the first to speak, saying that he was a guest of young Master Mai Jin, and that they had only come over to take a look after hearing movement outside the city. Once the guards saw who it was and heard that they were guests of young Master Mai Jin, they immediately put their weapons away and bowed in apology to the two distinguished visitors. Then they quickly explained the situation outside the city. After hearing that the alarm formations had failed and that a mysterious expert might also be lurking on the walls, Huyan Sing immediately showed a crafty smile and quietly said a few words to the guard beside him. In the very next moment, the two of them launched a sudden attack on the surviving guards. The scene fell into brief chaos. then just as quickly became quiet again. A surprise strike from 2 Earth-rank experts was never something those ordinary guards could resist. After knocking all of them unconscious, Hu Yanfa even suggested casually that they should cut the weeds out by the roots and finish them off, since that would be safer. But Hu Yansing waved it off and told Uncle Fa not to bother. What mattered most right now was heading over to watch the fun of this merfolk internal conflict. Meanwhile, on the battlefield outside the city, Lan Jian was still being continuously suppressed by Lan Zhao's attacks from beneath the desert, while Lan Zhu also kept launching counterattacks whenever he found an opening. Seeing Lan Zhao hide underground like a turtle and refuse to come out, Lan Jian grew more and more impatient, and the firing frequency of his weapon kept climbing. Seeing that, Lan Kun immediately warned him to stay calm and not get reckless enough to expose a flaw. But before Lan Kun could even finish speaking, Lan Zhao suddenly burst out from the sand behind him, now wielding 2 close combat daggers and clearly aiming to take Lan Kun down before he could react. Fortunately, Lan Kun himself was a veteran fighter with rich combat experience. That sudden ambush only managed to damage a small portion of his armor. When the first strike failed, Lan Zhu instantly shifted into direct assault mode, driving a straight thrust from his right hand directly toward Lan Kun's cockpit. But Lan Kun caught it just as quickly. Retreating while evading, he countered with a bare-handed blade-catching move and forcibly seized Lan Zhao's mech. The moment Lan Jian saw that opening, he immediately began summoning the dragon-subduing spike that the young master had entrusted to him earlier, while rushing toward Lan Kun at top speed. Once the summoning connected, the dragon-subduing spike quickly appeared in Lan Jian's hand. This artifact had been created precisely to counter the merfolk. The 4 spectators watching from the distant wall recognized the divine weapon almost at the same time, though each remembered it differently. Huang Miaoyin only knew it from old records. Song Yongxiang remembered that, in his previous life, it had eventually ended up in Nanrongxi's hands. As for Hu Yansing, he recognized it as a magical weapon once used by his 9th grandaunt. None of that, however, changed the fierce internal struggle unfolding among the merfolk on the battlefield. And just as Lan Kun was clearly reaching his limit, Lan Jian suddenly spoke up, saying that his humble servant would soon help His Highness find release. Before Lan Kun could even understand what that meant, the dragon-subduing spike had already pierced straight through his cockpit. Under the bloodline suppression of the spike, Lan Kun was quickly forced out of his Star Soul construct. What followed immediately after was his uncontrollable scream. Before Lan Kun fully lost consciousness, Lan Zhu had already walked up to him with a mocking expression, claiming that if he had not deliberately held back earlier, the 2 Earth-rank wastes would have been flattened long ago. And if he had not planted Lan Jian as a mole in advance, there was no way he could have lured a prince of the Longhai Nation this smoothly into the lower domain nation. But after finishing that passionate little speech, he realized that Lan Kun had already been shocked unconscious. Not a single word of it had actually reached him. That irritated Lan Zhu enough that he immediately ordered Lan Jian to wake this miserable prince up. Honestly, it was pitiful. If Lan Kun had only endured a little longer, he might have suffered less. While Lan Kun was still writhing under the electric torment of the dragon-subduing spike, Lan Zhao grinned viciously and asked whether that feeling was wonderful. But Lan Kun ignored Lan Zhu completely. Instead, he turned toward Lan Jian and asked in a low voice why he had betrayed the Longhai Nation. Filled with disbelief, he demanded to know why Uncle Jian, who had served in his father's royal guard for years, would commit such treason. The answer that came back pushed Lan Kun straight into despair, because the Uncle Jian he had trusted all this time said without the slightest hesitation that the one he had served from beginning to end was Lord Lan Zhu. In other words, this so-called rebellion of Lan Zhu's had been planned from the very start, and he had spent years planting spies inside the Longhai Nation. Lan Zhu did not bother hiding the truth either. He told Lan Kun directly that the whole point of all this was to borrow the royal blood of the Longhai Nation. Then he lifted the merfolk divine jade hanging from his neck and sneered, asking if Lan Kun even knew why this merfolk jade had become the greatest treasure of their race. Legend said that many centuries ago, the Western Sea was overrun by ferocious beasts, forcing the merfolk to abandon their homeland beneath the waves and seek the protection of the human empire in the Central Lands. Later, a great figure named Lan Tong rose from among the merfolk, and he was the first host of the Star Soul General Ao Bing. He fought for 3 days and nights and slaughtered tens of thousands of sea beasts by his own hand. After obtaining Ao Bing's power, Lord Lan Tong swiftly pacified the Endless Sea, allowing the merfolk to reclaim their homeland. They then acknowledged him as their ruler and founded the Great Longhai Nation. As everyone knew, when a host of a Star Soul General died, that Star Soul General would revert into Soul Jade form and search for the next suitable host. But in order to make sure Ao Bing would forever continue protecting the merfolk, Lord Lan Tong endured countless hardships and finally obtained a secret art from a descending immortal. Then, at the cost of exhausting his own lifespan, he used that secret art to seal Ao Bing's Soul Jade and forge it into this merfolk divine jade. leaving it behind as the most important inheritance of the merfolk race. That was the true origin of the merfolk jade. Whenever Albing's host was nearing the end of his lifespan, the seal would reactivate the secret art, turn the soul jade back into the merfolk jade, and wait for the next chosen clansman to awaken the inheritance. While Lan Zu was telling this story, Huyan Sing, who was listening in secret, had already sensed something strange, because this inheritance secret art was extremely similar to the one passed down in the Huyan clan. Huang Miaoyin, for her part, quietly lamented that if such a secret technique had not been lost, and if the Sishui nation had mastered it, then dominating the central continent would only be a matter of time. Song Yongxiang, however, was left puzzled after hearing this version, because in his previous life, the story he heard had clearly been that the title of Longhai King was granted by the Heavenly Empire. But once the story ended, Lan Zu had already drawn his short blades, clearly preparing to spill blood. According to the legend, the inheritance ritual required the blood essence of 3 royal merfolk. His original plan had been to pass through Sand Sculpture City into the Tiandu nation, then set up an ambush there with inside and outside forces working together to capture 2 princes in one go. But the sudden appearance of the god rank remnant in Sand Sculpture City had thrown that entire plan into chaos. At that moment, badly injured though he was, Lan Kun actually laughed and told Lan Zhao that now he finally understood why the Dragon Sea King had sent each prince out with a separate team, splitting them across several pursuit routes. It had all been to prevent Lan Zu from ever gathering enough royal blood. He even went on to mock Lan Zu, saying that right now there were only 2 royals here in total, himself and Lan Zu. Unless Lan Jin happened to be Lan Zu's illegitimate son, there was no way a 3rd share of royal blood could ever be gathered. But the instant those words left his mouth, Lan Zu looked at him the way one looked at an idiot. If he did not already have a plan in place, why would he have gone to the trouble of luring Lan Kun all the way here? Seeing that, Song Yongxiang finally matched this scene with his memories from his previous life. Lan Kun's foolish expression was exactly the same as when he had met him back then. He really was the kind of merfolk prince who would help count the money even after being sold off. But the sound of approaching footsteps quickly pulled Song Yongxiang back to the present. They had spent far too long talking already, and even Sand Sculpture City's guards had finally arrived. Villains who talked too much really were the worst. Before shifting position, Song Yongxiang also spared a glance toward Huang Miaoyin. Her concealment methods were nothing especially brilliant, but with saint rank cultivation, she probably would not be discovered by the city guards that easily. Sure enough, all the guards rushing out from the city ran right underneath her in a hurry, yet not a single one noticed that a saint rank expert was floating directly above them. The moment these city guards arrived outside, the first thing they did was unleash a barrage of fire on Lan Zu's group, clearly intending to bring down this band of merfolk engaged in armed combat. Lan Jian responded at once, firing back without hesitation. As a subordinate, he obviously had to protect his master and could not allow anyone to take them down so easily. And since he had once served in the Longhai Nation's royal guard, his strength was not just for show. 3 soul power beams fired in succession and struck the 3 city guards leading the charge. Seeing that, the guard captain immediately shouted for everyone to switch to close-range weapons and force their way through the enemy's suppressive fire as quickly as possible so they could subdue these violent intruders. As Lan Jin began to lose control of the battlefield against the growing number of enemies, Lan Zu immediately summoned his mech again. He then ordered Lan Jin to bring that idiot prince along and head with him toward the god rank remnant. Watching the direction they were fleeing in, the city guards who had come in pursuit immediately realized that their target was clearly the god rank remnant. Fortunately for them, a reply soon came in saying that 4th young Master Mai and his personal guard unit were already on their way to reinforce the area. Meanwhile, floating in the air above, Huang Miaoyin silently guessed that Lan Zu might be planning to use the power of the god rank remnant to forcibly activate Ao Bing's inheritance. Huyan Sing, on the other side, clearly could not sit still anymore either. The moment he saw the merfolk group leave, he called for Uncle Fa and immediately summoned his own mech to pursue them. Watching this, Song Yongxiang was almost speechless. He had only wanted to quietly watch the show and maybe pick up some benefits on the side. Yet the more he watched, the more people came piling in, and the mess just kept growing. Meanwhile, the city guards originally stationed near the god rank remnant had already been ambushed by Lan Zu and Lan Jian. In almost a single exchange, every one of them was knocked to the ground. After clearing away those troublesome foot soldiers, Lan Zu dismissed his construct and slowly walked toward the god rank remnant itself. Then he pulled out a small bottle of blood from his pocket and proudly declared that it contained the saint rank blood essence of Lord Lan Ao, the previous host of Ao Bing. With that, plus his own blood and Lan Kun's, the 3 portions of royal blood were now complete. Even stranger still, the god rank remnant before them seemed capable of making blood essence that had long since gone dormant boil back to life. Once the saint rank blood essence had been reactivated, Lan Zhao immediately uncorked the bottle and slowly poured it over the merfolk jade. And after absorbing part of that blood essence, the merfolk jade seemed to come alive. A voice even echoed from within it, urging Lan Zu to continue by adding the second portion of royal blood. That sight left even Lan Kun completely dumbfounded. He had clearly never imagined the inheritance ritual could actually be carried out in such a way. Huyan Sing, however, instantly recalled that the inheritance method of the Star Soul General Neja and the Huyan clan was almost exactly the same as what he was seeing now. Because of that, he immediately concluded that Lan Zu would never risk entering Star Soul Construct mode before pouring in the third portion of blood. If he did so prematurely, he would miss the best possible moment to enter the inheritance realm. And with the situation already at this point, there was no room left to wait any longer. In the very next instant, Huyan Sing dragged Uncle Fa with him and launched a sudden attack. Even if he could not seize the merfolk jade, he was determined to destroy it first. At the same time, Lan Kun was drowning in regret over his own recklessness. If he had not charged in so rashly, that blade would never have ended up resting against his neck. Yet, before truly making his move, Lan Zu deliberately put on the face of a kindly elder and told Lan Kun that he would at least grant his royal nephew a swift death. The moment those words fell, he swung the short blade in his hand and drove it viciously into Lan Kun's abdomen. As soon as the wound was opened, Lan Zhao immediately began chanting an ancient incantation used to extract demon blood essence. With each line of the chant, Lan Kun's blood essence started to flow bit by bit into that fishbone-shaped dagger. Meanwhile, this cruel scene was being recorded in full by Huang Miaoyin, who was floating high above. Once she saw that the god-rank remnant could actually reactivate saint-rank blood essence, she made up her mind on the spot that she had to take a portion back to the Shishui nation no matter what. With any luck, it might even be used to awaken the slumbering Holy Emperor. Hidden behind her, Song Yongxiang also recognized the ancient incantation Lan Zu was using. What made it interesting was that, in his memory, the exact same text appeared in the alchemy manuals of the spirit folk. Even so, at this moment, Song Yongxiang only hoped that one of them would successfully complete Ao Bing's inheritance ritual. As long as someone succeeded, it would not matter who it was. He could simply copy the power through the Star-Lord system afterward. Although Song Yongxiang had read about such incantations in books before, this was the first time he had ever seen blood essence being extracted from a living body with his own eyes. The scene was undeniably cruel. As Lan Kun's blood essence continued pouring into the merfolk jade, the jade itself quietly began to grow larger and slowly rose until it floated above Lan Kun's head. Once it had absorbed enough of the second blood offering, the enlarged merfolk jade immediately urged Lan Zu to continue and add the third portion of royal blood. But just as Lan Zhao was about to cut himself, a massive soul power beam suddenly blasted straight toward him. That sudden strike forced him to evade at the fastest speed possible. If he had been even a fraction slower, he would have been badly wounded if not killed outright. After barely dodging the blow, Lan Zu exploded in fury and shouted for the hidden attacker to come out and fight him openly. At such a critical moment, he would not tolerate anyone interfering with his plans. Yet that provocation got him no direct reply at all. The only response was several more soul power beams fired by Huyan Sing. Even so, the old monster clearly had reason to be proud. Despite his age, he still moved with frightening ease as he slipped through Huyan Sing's barrage. But Huyan Sing had gambled correctly on the most important point. Lan Zu dared not use full Star Soul Construct mode right now. So he immediately ordered Uncle Fa to take out the isolated Lan Jian first. On Lan Jian's side, he was still stupidly staring at his master under attack, as though the Huyan family's sudden assault had knocked his brain offline. Seeing that, Uncle Fa, who had been lurking behind him, showed no mercy at all and opened with a vicious flying kick. Only after being successfully ambushed did Lan Jian snap back to his senses. Bracing himself with one hand on the ground, he forcibly spun his entire mech in a full 360-degree turn. Using the momentum of the spin, he lashed out with a heavy kick aimed straight at Uncle Fa's mech head. Unfortunately, after showing off like that, he forgot the most important detail. Huyan Fa's mech had 4 arms. In the next instant, Huyan Fei exploited that very advantage, seized Lan Jian's right leg, and with one savage twist, tore the whole limb clean off. With one leg missing, Lan Jian could only draw out a long blade and use it as a makeshift support to stabilize himself. But before he could even regain his footing, Uncle Fa, ferocious as a war god, was already upon him again. This time, Huyan Fei gave Lan Jian no room to react at all. All 4 arms attacked at once, ripping off his right arm before following up with a hand strike so brutal that it sent the entire cockpit flying. Just as Lan Jian's battered mech was about to crash to the ground, Huyan Fei even added one more kick for good measure. Honestly, when dealing with a traitorous lackey like this, finishing things cleanly was the proper way to do it. Watching his trusted subordinate be torn apart so mercilessly, Lan Zu finally lost all restraint. To vent that rage, he no longer cared about the inheritance ritual at all. But the instant he completed his Star Soul construct, a frontal strike smashed straight into his cockpit, inflicting severe damage on the Lanzu inside. Worse still, the blow pierced straight through the entire mech and hurled the pilot's body out with it. As the projectile finally slowed enough to be seen clearly, everyone recognized it. The thing that had pierced the mech was none other than the dragon-subduing spike brought here by Lan Kun's group. At that moment, Huyan Xing, who was controlling the dragon-subduing spike from a distance through soul power, finally let out a breath of relief. Luckily, the Huyan family had always been mortal enemies of the merfolk. Otherwise, he would never have learned how to control the weapon made specifically to counter them. Lanzu, on the other hand, was now furious and shocked all at once. He had never imagined that the person attacking him would also be able to wield the dragon-subduing spike. While he was still shouting in rage, Huyan Xing had already arrived in front of him together with Uncle Fe. Huyan Xing then mocked him openly, saying that the dragon-subduing spike had been crafted by the Huyan family specifically to deal with seafood folk like them, so naturally everyone in the Huyan family knew how to use it. After hearing that answer, Lanzu finally descended into complete madness. At that moment, the blood feud between the two races seemed to ignite completely, to the point that even Lan Zhao felt as if the blood in his body were burning. So he threw caution aside, lifted his head toward the sky, and shouted for the expert above to reveal themselves and lend their aid. He even solemnly promised that in the future, he would personally ensure the Longhai nation repaid them in full with a heavy gift. Floating high in the air, Huang Miaoyin could not help but sigh inwardly. For a heaven-rank cultivator to sense her presence at all meant he was not entirely worthless. Even so, she had absolutely no intention of helping him. In her view, there was no need to waste effort dealing with a heaven-rank peak expert now, when it would be much easier to let those two fools from the Huyan family seize the inheritance first and then take it from them afterward. After waiting a moment, even Lan Zhao realized something was wrong. In a situation like this, if the hidden party refused to move, then that meant they were no friend of his. Seeing the hopeful look on Lanzu's face, Uncle Fe also lifted his head and tried to sense the aura in the sky, but after probing for a long while, he found nothing at all. In response, Huyan Xing told Uncle Fe that the seafood bastard was probably just bluffing. Instead of wasting time on that, it would do better to figure out how to take the merfolk jade away. With that, he reached out toward the merfolk jade in front of him. As he examined it with his senses, he thought to himself that if this inheritance ritual was 90% similar to the one used by the Huyan family, then the method for interrupting it should not differ much either. Yet just as he was about to act, hurried footsteps suddenly sounded from behind him. When everyone turned around, they saw that Lanzu had actually broken free of the dragon-subduing spike's restraint, and in his hand, he had already gripped a blade again, clearly intending to rush over and cut the two men in front of him to pieces. Facing two opponents weaker than himself, Lan Zhao's arrogance immediately flared up again. He even proclaimed himself the child of destiny, though he himself had no idea who had just helped him from the shadows. Hearing that, Song Yongxiang almost laughed. Who else besides him would bother helping Lanzu right now? If the Huyan family really took the Soul Jade away, how was he supposed to copy the new Ao Bing Star Soul General afterward? Based on what they had said earlier, in his previous life, Lan Kun should only have been lured into an ambush inside the Tiandu Nation territory after pursuing this royal uncle there. But now the sudden appearance of the god-rank remnant had completely thrown the original timeline into chaos. Song Yongxiang could not help wondering whether this thing was yet another butterfly effect caused by his own actions. At the same time, Huyan Fei immediately told his young master to fall back, saying he would do everything he could to hold Lanzu off and buy time for his young master to withdraw. But the moment he moved forward to intercept, Lanzu suddenly leapt aside and bypassed him altogether, charging straight toward Ao Bing's Soul Jade without even glancing back. Then he raised his dagger and slashed a deep cut across his own arm. At the same time, the incantation for drawing blood essence spilled from his mouth once more. The suddenness of it shocked everyone present. Most of them misunderstood what Lanzu was trying to do, but Song Yongxiang saw through it instantly. This bastard was about to force the inheritance ritual open by brute method. As the third portion of royal blood was poured in, a voice immediately echoed from within the Soul Jade, announcing that the Longhai secret realm had been successfully activated. While everyone waited for the next change, Song Yongxiang suddenly remembered that he had just heard something strange coming from inside the god-rank remnant itself. But before he could investigate the source of that sound, a sky blue figure suddenly burst out from within Ao Bing's Soul Jade. Once the figure stabilized, it introduced itself as the first host of the Star Soul General Ao Bing. Then it told the chosen warriors before it to prepare themselves, for only by entering the secret realm and overcoming the 3 trials it had laid down could they obtain Ao Bing's inheritance. The instant those words ended, a massive whirlpool of seawater appeared out of thin air and immediately swallowed up everyone from both the Huyan family and the Longhai nation. Right behind them, Huang Miaoyin, who had still been floating in the air, was also dragged inside. Even she herself could not understand why she was somehow qualified to enter this inheritance realm. And in much the same position was Song Yongjiang, the poor unlucky bastard caught up in the same mess. Whoever had designed this inheritance formation was truly outrageous. They had not even built in a proper way to identify who actually qualified for the trial. At this point, it was just sucking in anyone nearby, which was absurd. After everyone was dragged into the Longhai secret realm, Sand Sculpture City gradually returned to its usual calm. That night, Mai Biao, head of the Mai family, went to sleep with 2 concubines by his side. But before long, the women noticed that their master had begun talking in his sleep. He kept begging for mercy while clutching his chest. In his dream, time rolled back many years to one of the great wars between the Lower Domain Nation and the Tiandu Nation. Back then, the borderlands between Nanzhou and the Death Desert had been a battlefield soaked in blood day after day. And on that very day, Mai Biao, who had personally led troops to the front line, witnessed the scene that would haunt him for the rest of his life. In the middle of battle, countless golden soul power beams suddenly appeared, and more than half the Lower Domain Nation soldiers present were wiped out almost instantly. When they finally saw clearly what had struck them, they realized those beams were actually golden flying blades. After cutting through the soldiers, every one of those blades flew back into the Origin Star Soul General that had suddenly appeared in the sky. The one piloting that machine was none other than Nanrong Yi, the famous general of the Tiandu Nation, wielding the Origin Star Soul General Bai Qi. The moment the Lower Domain Nation soldiers recognized him, panic spread everywhere. They shouted that the intelligence had been wrong, because no one had ever warned them that Bai Qi would appear on that battlefield. Even so, they were still soldiers, and they reacted on instinct. Everyone raised their weapons and opened fire toward Bai Qi, but every attack passed straight through Bai Qi's figure and caused no real damage at all. Before anyone could understand what was happening, the war god Bai Qi had already appeared behind them at terrifying speed. Once he charged into the crowd, Bai Qi became exactly what the old legend said he was, a butcher. Everywhere his gaze swept, corpses piled up, and nothing living remained. The ordinary soldiers watching from farther away lost all will to fight on the spot. In the next moment, the entire line broke into a panicked retreat, but before they could get very far, Bai Qi caught up from behind and unleashed a falling moon slash, wiping them out in one stroke. By then, Mai Biao had already begun retreating toward the outer edge of the canyon, protected by a small escort squad. 3 of those men turned back willingly to die for him, buying time for their master to escape. Even at the end, they still urged Mai Biao to avenge them one day. Hearing those words, Mai Biao had originally wanted to swear that he would avenge them and look after their families with the best care possible, but before he could finish speaking, 3 cold flying blades pierced through those men. Then, just as the last 2 guards turned around to make a final stand, 2 more blades flashed through the air and killed them as well. At that moment, Mai Biao could only drop to his knees like a dog and beg for mercy. Against an enemy that felt like a god, any resistance of his was meaningless. Yet Nanrong Yi did not kill him immediately. Instead, after walking up to him, he first asked whether he was Mai Biao, head of the Mai family. With a blade at his throat, Mai Biao had no choice but to answer honestly. He even offered endless gold and treasure in exchange for his life. But once he got the answer he wanted, Nanrong Yi coldly said that he had no interest in money. Then he pointed toward the canyon and declared that from this day forward, that place would mark the boundary between the Tiandu Nation and Sand Sculpture City. If any soldier from Sand Sculpture City ever dared cross that line again, he would personally destroy Sand Sculpture City and take Mai Biao's life. That icy look from Nanrong Yi became a heart demon that Mai Biao could never escape. Even now, after waking from the nightmare, the first words out of his mouth were still that he would never dare cross that boundary again. After finally catching his breath, Mai Biao suddenly flew into a rage and shouted for his men, ordering them to take him to the underground hangar to find Dr. Dampi at once. On the way to the underground hangar, one of the guards reported to Mai Biao that an unidentified force had clashed outside the city that afternoon. But Mai Biao only waved it off impatiently and said that kind of small matter could be left to Mai Jin and the others. Yet the moment he stepped into the underground hangar, Mai Biao was shocked to discover that Dr. Dampi's new machine was already close to completion. Dr. Dampi explained that they had been unusually lucky that day. He had just managed to trade for the missing materials through the Merchant Guild, so the machine could now barely be considered complete. Looking at the prototype mech before him, the one rumored to be capable of rivaling an Origin Star Soul General, Mai Biao could not help blurting out that this was the very embodiment of Sand Sculpture City's will. Right then and there, he made up his mind completely. Once testing was over, he would personally pilot this machine and go find Nanrong Yi for revenge. The humiliation he suffered back then would be repaid 100-fold. Meanwhile, as Song Yongxiang was pulled into the Longhai secret realm, he once again vaguely heard that voice in his subconscious calling his name. But who exactly was it? And why did it keep trying to wake him? When he finally came back to his senses, Song Yongxiang realized that he was lying inside a military tent, and the clothes on his body were unmistakably those of a black armor guard 1000 commander. After thinking carefully, Song Yongxiang remembered that just before being drawn into the secret realm, he had acted on instinct and placed defensive measures inside his sea of consciousness to resist illusion techniques. After all, in his previous life, he had cleared more secret realms than he could count. At this point, he could guess with his toes alone that among the so-called 3 trials, an illusion array had to be one of them. Still, since his rebirth, he had not had the chance to explore any secret realm at all. So now that he finally had the chance, Song Yongxiang actually intended to enjoy the experience for a bit. Then, when he looked into the mirror, he realized the scar on the left side of his face was still missing. Based on that alone, he could already tell that this point in time should be 2 years after the Southern Wasteland beast tide. Sure enough, his guess was right. When Song Yongxiang stepped out of the tent, 2 black armor guard soldiers were already standing outside, and both of them respectfully addressed him as 1000 Commander Song. Hearing that title, Song Yongxiang could not help feeling a trace of nostalgia. Before he could stop himself, he joked with the 2 soldiers, telling them not to call him 1000 Commander and just call him Daddy instead. The 2 young soldiers instantly changed expressions, but all they could do was force an awkward smile and reply that the 1000 Commander really did love joking around. Hearing that, Song Yongxiang honestly wanted to give the creator of this secret realm some credit. Even the dialogue generated inside the illusion was surprisingly clever. After joking with the 2 soldiers for a bit, Song Yongxiang walked alone toward the front of the camp, while the soldiers behind him still reminded him that there was a cliff ahead and that he should be careful. The reason Song Yongxiang had deliberately headed for the cliff was to confirm his current location. Once he saw Tancheng, the fortress city on the southern border of Central Continent, and matched it with the timeline, he understood immediately that this was the period after Nanzhou had already been destroyed by the beast tide, when the Milan army had taken the chance to push south and pressure the Tiandu nation borders. Back then, Commander Dai had led half the Black Armor Guard north to support the Jinbei army, while Song Yongxiang had remained with the other half to hold the Central Continent front. But at that time, Song Yongxiang had been far too overconfident and careless. In the end, he fell into Yuang's diversion trap and directly caused the entire defensive line south of Tancheng to be destroyed by the Taihe mercenaries. The scar on his face had also been left behind by Yuang. At that point, Song Yongxiang finally understood the real purpose of this illusion. It was forcing him to look back and confront the mistakes he had made in his youth and arrogance. The idea behind it was nice enough, but it still was not nearly enough to truly trap someone like Song Yongxiang, because once he realized that he was inside a dream, then the dream itself should also fall under his control. In other words, this place was still his to rule. After testing his soul power again, Song Yongxiang became completely certain that his theory was sound. Since that was the case, he might as well use this chance to enjoy a taste of Saint rank power in advance, right here inside the illusion. In the next instant, he rose directly into the air. His goal now was simple: find Yuang, beat the hell out of him for fun, and then smash straight through this illusion array in the most direct way possible. And while Song Yongxiang was setting out to find Yuang, a fierce battle had already erupted in the 3rd defense zone south of Tancheng inside the illusion world. At that moment, an unnamed soldier on the ground was being savagely mauled at the cockpit by a Huodu-type beast, while he raised his crossbow cannon for one last shot. With a blast of soul power fire, the soldier finally killed the beast clinging to him. If he had been any slower, the monster would have bitten straight through the Star Soul coffin. At the same time, the other squad members around him were working together to wipe out the last of that beast tide. A moment later, the battlefield finally fell quiet, and the soldiers began checking each other's injuries. Once that soldier deactivated his Star Soul construct, he dropped to his knees from sheer exhaustion. His younger brother, who had enlisted alongside him, immediately ran over to help. After catching his brother, Zhang Dagui quickly checked his condition. Thankfully, Zhang Dafu was only suffering from overexertion and had not taken any serious injuries. Just as Zhang Dagui was about to help his brother over to the logistics unit to get some food, their captain suddenly called the 2 of them to a stop. After a short exchange, it turned out the captain had come to praise Zhang Dagui for how well he had performed in the battle. He had not expected that a former rich young master could handle a Star Soul general so well, but after the praise came the scolding. The captain turned on Zhang Dafu and demanded to know why he kept throwing himself into enemy lines like he had no regard for his own life. That reckless style had clearly pushed the captain past his limit. After taking the lecture, Zhang Dafu could only lower his head and fall silent, while Zhang Dagui turned back and told the captain that he would keep an eye on his brother from here on out. A vice captain who did not know the full story also walked over to the captain at that point and asked about the 2 brothers. While the vice captain was still saying both of them were promising talents, the captain let out a sigh and explained that they were the fallen young masters of the Zhang family from Central Continent. As for what he had just said, that was only because he had known their elders in the past. Meanwhile, the Zhang brothers finally received their meal rations. The younger brother kept urging his older brother to at least eat something first. He even secretly told him that if the camp food was too hard to stomach, he had hidden away some dried meat and liquor, and the two of them could sneak off later and have a little drink. But despite all that, the older brother still gave him no response. That immediately killed Zhang Degui's appetite too. After that, he spoke to his older brother as seriously as he could. He said maybe the fall of the Zhang family had simply been fate, but no one in the family had ever truly blamed him. What hurt the most was seeing his brother stuck in this state, as if he wanted to die. Only after hearing that did Zhang Defu finally speak. Even now, he still hated himself for the madness that had overtaken him back then, and he could not forgive himself for once trying to harm his own younger brother. But the younger brother calmly told him that he had already forgiven that long ago. Before the two brothers could really talk things through, the squad's alarm suddenly blared. In the next instant, everyone summoned their constructs again and prepared for battle. But when they actually looked ahead, they realized the incoming beast horde was far larger than expected. Their squad alone had no chance of stopping it. Worse still, there were still a large number of medics and logistics personnel behind them, and some of the beasts could fly, which meant even aerial evacuation was no longer an option. Just as the situation reached its breaking point, the beasts charging toward them suddenly slowed. Then all turned their heads to look behind them. Maybe the sound had traveled more slowly than expected, but by the time the squad saw what was happening behind the horde, they realized there was a mysterious expert there, already charging up for a devastating move. As the man shouted out the technique, one sword shatters mountains and rivers. That terrifyingly massive soul power slash came crashing down onto the beast horde. The power of that strike was overwhelming. Most of the beasts on the field were reduced to ash in an instant, while the lucky few that survived could only collapse to the ground, unable to move. When the smoke and dust finally cleared, the mysterious expert's true figure was revealed, but no one present could identify the model of the mech he was piloting. Still, someone in the combat squad suddenly brought up a rumor. He guessed that the man before them might be the legendary ghost of Nanzhou. The captain had clearly heard that story as well. After the beast tide battle in Yuanding City, news had once spread that Su, the half-saint, had died. But around a year later, people began claiming they had seen an outdated Junzi sword unit, one far outside normal specifications, appearing like a ghost in the beast nests of Nanzhou. Yet before anyone could fully react, the ghost of Nanzhou suddenly turned and left. Everything was seen clearly by Song Yongxiang from the sky above. After the man left, the squad below did not chase after him, since they still had to deal with the remaining beasts. But Song Yongxiang himself fell into deep thought. This illusion was somehow showing him scenes beyond his own memories. Logically, an illusion should not have been able to generate images he had never personally experienced. To get to the bottom of it, Song Yongxiang immediately decided to track down the ghost of Nanzhou and find out what was really going on. In the original timeline, if Song Yongxiang had never appeared on the second prince's side, then Elder Su would most likely have met with disaster long ago. Yet the mech before him, while clearly bearing the outline of a Junzi sword unit, was patched together with mismatched parts from all over, and that condition, along with the way it behaved, kept Song Yongxiang from being sure whether the person inside was really Elder Su. Then Song Yongxiang suddenly noticed that something seemed to be hidden beneath the cloak covering that mech, so he decided to move closer and get a better look. But just as he was about to close the distance, the ghost of Nanzhou suddenly turned around with a fierce expression and looked straight at him. That abrupt reaction instantly threw Song Yongxiang off balance. By all logic, someone at Elder Su's heaven rank peak cultivation should have had no way of detecting a saint rank expert like him. Yet the ghost's next response made one thing crystal clear. He had not only noticed Song Yongxiang, but was also openly hostile toward him. Before Song Yongxiang could even think through a proper response, the other side had already assumed an attacking stance. In the next instant, the man raised the broken sword in his hand and pointed it straight at Song Yongxiang. At the same time, the surrounding air began to hum with the sound of rapidly gathering soul power. The moment he saw that opening move, Song Yongxiang felt danger flash through him, because he knew exactly what was coming next. The signature move. One sword shatters mountains and rivers. Worse still, he suddenly realized that inside this illusion, all of the defensive formation talismans he normally relied on were simply gone. And at this point, trying to construct a mech on the spot to block the blow was already too late. Before he could fully come up with a countermeasure, that world-breaking strike was already slashing straight toward him. Fortunately, just before it hit, Song Yongxiang abruptly remembered that he was still inside an illusion. With a single thought, he forcibly summoned a top-tier defensive formation and barely blocked the attack. Even so, the pressure radiating from this ghost of Nanzhou inside the illusion was absurdly intense. Song Yongxiang had very nearly fallen for it just now, but just as he was catching his breath, the ghost suddenly broke off from the fight on his own, and as the mech fled, It gave off a harsh series of metallic grinding sounds, as if something inside it were about to tear its way out. Sure enough, after only a few more steps, a head of striking red hair suddenly burst out from the top of the mech. What shocked Song Yongxiang even more was the move that followed: Heavenly Demon Disintegration. By all rights, that mode should have belonged only to the Yizhixi unit from the Milan Nation, so why did this ghost of Nanzhou have it too? Seeing that only made Song Yongxiang even more determined to capture him. Without hesitation, he gave chase. But after pursuing him for a short while, a transparent pink wall suddenly appeared ahead. Since the ghost of Nanzhou passed straight through it without any problem, Song Yongxiang naturally followed after him. The result was that he slammed headfirst into the invisible barrier. After falling back to the ground, Song Yongxiang immediately began probing it carefully. But no matter how long he searched, he found nothing unusual, and judging from the way it felt, the area covered by this wall seemed to be quite large. Finding its true source was probably not going to be easy. Then Song Yongxiang decided to use the Star-Lord system to scan the wall. But after calling on it for a while, the system gave him absolutely no response. Only after a brief pause did it hit him that the Star-Lord system at this point in time was nowhere near as powerful as it would become in the future. Still, since he was inside an illusion right now, maybe he could just force the system itself into its peak state here. And sure enough, that was exactly what happened. Inside this illusion, not only could he boost his own strength, he could also push the system to its strongest form. After the scan finished, Song Yongxiang finally learned the truth. The wall had been generated from his own memory space, and the area where he was allowed to move was limited to a radius of only 500 li around this point in time. The moment he got that answer, he understood that he would not be able to keep digging into the truth behind the ghost of Nanzhou. He had wanted to use this chance to wander around and take a look at more places, but with a limit of only 500 li, he could not even leave Central Continent. Since that was the case, then the only thing left for him to do now was go find Yu Wang and beat the hell out of him to vent some anger. Not long after that, Song Yongxiang arrived at a small harbor city near Central Continent. The place was already engulfed in flames, with thick smoke rolling everywhere. He knew exactly why this city looked like this. Back when he had been guarding the Central Continent front, this place had once sent out a distress signal to the Tiandu Nation's regular army, saying that it was under attack by a mercenary force using Milun Nation mechs. But now that Song Yongxiang had come here in person, he discovered that Yu Wang himself had actually led the raid here back then, looting supplies while also preparing to strike Tancheng in Central Continent. Watching Yu Wang stand atop a tall building now, looking completely full of himself, Song Yongxiang found himself annoyed at his past self instead. If he had not fallen for that diversion back then, Central Continent might not have collapsed the way it did. With that thought, Song Yongxiang stepped directly into Yu Wang's line of sight, carrying all that pent-up fury with him. Then, without giving Yu Wang even a second to react, he dropped straight from the sky and landed in front of him. The instant Yu Wang saw him, he immediately recognized who it was, because this was the exact man he had planned to lure away later. But seeing Song Yongxiang descend through open air made fear rise in him on the spot. Only Saint rank experts could truly fly like that, and before this, he had never imagined that a mere black armor guard 1000 commander could actually be a Saint rank monster. And once Song Yongxiang saw this old enemy from his previous life, he no longer had the slightest interest in pretending to be weak. After all, inside this illusion, he was the Heavenly Emperor here. Taking on the appearance of his former self, Song Yongxiang immediately ordered the Star-Lord system to call forth his exclusive Origin Star Soul General Dongyuan Lord. Since Yu Wang had left that unforgettable scar on his face in the previous life, Song Yongxiang naturally intended to enjoy this chance to pay him back properly. As the system announced that the import was complete, his exclusive Origin Star Soul General, Dongyuan Lord, once again became his mech. The sight of it nearly shut Yu Wang's brain down on the spot. Even now, he still could not accept that what he was seeing was real. And once Yu Wang's men saw Dongyuan Lord appear, they immediately rushed toward their leader, clearly planning to buy him enough time to escape even if it cost them their lives. They were only mercenaries working for money, but their actions at that moment still earned a measure of Song Yongxiang's respect. So with a flick of his hand, he summoned every Doyuan sword stored inside Dongyuan Lord. Those blades would be the gift he gave them. After all, only warriors who were truly loyal deserved a send-off this grand. It was only when he saw that scene that Yu Wang finally snapped fully back to reality. But by then, any warning he could shout to his men was already too late, because the instant he turned his head, he saw that his entire force had already been wiped out. Even the famously durable Milan Nation mechs looked as fragile as paper in front of Dongyuan Lord, cut apart at will. After dealing with those mercenaries who at least had some backbone, Song Yongxiang turned his gaze back to Yu Wang and calmly told him to stop hiding, asking whether a man who held Ganjiang as his Star Soul General was really that spineless. Hearing that only made Yu Wang more confused. There could not possibly have been a traitor inside his mercenary group, and besides himself, The only ones who knew he had obtained Ganjiang were the female assassins from Taiyuan. So, very quickly, he convinced himself of something. Taiyuan liked to talk big about universal love and rejecting war, and they loved stepping into conflicts between nations with force. But maybe their real goal was to deliberately preserve the balance between all sides from the shadows. Maybe they never wanted the fragmented eastern continent to reunify in the first place. Yet while Yuang was still spinning through those thoughts, Song Yongxiang, hanging in the air above him, had already laid out his entire plan in full. The Milan army's push south had only been a feint to pull away the Black Armor Guard, while Yuang's real mission was to sneak into Xinzhuang port by sea and then launch a night raid all the way toward Tancheng. With his plan exposed down to the last detail, Yuang could only force out an awkward smile and admit that before coming here, he really had underestimated this seemingly ordinary little thousand commander. Only then did Song Yongxiang finally feel a bit of that knot in his chest loosen. He had already gone this far with cheating inside the illusion, so no matter what, he deserved to enjoy himself properly. Even so, he still felt that one last piece of satisfaction was missing. So once his mood had fully lifted, Song Yongxiang told Yuang to hurry up and construct Ganjiang. After he had had enough fun, he would shatter this boring illusion world along with him. Yuang had only just regained a little of his senses. Even though he had no idea what Song Yongxiang meant by an illusion world, he still obediently drew his saber and prepared to construct his mech. Then, as another streak of blue soul power lightning flashed across the sky, the mortal enemy from Song Yongxiang's previous life finally appeared before him once again in a familiar posture. But the man gave Song Yongxiang no time to reminisce. The moment he appeared, he attacked at once. And as soon as Song Yongxiang saw that familiar dragon-sealing great blade, the old scar near his eye began to ache faintly again. Clearly, after witnessing Song Yongxiang's overwhelming strength, Yuang did not dare hold back at all. So from the very start, he unleashed his strongest battle technique, Dragon-Sealing Cascade, that move truly stirred old memories in Song Yongxiang. Back then, he had stood before that strike with almost no power to resist. But now, looking at it again, it no longer seemed like much. In response, Song Yongxiang only summoned 3 Daoyuan swords from afar, because he knew full well that if he brought out any more, this little game would end instantly. In the next moment, the 3 Daoyuan swords shot forward, not only shredding Yuang's strongest strike on the spot, but also continuing onward through the ruined blade force and pressing toward Yuang himself. The absurd sight instantly turned Yuang pale, and he hurriedly summoned every last one of his sealing blades. Those blades then rapidly formed an airtight wall of steel in front of him. At first, Yuang believed that sheer numbers would at least allow him to hold off this wave of danger. But the instant the blade wall met Song Yongxiang's attack, it was already beginning to collapse. By the time Yuang realized what was happening and tried to turn and flee, it was already too late, because at the exact moment he turned around, the blade wall behind him had already been completely pierced through. Seeing that, Song Yongxiang even took the time to mock him, telling him to stop struggling. Since both of them were using perception-linked weapons, Yuang should have known better than anyone that he could not run from this. So the moment those words fell, Yuang's Ganjiang mech was dragged straight into the vortex of flying blades, and even as his machine was gradually carved apart, Yuang kept staring at Song Yongxiang with unwilling fury. Most likely, he still could not understand how he had ended up facing an opponent this monstrously strong. Then, with a sharp and almost pleasant explosion, Song Yongxiang's mortal enemy from his previous life finally met his end. Even Song Yongxiang himself had not expected the man to be this fragile. If he had known, he would have played with him a little longer first. Still, the core of the illusion was not far from here anymore. So he might as well end this boring illusion sooner rather than later. Meanwhile, in another independent space, the Secret Realm Administrator also sensed that something was wrong. He had originally been pleasantly surprised that someone had cleared the first trial so quickly, and had even begun to feel a bit of anticipation toward this exceptional descendant of the merfolk. But before he could react, a huge crack suddenly tore open inside the administrator's chamber. Situations like this were not entirely unheard of, so he quickly adopted the tone of an authority figure and ordered the trial participant to remain where he was, saying that the poll of the second trial formation would begin soon. Yet just as he finished speaking, 2 hands suddenly emerged from the crack, and under their brute force, the rift was torn wider and wider. By the time the rift had been fully ripped open, Song Yongxiang piloting Dongyuan Lord had already stepped directly into the administrator's domain. At first glance, the administrator instinctively assumed that Song Yongxiang was some descendant of the merfolk, but after a second look, he realized in shock that the figure before him was actually another Origin Star Soul General. In the next instant, he attacked immediately, controlling chains of soul power while angrily demanding to know how Song Yongxiang had forced his way into the merfolk's secret realm. Faced with those attacks, Song Yongxiang merely waved a hand and casually dissolved them all. Tricks like these had long since ceased to interest him in his previous life, and under his counter control, the chains that had been summoned were turned back on their owner. coiling around the administrator himself. Song Yongxiang knew perfectly well that this being before him was only a remnant soul projection left behind by the original creator, but that did not stop him from venting his anger on the poor thing. Honestly, if the fool had not asked how he had gotten in there, Song Yongxiang might not even have been this annoyed. With such pathetic formation skills, he still dared copy others and build a secret realm? For something as important as an inheritance site, should there not at least have been a basic layer of identity and bloodline verification built into the core logic? With craftsmanship this trash, what kind of administrator did he think he was? From this point onward, everything in this secret realm belonged to Song Yongxiang. Back in the illusion of the first trial, Song Yongxiang had already found a flaw. Following that crack in reverse, he had simply hacked his way straight into this secret realm world built from formation code. Even after hearing that explanation, the so-called system administrator still refused to believe Song Yongxiang could actually do something like that. After all, ever since the Longhai secret realm had been created, it was not as though no formation grandmasters had ever tried challenging it. At that point, Song Yongxiang could not be bothered to keep arguing. If the man knew what was good for him, he would hand over control right now. Otherwise, once Song Yongxiang acted personally, this entire secret realm might well be blasted into nothing. The moment Song Yongxiang said that, the system administrator grew tense. He was afraid that once Song Yongxiang obtained control, he would immediately seize Ao Bing's inheritance, which was meant to belong only to the merfolk. Because of that, he absolutely refused to agree. After learning what he was worried about, Song Yongxiang made himself clear. He had no intention of stealing Ao Bing's inheritance, and he was even willing to help them choose the next successor. But no matter how much he said, the old man remained stubborn. He even declared that he would rather let his remnant soul dissipate than agree. Since that was the case, Song Yongxiang could not be bothered to indulge him any longer. In truth, those conditions he had just stated were only a notice, not a request for permission. With the Star-Lord system at its peak, state by his side, forcibly finding a flaw and hacking the entire formation core was only a matter of spending a bit more effort, and the result turned out almost exactly as he expected. After giving the command, it took only a few seconds for the system to locate the core of the spatial flaw. Once that was found, the old man in his hands had no further value. So Song Yongxiang casually tossed him aside. After that, he officially began a brute force breach of the formation flaw. Naturally, the system space itself started collapsing in response. That sight completely stunned the administrator, because in all these long years, no trial taker had ever done anything like this. And now, it was not just the space that was breaking down. Even the administrator's own control data was being invaded and damaged by Song Yongxiang. Once he felt all of that, the old man finally gave in. He hurriedly said that as long as Song Yongxiang stopped, he would hand over control. His only condition was that Song Yongxiang must not seize Ao Bing's soul jade. Faced with someone who had just been acting so stubborn, Song Yongxiang could only sneer and tell him that it was already too late. If he had been willing to talk earlier, none of this would have been necessary. There was no point begging now. After hearing Song Yongxiang refuse him, the old man became even more panicked. He understood perfectly well that if he kept resisting, then both Ao Bing's inheritance and this entire secret realm would be destroyed. So he quickly apologized out loud and said that he was willing to hand over the secret realm and serve Song Yongxiang as his master from now on. As long as Song Yongxiang stopped the intrusion, he would do anything asked of him. Once the other side had surrendered unconditionally, Song Yongxiang finally stopped. People like this really did not give up until they saw the coffin. He had to force the man this far before he behaved. Then Song Yongxiang released the restraints he had placed on the administrator. At the same time, he warned him not to try any tricks again. If there was a next time, he truly would not stop. To his credit, the man behaved himself afterward, and soon pulled out a secret realm control core from his chest. But the moment Song Yongxiang saw that jade core, he immediately felt that something was off. The object looked strangely familiar, as though he had seen it somewhere before. So he dismissed his Star Soul construct at once and went over to inspect it personally. Yet after stepping out, he noticed another problem. The mask of mind-born form his mother had left behind had actually fooled even the secret realm formation itself. That alone made it even clearer that his parents had been anything but ordinary. Once that question was settled, Song Yongxiang stepped directly in front of the control jade core. Then he simply took it into his own hands. After unraveling the protective formation on the outside of the jade core, that familiar feeling became even stronger. He was almost certain now that he had seen something just like it somewhere else before. Thinking back more carefully, he quickly connected it to the box his parents had left him, because he was sure that there had been an object inside it almost identical to this jade core. Just as Song Yongxiang was trying to dig deeper into that memory, the old man reminded him that if he poured his divine sense into the jade core, then once the process was complete, he would gain full control over the secret realm. After learning the method, Song Yongxiang immediately began channeling his divine sense into the jade core. Once he examined it more carefully, he realized that a so-called secret realm was actually just a small world opened inside a special space through formation programming. So when the infusion was complete, the old man dropped to his knees at once and addressed him as Lord, because he could clearly feel that Song Yangxiang had become the new ruler of this world. Seeing how obedient the old man had become, Song Yangxiang casually repaired the damaged parts of the space as well. And since the administrator had been too tall earlier, forcing Song Yangxiang to tilt his head just to speak with him, he also shrank the man down for convenience. But once the man had become smaller, a mischievous thought surfaced in Song Yangxiang's mind. Since size could be changed so easily, why not try altering gender too? That old man appearance was badly overdue for an update. The moment the thought occurred to him, he acted on it. Without caring whether the administrator agreed or not, he directly issued the order to turn him into a woman. The result was exactly what he expected. Before the administrator even had time to resist, he had already become a beautiful merfolk woman. After being played with like that, the administrator even assumed that Song Yangxiang's next step might be to do something rather inappropriate. But in Song Yangxiang's eyes, the fact that he could be toyed with so thoroughly and still not dare resist only proved that he really had submitted this time. Once reassured, Song Yangxiang opened the administrator interface and began checking on the status of the others. In truth, while he had been toying with the administrator, everyone else was still trapped inside their own illusion trials. Since none of them had protected their seas of consciousness before entering, they had no idea they were still inside illusions. But compared to the others, the one Song Yangxiang cared most about was that Saint rank expert. According to his memories from his previous life, he should never have encountered her, so he was very curious which force she belonged to. With that in mind, Song Yangxiang quickly made his decision. He would personally enter her illusion world and take a look. After all, with control already in his hands, everything else was only a minor problem. Meanwhile, Huang Miaoyin was still inside her own illusion, trading blows back and forth with several ordinary beasts. But the situation quickly changed. Those ordinary beasts simply could not withstand the soul lightning she summoned. Once the beasts were completely dead, a man appeared behind her, and from the look on his face, he seemed deeply worried about Huang Miaoyin's safety. But when Huang Miaoyin deactivated her Star Soul construct, even Song Yangxiang was caught off guard. The woman piloting that machine had looked shockingly young, and judging from how relaxed she was while speaking to her father, along with the style of clothing she wore, none of it looked like modern attire. Even Song Yangxiang could not immediately tell what era she was in. At that moment, however, Huang Miaoyin's father began scolding her for summoning her Star Soul General without permission, warning her that she should avoid beasts altogether in the future. Watching this, Song Yangxiang found himself even more curious. He had not expected her Heart Devil illusion to be rooted in her childhood. Just how had this woman eventually grown into one of the Shishui Nation's 4 saint rank pillars? With that question in mind, Song Yangxiang turned to the secret realm system and checked the records. What he found surprised even him. According to the system, this illusion had already repeated itself 13 times. How could a saint rank expert possibly remain trapped in a Heart Devil illusion for that long? But it did not take him long to think of another possibility. With Huang Miaoyin's strength, there was no way she truly could not clear this illusion. Most likely, she simply did not want to wake up. Since there was clearly something interesting to uncover here, Song Yangxiang naturally had no desire to use his administrator authority to force the illusion shut. Who knew what unexpected clues might turn up next? So he followed father and daughter as they walked deeper into a grove filled with peach trees. In the middle of that peach grove stood a solitary grave. When Song Yangxiang moved closer, he realized that the grave belonged to Huang Miaoyin's mother, Huang Yuji. And just as he finished reading the grave marker, the father and daughter arrived there as well, each carrying offerings in their hands. But what struck him as strange was that after entering the formation's boundary, Huang Miaoyin's father immediately turned around and sealed the entrance behind them. At the same time, the young Huang Miaoyin looked up and asked her father when he would finally teach her formation arts. Hearing that, her father gently stroked her head and asked why she suddenly wanted to learn formations. The young Miaoyin answered seriously that if she learned formation arts, then she would not have to wait until the peach blossoms filled the sky each year just to come see her mother. Whenever she missed her, she could come anytime she wanted. Hearing his daughter say that, her father could not help showing a trace of difficulty on his face, but he quickly composed himself and used paying respects to her mother first as an excuse to put off the request. And while the two of them were paying their respects, Song Yangxiang was hardly idle either. He had already taken in every detail from what he had just seen. Thinking it through, he recalled that the formation laid down with sealing techniques here looked strangely familiar. If memory served, he had seen something similar in the Imperial Mausoleum's secret realm in his previous life. Based on that, Song Yangxiang began forming a guess. The man before him was very likely from that mysterious line of formation masters in the Eastern continent. the one whose descendants were born carrying the duty of sealing the Imperial Mausoleum's secret realm. Back when Song Yongxiang explored the Imperial Mausoleum's secret realm in his previous life, he had encountered a similar case. At the time, he had guessed that the man involved had most likely exhausted his own life force to keep the mausoleum suppressed. After all, according to the old legends, a terrifying Star Soul general of unmatched violence and destructive power had always been sealed beneath the Imperial Mausoleum's secret realm. If it ever chose a new host, the entire continent could be dragged into endless war. To prevent that from happening, the Tombkeeper line had carried that burden for centuries, and when Song Yongxiang matched those details against the time period shown in the illusion, a thought naturally rose in his mind. The man standing here was very likely the very same person he had encountered later in life. He only hoped it was not truly such an outrageous coincidence. Meanwhile, after completing the basic rituals, the man told the young Huang Miaoyin to wander nearby for a while, saying that he still had some things he wanted to say to her mother alone. Once his daughter had gone far enough away, he sat down by himself and slowly took out a letter filled with writing from his pocket. After softly reading its contents to the grave, he burned the letter like an offering, murmuring the whole time that all these years, there had not been a single moment when he did not miss her. Even Song Yongxiang felt a little moved by that scene. Still, he quickly reassured himself that this was an illusion anyway, so what he was doing counted as gathering intelligence, not eavesdropping. So, in the next moment, he calmly pulled out half a watermelon, then settled in to keep watching and collecting information while snacking away in perfect comfort. Meanwhile, on the other side of the peach grove, little Miaoyin, who had been sent away by her father to wander on her own, ran into a massive wild boar. Normally, any little girl would have been scared stiff by something like that. But this mischievous kid's first thought was somehow 100 different ways to cook wild boar. So instead of panicking, she leaped straight at it, which actually startled the boar instead. That poor beast had probably never imagined that after living this long, it would end up getting killed by a little girl like her. And while she was busy hunting the boar, Song Yongxiang had also finished gathering most of the information he wanted. It turned out that each successor of the Tombkeeper line was allowed 10 free years to marry, have children, and leave behind descendants. The man before him, Saikong Jing, was the current generation's chosen successor. The turning point in his story came when he traveled to the divine capital of the Shishui nation. There, at the Luoqiao poetry gathering, he and Amiao's mother, Huang Yuji, exchanged a single glance and fell in love at first sight. Not long after, the two pledged themselves to each other beneath the peach blossoms. Saikong Jing even gave up his duty as a tombkeeper and decided to stay with Huang Yuji and grow old with her. But their happiness did not last. After a brief period of peaceful days, the Huang family found them and began hunting them down. By the time they escaped to the Shikong Mountains, Huang Yuji had already suffered severe injuries and went into premature labor. After giving birth to Amiao, she died. Afterward, Saikong Jing set up the tomb sealing grand formation nearby and stayed hidden there with Amiao ever since. After hearing all that, even Song Yongxiang felt a little heavy-hearted. So the Huang family of the Shishui nation had already been that disgusting even all those years ago. Once he had digested the full story, Amiao also returned with her hunting prize. Based on how the illusion was unfolding so far, Song Yongxiang still could not see why Amiao would choose to remain trapped in this cycle 13 times without waking up. So he decided to keep following them home and see what came next. And once they passed through the Tombkeeper formation and returned to their residence, Song Yongxiang noticed that there was a maid standing in the courtyard with shackles locked around both her wrists and ankles. But strangely enough, when Amiao saw her, she warmly called her sister Jixiang. When Song Yongxiang moved closer, he realized those restraints were no cheap, ordinary tools. What exactly had she done to be treated like this? But the moment he carefully thought over that name, a figure instantly surfaced in his mind, someone even his past self had regarded with great caution. And if it really was her, then Amiao's refusal to wake up even after 13 loops suddenly made a lot more sense. To the Song Yongxiang of his previous life, this woman had not quite been a mortal enemy, but she had certainly been far more troublesome than most of his foes. Back when the Tiandu nation had fallen, Song Yongxiang had fled to the neighboring Shishui nation while still carrying heavy injuries. Once his condition improved somewhat, he ignored the Shishui Empress's attempts to dissuade him and insisted on returning to Tiandu to live or die with his homeland. But on the way back, this old witch had blocked him every step of the way. Although he had already obtained the Star-Lord system in the Imperial Mausoleum's secret realm by then, the defect in his soul meridians still dragged down his combat strength. So she used soul-imprisoning chains and forced him into a draining battle of attrition. The result was predictable. Not long after the battle began, Song Yongxiang was forcibly knocked out of his Star Soul construct because he ran out of soul power. And since his old injuries still had not healed at the time, he had no way of gaining any advantage against her side. After his forced deactivation, that old witch walked up in front of him with the Dark Mirror Directorate at her back, acting as arrogant as could be, and demanded that he surrender without resistance. Naturally, that infuriated Song Yongxiang, and he shot back on the spot, demanding to know what right the Dark Mirror Directorate had to surround and kill him when the Shishui Empress had already agreed to let him leave, and even asked if they were trying to rebel. But the old witch answered with perfect confidence that she was arresting Song Yongxiang under suspicion of stealing important military intelligence from the Shishui nation, and that everything she was doing was in defense of the nation. Of course, Song Yongxiang did not believe a word of that. She was making the whole thing up. At the end of the day, she only wanted to seize the Star-Lord system from him. Luckily, just as Song Yongxiang was running out of options, a fleet belonging to the Shishui Empress appeared on the river behind them, and the ships immediately broadcast that they had arrived carrying an imperial decree for Song Yongxiang. The moment the old witch saw those ships, she understood what was going on. The timing was too exact. It was obvious that her empress had fully decided to protect Song Yongxiang, and while she was still thinking it through, the imperial envoy continued broadcasting, specifically ordering the Dark Mirror Directorate to stop the arrest at once and deactivate their Star Soul constructs. Seeing how the situation had turned, Tong Juxiang, the chief of the Dark Mirror Directorate, could only raise her hand to stop her subordinates from pushing things further, because she knew this was not yet the time to completely tear off the mask. So while they waited for the Empress's envoy to come ashore, neither side made another move. And the decree sent by the Empress made her intentions perfectly clear. It stated that Song Yongxiang had rendered meritorious service in saving the throne, and thus was granted the title of Lord Marquis of the Southern Court, with orders to enter the imperial harem that very day and await summons. When he heard that decree, Song Yongxiang was completely dumbfounded. He had no idea what the Empress was thinking, because the title of Lord Marquis was the highest status that could be granted to a male consort in the inner palace. Looking back with what he learned later, that old witch had still wanted to drag Song Yongxiang away for interrogation the moment she heard the decree. The abilities of the Star-Lord system were simply too similar to the Taiyuan Lord she knew, and there was no way she wanted to let that go. So just as Song Yongxiang was preparing to leave with the envoy, the old witch finally could not hold back anymore and ordered her subordinates to stop them by force. Fortunately, the envoy who had come to deliver the decree was no soft target either. She immediately shot back and demanded to know whether the Dark Mirror Directorate intended to defy the imperial order or whether they were truly preparing to rebel. Just when it looked like both sides were about to tear the mask off completely, that old witch backed down. Faced with the charge of rebellion, all she could do was weakly insist that there were still too many suspicions surrounding Song Yongxiang, so he could not simply be allowed to leave. Seeing her tone soften, the envoy told her that if she really had evidence, she was welcome to return to the divine capital and present it before the throne. If the proof was solid enough, the Empress would decide the matter herself. After saying that, the envoy added one more point, stating clearly that the Imperial Guard had come under direct order to summon Song Yongxiang into the palace, and the Dark Mirror Directorate did not have the authority to interfere. Once the old witch had been fully cowed, the envoy told Song Yongxiang to board the ship without worry and assured him that from that moment on, no dog would be allowed to stand in his way. Back then, that feeling of having someone powerful backing him up had been unbelievably satisfying. So, Song Yongxiang turned around and wished the old witch a long life, then casually mocked her by adding that he had almost forgotten she was already more than 100 years old, so she should really take care of her health. Most likely, it was that exact line that truly enraged her. Later, when the Shishui nation's 400-year inheritance was lost, she became the one who started it all. The previous Empress of Shishui probably never imagined that the Dark Mirror Directorate she had personally assembled from slaves and criminals would one day become the reason for the Shishui nation's downfall. And so, inside the illusion now, Song Yongxiang found himself genuinely curious, because even he had never expected that this old witch would turn out to be the household servant of the host of the Star Soul General Wen Zhang. Because of that, Song Yongxiang became even more interested in Huang Miaoyin's past, and he had a strong feeling that the reason this illusion had repeated 13 times was probably tied directly to that old witch. The only problem was that, based on how the story had unfolded so far, he still could not quite see where the key issue was. On the surface, Huang Miaoyin's relationship with her actually looked fairly good, but in the very next second, Song Yongxiang noticed something off. Tong Juxiang blushed when she looked at Sai Kongjing, and what came after was even stranger, because the way she spoke and carried herself looked almost like she was the mistress of the household. Later, during dinner, the atmosphere among them was also full of laughter and easy conversation. On the surface, they really did seem close. At that point, in order to get to the truth faster, Song Yongxiang simply used his illusion administrator authority and accelerated the timeline. Once the scene jumped ahead into the night, he noticed that Sai Kongjing was studying a book on sealing formation arts, and inside it there were notes on the five-fold reversal tomb sealing array. Since it looked very similar to the formation used to seal the fighting ancestor, Song Yongxiang naturally became interested in secretly learning it as well. But just as he was memorizing the material, Tong Zhuxiang appeared outside the door, quietly spying on the room without being invited. At first, Song Yongxiang assumed she was here to steal formation knowledge too, but in the next moment, she simply pushed the door open and walked inside openly. And to make matters worse, she was dressed very lightly that night. Once she saw the stunned look on Saikong Jing's face, she only became even more forward. That alluring expression on her face made her intentions painfully obvious. She wanted him to make a mistake. Thankfully, Saikong Jing, who had looked so deeply devoted earlier that day, did not disappoint Song Yongxiang here. Faced with that kind of temptation, he still managed to refuse her. But if Saikong Jing had truly been able to reject her that completely, then this illusion would never have repeated 13 times. So after being rejected, Tong Zhuxiang raised the pressure and the temptation even further. And judging from the look on her face, she did not seem entirely willing either. She was clearly doing all of this for some deeper purpose. Otherwise, there was no way she could have risen to become the head of the Dark Mirror Directorate later on. Sure enough, once the pressure increased further, even Saikong Jing began to waver, and the formation notes in his hand seemed to lose all their color. It really was true what people said. Since ancient times, heroes had always struggled to get past beauty. Faced with that kind of situation, Saikong Jing, who had remained alone for years after Huang Miaoyin's mother died, truly did struggle to hold the line. Fortunately, after several breaths, he finally forced himself to steady his mind, and a weapon had already begun forming in his hand. As a member of the Tombkeeper line, Saikong Jing knew better than anyone that sudden kindness was rarely innocent. When such a gift delivered itself to your door, something was definitely wrong. Yet strangely enough, Tong Zhuxiang showed no trace of panic at all. Instead, in the very next moment, tears suddenly streamed down her face. Then, when she still failed to get any further response from Saikong Jing, she grabbed her clothes and turned to leave without hesitation. Even Song Yongxiang could not tell whether she had been sincere or whether this had all been part of some scheme. Even so, that entire scene had almost made Song Yongxiang laugh out loud. He had never expected that this old witch had such an embarrassing episode in her youth. If he ever ran into her again in the future, he fully intended to drag this story out and mock her with it. After finishing that little side story, Song Yongxiang decided to speed the illusion up again. Watching it unfold bit by bit like this was simply too slow. In the 2 years after that awkward incident, the household remained outwardly peaceful, and no further trouble seemed to arise between Saikong Jing and that old witch. But one old saying was absolutely true: children often saw through things more clearly than adults. Ever since that incident, Huang Miaoyin had begun spending long stretches of time staring blankly into space, and her hidden worries seemed even heavier than her father's. Then, 2 years later, the story finally took another turn, because on that day, Saikong Jing, as her father, finally decided to pass the formation arts of the Tombkeeper line down to his daughter. Hearing that her father was finally willing to teach her, Huang Miaoyin was overjoyed. To her, learning those formations meant she would be able to visit her mother whenever she wished. Once father and daughter reached that understanding, Saikong Jing officially began teaching her. According to Saikong Jing, the inheritance of the Tombkeeper line could be traced back as far as 2 whole epochs, and sealing formations were completely different from ordinary formations, which made them extraordinarily difficult to learn. That immediately sparked Song Yongxiang's interest as well. If he could truly master this kind of sealing formation, then the next time he entered the Imperial Mausoleum secret realm, he would be able to explore areas that had once been completely beyond reach. And so, from that point onward, both Song Yongxiang and Huang Miaoyin effectively entered study mode together. After 2 months of practice inside the illusion, Huang Miaoyin finally started to get the hang of it. But every time she tried to unfold the formation, the lines still came out crooked and uneven. At that level, taking it outside would honestly be embarrassing. So when Saikong Jing saw his daughter's progress, his brows stayed tightly furrowed. If Huang Miaoyin still could not inherit the line, then the Tombkeeper lineage might truly end with him. Song Yongxiang was thinking the same thing. After watching for this long, even he had already learned it, which meant Huang Miaoyin's talent in formations really was not that strong. Still, after learning it himself, Song Yongxiang was also surprised, because this sealing art clearly came from the same root as the 5 elements grand array used to suppress the fighting ancestor. In other words, if he once had only a 60 to 70% chance of forcefully breaking the 5 elements grand array, then with this sealing art added in, he now had more than enough confidence to break it perfectly. He could even crack it open, throw on an even higher level seal afterward, and set an unlock code on top of that for the next time. After secretly learning all of this, Song Yongxiang checked on everyone else's progress, only to grow more speechless the longer he watched. These people's mental resilience was honestly terrible. not a single one of them had managed to break free of their illusion on their own yet. Lan Kun, the host who had originally been destined in Song Yongxiang's previous life, was still spending every day inside his illusion, watching his Little Mermaid. This merfolk prince really had it easy. Huyan Xing was still stuck in his teenage years as well. But what Song Yongxiang really cared about was whether the person beside him was actually that host from the Huyan family. Then he switched over to Huyan Fa's side, and the tone turned much sadder. Song Yongxiang had never expected that this man, who always looked like some detached monk with no desires at all, still carried the memory of his former wife deep in his heart. As for that traitorous royal uncle, his case was even more intriguing. He seemed to have once been extremely close with the previous host of Ao Bing. So how had he ended up walking down the road of betraying the merfolk? But just as Song Yongxiang was about to close the monitoring screen, he discovered something new. Besides the people who had already been pulled in, there was somehow one extra snowman illusion, and the content of that illusion was bizarre. There was only a single snowman inside, sleeping there for more than 100 years. At the same time, while Song Yongxiang was still busy being shocked by everything else, another 2 months quietly passed inside the current illusion. Huang Miaoyin, whose ceiling formations had already reached a decent level, still kept training without stopping. This time, however, the target of her practical training became Tong Juxiang. With Huang Miaoyin's help, the formation chains that had been locking Tong Juxiang's hands and feet were finally removed. Tong Juxiang was stunned when her freedom was suddenly returned to her. She was deeply grateful to Huang Miaoyin for releasing her, but she was still afraid that Sai Kongjing would punish her once he came back and discovered what had happened. Seeing that, Huang Miaoyin decided to go all the way and opened the outer ceiling formation as well. By the time she finished, she was already visibly tired, yet she still urged Tong Juxiang to leave quickly, saying that what she had done was her way of returning Tong Juxiang's freedom on her father's behalf. In truth, Huang Miaoyin had always known that it was her father who had imprisoned Tong Juxiang, so the moment she inherited the ceiling formations, the first thing she did was return that freedom to her. Once Tong Juxiang understood Huang Miaoyin's intentions, she did not hesitate any longer and immediately turned to leave the place that had trapped her for so many years. But the moment she ran off, something strange happened. On one side stood Huang Miaoyin, struggling to keep the formation open, already looking worn down. On the other was Tong Juxiang, wearing the faintest trace of a sly smile. Unfortunately, Song Yongxiang did not catch that detail at the time because he had still been busy studying the snowman illusion. By the time he noticed that something had gone wrong here, it was already too late. All that remained at the scene was a troubled-looking Huang Miaoyin. Fortunately, Song Yongxiang now had administrator authority over the secret realm. As long as he had enough information, there was nothing he could not dig up. So he spent a bit of time rewinding the timeline. When he turned things back by 2 months, he discovered that Sai Kongjing had actually left because he had business to handle elsewhere. And before leaving, he seemed to have entrusted Huang Miaoyin with something very important. Song Yongxiang then pushed the timeline another month back, only to find that it had returned to the period when Sai Kongjing was still teaching Huang Miaoyin the ceiling formations. Still, it did not take long for him to lock onto the key point. Just from the look in Sai Kongjing's eyes, Song Yongxiang could tell that the jade plaque was extremely important. Once he restored the timeline to normal speed, that suspicion was confirmed. Before leaving the mountain, Sai Kongjing not only warned Huang Miaoyin never to summon Wen Zhong inside the formation, but also made her promise to remain within the ceiling formation and absolutely not go outside. At the thought of being separated from the father she had depended on all her life, Huang Miaoyin was clearly heartbroken and softly asked whether he really had to leave. Seeing that his daughter was on the verge of tears, Sai Kongjing immediately comforted her, saying that once he finished his business, he would come back and take her away. At that time, he would even bring her to the Tiandu nation and let her taste all kinds of delicious food. The moment she heard there would be food and a chance to leave this place, Huang Miaoyin brightened up and started excitedly listing all the famous dishes of the Tiandu nation. Even so, in the end, she still was not fully reassured. She insisted on making a pinky promise with her father and demanded that he truly keep his word. After all, she had never once been separated from him all these years. So even after being briefly won over by the promise of good food and freedom, she quickly became reluctant again and repeatedly reminded him that he had to return in time for her birthday. In response, Sai Kongjing stroked her head and told her that if danger ever came here, she should use the formation to activate the jade plaque in her hand. If she did, not only would it trigger the defensive system, but he himself would also sense it and return immediately. Hearing that, Song Yongxiang grew suspicious, because the jade plaque looked very much like the life plaques commonly used by sects in the central continent. The only purpose of those things was simple. So long as the name on the plaque still glowed, the person tied to it was still alive. From that, Song Yongxiang guessed that Sai Kongjing was most likely leaving to take over the sealing duty at the Imperial Mausoleum's secret realm. Otherwise, he would never have entrusted something like this to his daughter. Sure enough, What followed unfolded almost exactly the way he had guessed. After Sai Kongjing left, Tong Zhouxiang immediately began playing out a pitiful little act in front of Huang Miaoyin. After enough subtle manipulation, Huang Miaoyin was eventually affected by her clumsy tricks and ended up removing the restraints from her. Seeing that, Song Yongxiang could only shake his head helplessly. This little girl was far too easy to fool. Even so, that alone still did not seem enough to become the kind of mistake Huang Miaoyin could never forgive herself for. So Song Yongxiang decided to keep watching. And after that, aside from the old witch's escape, everything unfolded exactly as he expected. Once Sai Kongjing left, he never returned. Poor Huang Miaoyin spent her days counting on her fingers, waiting for her father to come back and celebrate her birthday with her. But even after her birthday had already passed, Sai Kongjing still did not appear, and by then Huang Miaoyin was the only one left within the ceiling formation. And just when a person had reached the deepest point of despair, disaster always seemed to arrive right on its heels. When waves of rumbling suddenly came from the distant formation boundary, Huang Miaoyin innocently mistook the sounds for her father knocking to come home. So she ran over happily, ready to open the gate for him. But the real source of the noise was a group of people outside forcibly breaking the formation, and the tools they had brought were clearly of a very high grade. Leading them was none other than Huang Shennan, the current head of the Huang family of the Shishui nation. And as for how they had found this place, the answer was not hard to guess. Once the old witch escaped, she must have informed the Huang family right away. The only thing that truly surprised them was that Sai Kongjing and his daughter had managed to hide right under their noses for more than 10 years. Even so, they had still underestimated the power of the Tombkeeper line's formations. The two guards at the front, who were responsible for breaking the formation, quickly reported that they had run into a serious problem. They had already spent a long time stabbing at it with formation-breaking spikes, yet the formation remained completely intact, so they suggested that the family head bring in an actual formation master. Hearing that, the house steward flew into a rage on the spot, stamping her feet and cursing the two guards as useless trash. But right at that moment, the gate of the ceiling formation slowly began to open from the inside. Because of the concealment layer placed over it, Huang Miaoyin still had no idea that the people outside were not her father. So when the gate was fully opened, she froze in place. Even an idiot could tell at a glance that the people outside had come with bad intentions. And the moment she tried to shut the gate again, she realized in horror that it no longer responded. Because during the few seconds she had been stunned, the two Huang family guards at the front had already jammed the entrance open with formation-breaking spikes. At the same time, the steward behind them immediately ordered everyone else to rush in and seize Huang Miaoyin first. Huang Miaoyin, who had never truly faced anything like this before, had no idea how to handle it. Her only thought at that moment was to run. But before she could even take more than 2 steps, she was already completely surrounded by the Huang family guard. Although everything looked overwhelmingly in the Huang family's favor, they had overlooked one extremely important fact. The reason Sai Kongjing dared to leave a girl barely over 10 years old alone in that place was actually very simple. His daughter already possessed more than enough power to protect herself. When the dust finally settled, everyone present was stunned. No one had expected that trying to capture a little girl would end up drawing out an Origin Star Soul general. Even the steward who had just ordered Huang Miaoyin's capture was scared senseless on the spot. Right in front of the family head, she even blurted out that Huang Miaoyin might be the bastard child of Miss Yuzi and Sai Kongjing. The moment those words left her mouth, she was harshly punished by the family head, and after realizing that Huang Miaoyin was actually an innate host, Huang Shennan immediately changed her tone, declaring that no matter how long she had been away, Huang Miaoyin was still a daughter of the Huang family. She understood very well that the existence of an innate host was enough to keep the Huang family thriving for centuries to come. So she immediately ordered everyone not to injure Huang Miaoyin in the slightest and to switch to soul-binding chains to capture her alive. After receiving the order, the Huang family quickly pinned down Huang Miaoyin's limbs with the chains, and many of them even shouted excitedly that they had already caught her. But before they could celebrate for more than a few seconds, several flying blades behind Star Soul General Wen Zhang shot out at once. Yet those blades did not attack anyone immediately. After leaving the mech, they simply hovered in silence above the center of the encirclement. After being treated so brutally by the Huang family, Huang Miaoyin's anger had already reached its limit. So she immediately invoked the name of Star Soul General Wen Zhang and borrowed the might of heaven itself. The moment she roared for the thunder to strike, a soul pressure like heavenly wrath exploded from her body. At that point, it was the Huang family's turn to panic. Of all people they could have provoked, they had chosen a little girl capable of going berserk. Without enough means to protect themselves, there was no telling how this would end. Then the sky suddenly darkened, and a massive vortex formed overhead as yellow lightning power began gathering within it. The power of Star Soul General Wen Zhang soon called down an enormous heavenly thunderbolt. With a deafening crash, the enemies who had just surrounded Huang Miaoyin were turned into corpses in an instant. But after seeing such a savage strike, Huang Shengnan did not retreat. Instead, an even greedier look appeared on her face, and she had already begun calculating how to use Huang Miaoyin to elevate the Huang family even further in the future. And once the steward noticed that expression on her master's face, she immediately ordered the reserve guards in the rear to continue the capture. Faced with enemies charging straight at her again, Huang Miaoyin instantly summoned Star Soul General Wen Zhang's exclusive weapon and prepared to fight back. Although she was still very young, her innate host constitution gave her battle talent and cultivation that did not fall short of the guards before her at all. Seeing that, the steward could only stiffen her resolve and beg Huang Shengnan to step in personally because the forces they had brought were limited, and this little girl was clearly far harder to deal with than expected, and the reality matched her fears exactly. Huang Miaoyin was moving through the battlefield with remarkable ease, fighting almost effortlessly. After seeing the situation spiral so far beyond expectations, Huang Shengnan kept cursing her subordinates as useless trash, but she herself had already begun preparing to make a move. At the same time, the second wave of guards had already joined the battle. To improve the odds of success, most of them stayed in front to distract Huang Miaoyin, while two others used the smoke for cover and circled behind her for a sneak attack. Through that coordinated effort, several soul-binding chains finally managed to lock down Star Soul General Wen Zhang's movements once again. But just as they thought they had succeeded, arcs of heavenly lightning suddenly began crackling across Wen Zhang's mech. By the time they realized something was wrong, it was already too late. The lightning, carrying the force of heavenly wrath, swept through them instantly and burned them into blackened corpses. But after unleashing such a wide-area attack, Huang Miaoyin herself finally collapsed to her knees from exhaustion. Yet at the moment when she was weakest, the sound of clapping suddenly came from not far behind her, with the speaker praising her as the Huang family's future supreme genius. As Huang Shengnan's words faded, the mech she piloted also stepped into view before Huang Miaoyin, and when she saw how full of hostility the little girl was toward her, Huang Shengnan still put on a warm and gentle smile, pretending to offer kind words of persuasion. But Huang Miaoyin was still just a child. She did not understand any of that. All she knew was that bad people had broken into her home, so no matter what, she was going to drive them out. Her courage was admirable, but anyone with even basic Star Soul training knew the truth. When the gap between two sides was a whole major realm, there were usually only two outcomes left: surrender or die. So it did not take long for Huang Shengnan to close in and lock Wen Zhang down in close combat. Even the armor of an origin Star Soul general like Wen Zhang could not stop Huang Miaoyin's arm from being twisted into a horrifying knot, and Huang Shengnan gave the girl no time to react. She pivoted on one leg and violently turned her body in one smooth motion. After adjusting her angle, she unleashed a fully charged rift-splitting palm straight at the spot where Wen Zhang's Star Soul coffin was located. The instant the strike landed, Huang Miaoyin was blasted out of the construct, and her Star Soul armor rapidly dissolved around her. Fortunately, the formation wall behind her absorbed part of the impact. Otherwise, with that level of force, she would have been sent flying much farther before hitting the ground. Even after crashing down hard, Huang Miaoyin did not lose consciousness. Instead, she gritted her teeth and forced herself back to her feet. But what did it matter if her body could endure it? At this point, it was her heart that had already broken. To her, the most painful thing was never losing to the enemy. The real pain had started the moment her father left, because that was when the only pillar holding up her world collapsed. Powerless and desperate, she could only clutch the jade token her father had left behind, crying as she shouted his name again and again. More than anything, she wanted him to come back and save her right now. But the moment Song Yongxiang saw that the name on the jade token had already gone dark, he understood that her father had most likely died inside the Imperial Mausoleum's secret realm. And yet, seeing that little girl kneeling on the ground and calling for her father over and over, Song Yongxiang could not help feeling sorry for her. In all likelihood, she would never understand why her father had lied to her, even in what had been their final farewell. Just as Song Yongxiang's sympathy rose, Huang Shengnan dismissed her construct and walked over to Huang Miaoyin, then began questioning her about her background. But Huang Miaoyin was heavily injured and mentally on the verge of collapse. There was no way she could answer anything. The only thing left in her heart was the father who was never coming back. Seeing her remain so unresponsive before the family head, the steward immediately stepped in and began pressing her to answer. But no matter how hard she pushed, all she got in return was the same line repeated over and over. "A Miao wants to stay here and wait for father to come back." Seeing that, Huang Shengnan changed tactics. She softened her tone and tried to persuade the girl like a caring relative, saying that once she returned to the Huang family, no one would ever bully her again. But it changed nothing. Huang Miaoyin remained kneeling there blankly, repeating again and again that this was A Miao's home, and that A Miao would wait here for father to come back. Yet from the look in her eyes, Song Yongxiang sensed something more. Perhaps in that very moment, Huang Miaoyan had already understood what it meant when the name on a life token went dark. The illusion then abruptly ended when Huang Xingnan struck and knocked her unconscious. After that, Huang Xingnan prepared to take her away. Although the illusion quickly restarted from the beginning once again, by this point, Song Yongxiang already understood exactly what Huang Miaoyan's heart devil obsession truly was. The reason she kept repeating this cycle without waking up was simple. She was waiting for someone who would never come back. No matter how many times the illusion repeated, that outcome would never change. By the time Song Yongxiang had watched the cycle for the 20th time, he finally could not take it anymore. He had not wanted to interfere, but seeing how pitiful Huang Miaoyan was, he decided to treat this as a little tuition fee for the ceiling formations he had learned from her illusion. To help her sever that obsession completely, Song Yongxiang deliberately chose the moment when she was mentally at her weakest right, when she cried out asking when her father would come to save her. At Song Yongxiang's command, every enemy around her was instantly wrapped up inside ceiling formations. The moment Huang Miaoyan sensed that, her entire spirit lit up again. Because she had not only seen the familiar formation patterns, she had also heard a voice she knew. To cut through her obsession completely, Song Yongxiang then compressed the surrounding space through the formation to the limit. In the very next second, every enemy inside it exploded into a dazzling shower of light, like fireworks bursting in the sky. But when Huang Shangnan noticed Song Yongxiang, she said something that surprised even him. By all rights, she should not have known that Sai Kongjing was already dead, yet she declared with absolute certainty that Song Yongxiang could not possibly be here. Faced with something that unusual, Song Yongxiang knew he would have to investigate it himself. If that was really true, then the Imperial Mausoleum secret realm from those early years might be hiding far more secrets than anyone realized. But before Song Yongxiang could think much further, Huang Xingnan saw him, disguised as Sai Kongjing, walking toward her, and became even more certain as she said that Sai Kongjing should have been dead already. And when Song Yongxiang attacked her, her reaction made one thing very clear. She had fought formation masters before. Putting those clues together, Song Yongxiang made a bold guess. Sai Kongjing's death while suppressing the Imperial Mausoleum secret realm had likely been caused by the Huang family working together with other forces. By the time he finished sorting through that thought, Huang Xingnan had already pulled out her Soul General talisman and was preparing to strike back. What she never expected, however, was that while being blasted backward out of the fight, she would slam straight into an invisible wall. And after crashing onto the ground, she finally realized that a huge stretch of space around her had already been fully sealed inside a formation. In response, Song Yongxiang merely told her that heaven rank speed meant nothing. If the formation was built large enough, then no matter how fast she was still just a fish trapped in a tank. Then he began compressing the space through the ceiling formation. Every member of the Huang family who had been on the battlefield was pulled into it, along with her. Although Song Yongxiang normally did not mind using overwhelming force to bully the weak once in a while, he absolutely would not tolerate someone doing that to a child right in front of him. So in the next moment, he flung that shameless pack of Huang family people straight out, which at least helped little Miao Yin vent some anger first. And just as he expected, once the villains had all been dealt with, Song Yongxiang soon heard Huang Miaoyan crying as she ran toward him from behind. She was crying and calling for her father at the same time, and it was obvious that everything that had just happened had truly wronged this little girl badly. So the moment she got close enough, she threw herself at him without hesitation, clinging to him as if she were terrified that he would vanish again in the very next second. But the words she said afterward left Song Yongxiang silent for a moment, because the little girl in his arms, apart from complaining that her father had come back so late, was filled almost entirely with worry for him and longing for him. That scene made Song Yongxiang's chest tighten a little, so, still wearing Sai Kongjing's identity, he gently hugged the tough little girl back. But that was exactly when something unexpected happened. Not long after being held by Song Yongxiang, Huang Miaoyan suddenly broke free from his arms and slid backward at high speed. She quickly explained why. She had sensed a different soul power fluctuation coming from Song Yongxiang, and because of that, she began to suspect that the person in front of her was not really her father. That caught even Song Yongxiang off guard. He had been careless and forgotten to disguise his soul power signature, and she had actually noticed it. For a moment, even he could not tell whether this was because Huang Miaoyan was naturally gifted, or whether innate hosts were simply this sharp by default. Left with no better option, he explained that during his trip to the Tiandu nation, he had inherited the ancient legacy of the Toonkeeper line, which was why his soul power signature had changed. After that, Song Yongxiang even demonstrated on the spot how he could switch soul power signatures, then added that this was something he had only mastered after merging with a senior who possessed 60 years of battle experience. Only after hearing that did Huang Miaoyan gradually lower her guard, though she was clearly still not completely convinced. Seeing that the situation was finally easing up, Song Yongxiang immediately used his authority to create a roast duck behind his back and told Huang Miaoyan that it was a gift he had specially brought back for her from Tiandu City. But the moment Huang Miaoyan got a clear look at the gift, she suddenly pouted in annoyance. because what Song Yongxiang was holding was obviously not roast duck at all. So she immediately decided that this false father in front of her was trying to fool her again. Oddly enough, that reaction made Song Yongxiang relax. It meant she had finally let her guard down. So, with a flick of his hand, he brought out her favorite roast duck as compensation. But when Song Yongxiang saw her plop down on the floor and start gnawing on the duck with both hands, he was completely speechless. As a proper man from the Tiandu nation, he simply could not accept such a wasteful way of eating roast duck. So he immediately started teaching Huang Miaoyin the correct Tiandu way to eat it, saying that biting into it like that was practically a crime against good food. Maybe he described it a little too well, because after listening to him, Huang Miaoyin instantly grabbed at him and started acting cute, insisting that he take her out of here and bring her to Tiandu City. Faced with that kind of shameless little girl charm offensive, even Song Yongxiang felt a headache coming on. Still, since he had already helped this much, he figured he might as well see it through. So next, he used his authority as the secret realm administrator, the Jade Core, to temporarily create another illusion layer. Using his own memories as the foundation, he directly built a Tiandu restaurant inside it. Once everything was fully formed, Huang Miaoyin was instantly drawn in by the unfamiliar, yet beautiful city outside the window. She immediately turned and bombarded Song Yongxiang with questions, asking whether this was really Tiandu City and whether he could teach her that instant movement trick he had just used with the ceiling formations. In response, Song Yongxiang could only tell her that this power came from merging with that big shot, and even if he wanted to teach her, he could not, because that inheritance existed only once. After saying that, he casually produced an entire table full of Tiandu Nation specialties, partly to distract her from the question she had just asked. Sure enough, it worked exactly as he expected. The moment the little girl saw the feast, she became wildly excited and started circling the table non-stop. Watching that, Song Yongxiang actually felt a little comforted. He decided to treat this as a beautiful memory he was leaving behind for her. And while Huang Miaoyin was happily stuffing herself with good food, Song Yongxiang also used the illusion to revisit the beautiful Tiandu city in his own memories. Once the Southern Beast Tide was over, he really should return and see it again himself. By the time he was done indulging in nostalgia, Huang Miaoyin had pretty much eaten herself into a little round piglet, so Song Yongxiang walked over and asked whether there was anything else she wanted to eat. If there was, he could make more for her right away. But in the very next second, Huang Miaoyin did not even wait for him to finish before she threw herself into his arms again. Then she softly thanked him, and right after that, the entire illusion around her began to slowly dissolve. Once Song Yongxiang heard that thank you, he finally understood. Maybe Huang Miaoyin had been awake from the start. The reason she let the same illusion repeat 20 times was simply because she wanted to see her father a few more times. Once Huang Miaoyin's illusion completely ended, Song Yongxiang immediately returned to the administrator space to check on the others. Fortunately, things were not bad there either. By the time he got back, 4 people had already successfully cleared the first trial. As for the ones who still had not passed, they could stay trapped in their own memories a little longer. At this point, aside from Song Yongxiang himself, Lan Kun, Lan Zhu, Huyan Xing, and Huang Miaoyin had all already passed the first round. And just before the second trial began, Lan Tong, the former administrator, actually asked Song Yongxiang whether he wanted to join in as well. To make it sound more interesting, Lan Tong even spoiled part of the content in advance, saying that in the second trial, they would be facing copied versions of Ao Bing's past hosts. The rules of the second trial were fairly simple. All candidates would first have to fight through large numbers of enemies, and then, based on their kill scores, each would be randomly matched against a copied version of one of Ao Bing's previous hosts for a final duel. These copies, recorded within the secret realm Jade Core, had no emotions and no independent will, but they had inherited all of the original host's combat strength and battle experience, which made them perfect gatekeepers for a trial like this. After the administrator finished explaining the rules, Song Yongxiang asked whether the second trial would suppress everyone's cultivation to the same upper limit. After all, the gap in strength among the 5 people present was still pretty obvious. After hearing Song Yongxiang's question, the administrator replied that such a rule naturally existed. Since the trial had to be balanced around the weakest participant at present, once the second trial began, everyone's cultivation would be suppressed to late Earth rank. That left Song Yongxiang a little stunned. Could it be that the weakest person here was actually him? After calming down, Song Yongxiang then asked whether the third trial would have the winners of the second trial fight one another to determine the final victor. The administrator confirmed that this was indeed the case. The final winner would inherit the Star Soul General Ao Bing. And just as Song Yongxiang expected, the secret realm trials still could not escape the usual formula of contests of wit, combat, and contestants fighting one another. If he wanted to tamper with anything, he would have to do it quietly at this stage. But while Song Yongxiang was still thinking about how to handle things, the administrator awkwardly asked if Song Yongxiang could restore him to Lord Lantong's appearance before announcing the rules, since that would make him look more dignified. Hearing that, Song Yongxiang also felt that it did make sense. Still, the old man's look was far too plain, so he decided to make it a little more interesting. With a flash of light, the administrator froze in disbelief. Then he immediately turned around and chased after Song Yongxiang, asking if he was serious, because there was no way something as cute as a chubby fish could possibly look dignified. That line nearly made Song Yongxiang laugh out loud. After finishing that, Song Yongxiang began wondering what name he should give the little guy. Calling him Little Blue felt a bit ordinary, but names like Gudon, Wang Kai, or Tiazu felt far too rustic. While Song Yongxiang was still thinking about it, the administrator gave up struggling and chose the name Little Blue for himself. Though he still made one final request before leaving, he really wanted at least a little dignity. The moment he said that, Song Yongxiang casually added a pair of cute little dragon horns to him. Seeing that, Little Blue finally gave up resisting altogether, though Song Yongxiang could still tell he was not exactly pleased. At that point, Song Yongxiang decided he had teased him enough, so he stopped there, used the Jade Core to grant him the ability to freely adjust his size, and sent him off to explain the rules. Meanwhile, at the candidate's teleportation array, everyone was already waiting for the second trial to begin. Huyan Sing, who had awakened first, was looking around everywhere for his protector, but it did not take long before he learned that Uncle Fa had failed to pass the Heart Devil illusion. As for Lan Kun, the moment he woke and saw the traitorous royal uncle Lan Zhu, he was instantly furious and angrily accused him of gambling with the inheritance of the merfolk race. Lan Zhu, however, could not be bothered to respond to him at all. At the same time, Lan Zhu also noticed Huang Miaoyin. Since he had never seen her before the ritual began, he quickly concluded that she must have been the powerful expert who had hidden in the sky and watched everything unfold. The most distracted person there, however, was actually Huang Miaoyin. Even now, she was still immersed in the emotions of meeting her father again, repeatedly whispering apologies and thanks. Fortunately, in the next moment, the Secret Realm Administrator appeared directly above everyone's heads. That instantly brought the attention of everyone present back to the scene. The moment Lan Kun saw him, he nearly broke down, because he simply could not believe that the guardian of the merfolk's secret realm was actually a chubby-headed fish. In response, Little Blue chose to ignore him and quickly explained the rules and victory conditions for the next trial. The instant he finished speaking, everyone on the field was teleported straight into the combat arena. The unluckiest ones were Lan Zhu and Huang Miaoyin, because their landing points were marked directly in the middle of the enemy swarm. Fortunately, all of them were experienced fighters. Faced with enemies surging in like a tide, they quickly entered combat mode. Before long, each of them was mowing down the mobs with their own combat techniques. And at the same time, the performance gaps between their different mechs quickly became obvious. Meanwhile, Song Yongxiang had also entered the battlefield, and he noticed that Huang Miaoyin was using the Sunu-type mech to hide the fact that she was actually the host of Wenjiang. So Song Yongxiang also chose to stay hidden for the time being, while using the opportunity to test the real combat performance of the Wei Yuan-type mech he had developed earlier. After some time passed, the final kill scores were calculated. Lan Kun, who had been the destined host in Song Yongxiang's previous life, was the biggest disappointment. After fighting for so long, he had scored only 126 points. In contrast, Huyan Sing, the young master of the Huyan family, performed much better, reaching a total of 261 points. Lan Zhu, who was originally a heaven-ranked powerhouse, did not disappoint anyone either, finishing with 425 points. On the other side, Huang Miaoyin, despite being a saint-ranked powerhouse, was held back by the mech's performance and ended with only 689 points. But when the final screen shifted to Song Yongxiang, things became almost absurd, because while piloting the fully equipped Wei Yuan-type mech, he somehow scored the highest total on the field, a full 1,000 points. Even so, this form of the Wei Yuan-type mech had one fatal flaw. Its output was so fierce that the soul power burden on the user became outrageously heavy. If it were not Song Yongxiang piloting it, no one else would have been able to handle it. While Song Yongxiang was still thinking, a translucent figure suddenly appeared not far ahead, and that figure looked like a monk. The same thing was happening in front of the others as well, except that the copy each person saw was different. The one who reacted with the most excitement after seeing Al Bing's host copy was actually Lan Zhu, because the figure standing before him was none other than Brother Lan Al, the man he admired most. But this copy, which had neither emotions nor independent will, paid no attention to him at all, and had already begun preparing to construct its mech. As surging soul power condensed into form, Ao Bing's ninth host, Lan Ao, the weapon master who excelled in all kinds of battle armaments, appeared before Lan Zhu. At the same time, the copies before everyone else also began constructing their own mechs. After so many generations of inheritance, even Song Yongxiang found himself wondering just how many special forms Star Soul General Ao Bing had developed. Meanwhile, Those who had failed to pass the first illusion trial were still trapped inside their own memories. As the guardian of the Huyan family's young master, Uncle Fa no longer knew how many times he had already repeated that wedding night with his late wife inside the illusion. But just as he was about to lift his bride's veil once again, Little Blue suddenly appeared inside his illusion. Then, in an extremely serious tone, Little Blue announced that participant Huyan Fa had exceeded the time limit without passing the first trial, had therefore been judged a failure, and would be forcibly expelled from the secret realm in 10 seconds. At the same time, over in the snowman illusion, Little Blue also appeared there, and he delivered another notice, officially declaring that participant Zhang Liu had failed the trial. Right around that same time, back at the God Rank Remnant site, large numbers of my family subordinates were still cleaning up the aftermath of yesterday's battle, but they never expected that a place which had only just gone through chaos the day before would suddenly erupt with another abnormal event today. Faced with that strange development, every My family member assigned to clean up immediately surrounded the scene and reported it to General Mai Jin at once. On Huyan Fa's side, the moment he realized he had been surrounded, he also became instantly alert. But before either side truly made a move, he immediately pulled out the Huyan family token from his waist and explained that he and the young master had come here only because they had been invited by General Mai Jin. After he revealed his identity, the soldier in charge of communication quickly confirmed it to the captain, saying that Huyan Fa's identity had checked out, and also reminding him that the man before them was a heaven-rank powerhouse. The moment he heard that, the squad captain immediately ordered everyone to deactivate their Star Soul constructs. Then he stepped forward at once to apologize to Huyan Fa, saying that the whole thing had simply been a misunderstanding. But after apologizing, they quickly asked Uncle Fa whether the person who had appeared in the pit beside him had come together with him. They also added that the man looked like a member of the demon race. After hearing that, Huyan Fa immediately followed them over to take a look. At the same time, he remained fully on guard, because his first guess was that the stranger might be one of the merfolk involved in the internal conflict. But the moment he clearly saw the person lying unconscious in the pit, he froze on the spot, because he did not know this person at all. And according to his own memories, there had been no such individual among those who entered the secret realm before. After hearing his confirmation, everyone present was momentarily at a loss. And while they were still staring blankly at this unknown arrival, the battle inside the Longhai secret realm had already erupted in full. The Star Soul General Ao Bing, controlled by the ninth host, Lan Ao, bore the title of Weapon Master, so a large number of armaments were deployed behind him from the very start. Because of that, once the battle began, the traitor Lan Zhu could do little more than rely on constant evasive movement to deal with the attacks, and while dodging, he kept calling out to his old big brother, hoping to awaken even a trace of his consciousness. But the Lan Ao copied through the Jade Core gave him absolutely no response, and after his first strike missed, the copy immediately followed up with an even fiercer assault. But it did not take Lan Zhu long to realize that something was off, because this so-called Lord Lan Ao in front of him was clearly much weaker than he should have been. And Lan Zhu could also sense that his opponent's cultivation had been suppressed to late Earth rank as well. Once he figured that out, Lan Zhao instantly threw off his earlier disadvantage. If both sides were fighting at the same realm, then he had no reason not to go all out. The fact that the copy was using the image of the Lan Ao he respected most only made him even angrier. So he immediately decided to use the battle technique Lan Ao had once taught him, Vortex Strangle, to crush this fake. In response, the copy recorded within the secret realm Jade Core unleashed the exact same move and met him head-on. With both of them fighting at the same cultivation level, the clash ended in a perfect stalemate. Neither side gained any advantage. And while the two of them were battling at full intensity, the Ao Bing host copy in front of Huyan Xing also began constructing its mech. Since the Star Soul General passed down through the Huyan family had always been a blood enemy of the Longhai Nation's Ao Bing line, the figure that appeared before Huyan Xing was Ao Bing's third host, Lan Zun, the Flame Master who wielded twin dragon-headed fire. And the moment Huyan Xing saw that the other side intended to challenge him with flames, he nearly laughed on the spot. In his eyes, that level of fire was nothing more than a cheap trick in front of the real thing. So before long, blazing flames were already tearing across their battlefield as well. Both sides relied on agile footwork and heavy streams of flame beams as they exchanged attacks at high speed. Meanwhile, the copy standing before Huang Miaoyin still had not begun constructing its mech. That immediately irritated the already prideful Huang Miaoyin, so she took the initiative and fired first with a soul power beam. But the host copy on the other side was no pushover either. While springing backward to evade her attack, it also began its own Star Soul construction. Once the construction was complete, Huang Miaoyin finally learned that the figure before her was Lan Ling, Ao Bing's fifth host, whose specialty was sword combat. But Huang Miaoyin, who had spent half her life standing above everyone else, could not care less about any of that. She immediately decided that she would crush this so-called sword master with the sword itself. And she was not just talking big. Once the fight truly began, it was obvious that Huang Miaoyin was the one controlling the pace of the exchange. After Song Yongxiang finished observing the others, the copy on his side finally began constructing its mech as well. The figure standing before him was Lan Lu, Ao Bing's sixth host. According to the records, Lan Lu never needed to fight personally, because before he even made a move, the 4 dragon bone appendages behind him were already enough to tear his enemies apart. Seeing that, Song Yongxiang could not help thinking that this kind of tentacle-style armament actually looked pretty interesting. But when it came to mental control, the other side was still far too green. For the sake of staying hidden though, he could only bring out something roughly on the same level for now. So next, Song Yongxiang began manipulating the Secret Realm Jade Core to alter the mech he was currently piloting. The other side's Dragon Bone attacks might have been fierce, but if Song Yongxiang were to activate Ao Bing's reverse scale mode, how exactly was that man supposed to deal with it? Meanwhile, in the second trial, the copy facing Lan Kun also began its Star Soul construction. Yet Lan Kun still did not seem to fully grasp the situation he was in. He was even trembling in the legs from the soul pressure released by the copy. During that moment, he finally recognized who his opponent was. But because this figure had always seemed overwhelmingly powerful in his mind, recognizing him only made Lan Kun even more afraid. Maybe that was just how the Secret Realm's low-score elimination logic worked. The one who got the lowest score in the mob round ended up drawing the copy of Lan Tong, Ao Bing's first host, and the mech he controlled was none other than the legendary Emperor Ao Bing mode, a form that seemed to gather nearly every combat trait shown by the later hosts. Because of that, Lan Kun had already lost most of his fighting spirit before the battle even began. Deep down, he truly believed he had no chance of defeating the great king of the merfolk. And while he was still frozen there, the Lan Tong copy on the opposite side had already launched the first attack. Luckily, Lan Kun barely dodged the opening strike at the last possible moment. But that evasive move forced him up into the air, where he had no room left to maneuver. And just after he leapt up, the copy seized the chance immediately. The second dragon it had sent out earlier suddenly appeared at Lan Kun's rear flank. So in the very next second, Lan Kun was swallowed whole by a sea of flames. At the same time, Song Yongxiang was also locked in an intense battle against the copy of the sixth host. Except the fight on his side was almost a little too flashy, because what Song Yongxiang was using right now was the star-colored Ao Bing form he had once copied through the Star-Lord system. Meanwhile, his opponent was a shadow copy created by the Jade Core, and since both sides fought using tentacle-style weapons, the whole exchange looked almost like a mirror match. Fortunately, Song Yongxiang had more than just that in his arsenal. Faced with the scythe-like tentacles attacking from all directions, he answered with the spear techniques he was truly best at. And the instant he knocked those tentacles aside, he had already closed the distance on the copy. So, with his next move, he directly unleashed Falling Moon Slash, the signature art of the current commander of the Black Armor Guard. At that range, if he still managed to miss, he would not even deserve to go back to the Tiandu Nation. Yet even after taking that blow head-on, the copy of Lan Lu quickly steadied itself. It was clearly not easy, but in the end, it still managed to hold its ground. And the very first thing it did after regaining its footing was begin charging a finishing move right where it stood. Judging by the posture, the next strike was meant to decide the battle. The move certainly looked frightening. That dark violet soul power unique to the copy instantly spread around Song Yongxiang, while the 4 tentacles hidden inside it all lunged toward him at once. Song Yongxiang honestly almost laughed. Trying to win a long-range firepower clash in front of someone like him was nothing but showing off tricks before a master. Then again, that worked out fine for him. It had been a long time since he had properly enjoyed the overwhelming firepower of Ao Bing's reverse scale mode. So this was the perfect chance to teach the Jade Core system a lesson. So in the next moment, the dragon heads that had been hovering behind him all this time instantly entered full firepower mode. And as their rate of fire kept climbing, the wall of soul power in front of Song Yongxiang was torn apart like wet paper. Under that kind of savage, suppressive fire, even the copy of Lan Lu, the sixth host, could only respond by dodging in a panic. And when it finally regained its bearings and looked back towards Song Yongxiang, it was shocked to find that Song Yongxiang had vanished from where he stood. And in the very instant it looked around, a sharp battle blade had already appeared silently against the Star Soul coffin at its chest. Meanwhile, after landing that finishing blow, Song Yongxiang still followed up with a few extra shots, just to make sure the copy would not get back up and keep dragging the fight out. But once the battle was over, he actually felt a little regret. Judging by the intensity of that fight, the copy had probably shown less than 20% of the original's real strength. If he had known it was that weak, he would not have bothered bringing out the star-colored Ao Bing form at all. Still, getting to go all out like that after so long did feel pretty good. Even Song Yongxiang himself could no longer remember how long it had been since the last time he used it like this. Now all he could do was hope Lan Kun would step up and not waste his expectations. Because whether Song Yongxiang could successfully copy Ao Bing this time really depended on Lan Kun's performance. And not long after Song Yongxiang finished his own trial, Little Blue immediately appeared in front of him. But Little Blue clearly had a question, because based on the battle footage, he simply could not understand why Song Yongxiang had also been able to fight using Ao Bing. In response, Song Yongxiang only reminded him that he was holding the secret realm Jade Core himself, so temporarily pulling out an Ao Bing form was hardly anything strange. But Little Blue pointed out that the Ao Bing form Song Yongxiang had just used was not part of the Jade Core's recorded data at all, and on top of that, Song Yongxiang had handled it far too smoothly. Hearing that, Song Yongxiang immediately changed the subject and told Little Blue to bring up the live footage of everyone else's trials. As for the Star-Lord system, he had no intention of explaining that. But once Song Yongxiang saw the others' battle conditions, he started getting a headache because almost everyone else was progressing just fine, while Lan Kun alone was getting beaten the whole way through. Watching that, Song Yongxiang could not help breaking into a sweat for him. He even started wondering whether the inheritance appearing early might have changed the original course of history. Was Lan Kun really going to die here? Since standing around and watching was clearly not a solution, Song Yongxiang asked Little Blue whether he could go directly to the battlefield and take a closer look. Little Blue replied that in principle, yes, he could, but he was worried Song Yongxiang might get caught up in the moment and end up interfering with the outcome. To that, Song Yongxiang patted his chest and promised that he definitely would not interfere. He said he was only going over to watch quietly, so Little Blue did not need to worry. At the same time, Lan Kun's situation really had reached the point where it looked bad. From the moment the fight began, he had been pressed down the entire time, and now even his mech had already been forced into deconstruction. But just as Lan Kun lay on the ground, gasping for breath, several small pills suddenly dropped right into his mouth. That instantly set Little Blue off. Just a moment ago, Song Yongxiang had sworn he would not interfere, and now he was feeding the guy soul-restoring pills. Anyone would be furious seeing that, so all Song Yongxiang could do was put on an awkward face and say that his hand had just slipped. He claimed those pills were originally meant for himself, but somehow they had fallen who knew where, and after receiving that accidental bit of help, Lan Kun's body and soul power quickly began recovering. After reviewing the fight in his head, he also gradually realized that he was not completely without a chance after all. So after climbing back to his feet, Lan Kun finally made up his mind to properly fight the Emperor Ao Bing in front of him, and to show his respect, he even deliberately constructed the Longhai Nation's mass-produced Star Soul General. Seeing that, Song Yongxiang could only hope Lan Kun would truly pull himself together this time. After all, if Ao Bing's inheritance really changed hands, copying that lineage afterward would become a real headache. So Lan Kun, who had been stuck in a bitter struggle all this time, finally gathered his courage and started seriously facing the copied host of Ao Bing in front of him. And at that point, Song Yongxiang also recognized the mass-produced mech Lan Kun was using. It was a model built on the Junzi sword design. Honestly, the mech engineers of the Longhai Nation really did have some skill. Meanwhile, the copy on the other side was the first to break the deadlock. Under its command, the two flying dragons immediately launched their assault. On the other side, Lan Kun quickly saw through the familiar pattern, so he immediately constructed his weapon in response. After learning from his last failure, Lan Kun confidently chose to use Vortex Strangle to force a breakout when the flying dragons came at him again. He even used the upward momentum from the technique itself to swing directly behind the copy. Unfortunately, that move still did not escape the host copy's notice, so the instant Lan Kun appeared behind it, the dragon roar cannons of the two flying dragons had already locked onto him. Fortunately, before he could be hit, Lan Kun once again used Vortex Strangle as a defensive move, and with the mobility from that technique, he successfully closed the distance on the copy. As soon as he got close enough, Lan Kun swung his spear down in a full-force strike, but faced with that attack, the copy only raised its spear casually and blocked it with ease. Still, Lan Kun kept his cool. After the first blow failed, he used the rebound from the counterforce to launch himself back into the air. Then he fired a charged, scattershot Dragon Roar cannon right back at the copy. Under that dense barrage, the copy could only pull up the cloak behind it as a shield, but at the same time, it used that opening to call the two flying dragons back into position and prepare for the next move. But the moment it lifted the cloak, blocking its vision, it found Lan Kun's Vortex Strangle already crashing straight in front of it. Yet just as it prepared to block with its spear, it suddenly realized that the target of the attack was not actually itself. Watching that, even Song Yongxiang had to give Lan Kun some credit. After fighting this long, the kid had finally found the real key to winning, because once the main body lost those two flying dragon armaments, its overall combat strength would inevitably be cut down hard. But after Lan Kun landed, the one remaining flying dragon immediately prepared to counterattack. And after being harassed by those sneak attacks for so long, Lan Kun was no longer willing to indulge it. The instant he landed, he twisted with the momentum and threw out another strike in one fluid motion. That blow hit the other flying dragon dead on. The sudden turn of events left the copy unable to adjust in time, and at that point, it could only watch helplessly as its armament was destroyed. Still, assuming that the copy had no cards left just because its special weapons were gone would have been far too careless. After all, apart from mech-exclusive weapons, the host of AO Bing was itself a deadly weapon. Lan Kun could only sigh inwardly at the difference in soul power reserves. After that intense offensive exchange, his own soul power was nearly exhausted once again. Even so, he still chose to gamble everything on one more push. So in the next moment, he once again took the initiative and fired a mass-produced version of the Dragon Roar cannon. That attack forced the copy to abandon the large finishing move it had been charging for some time. Instead, it could only switch to using the cloak as a defensive shield, and after the entire volley of cannon fire had been spent, Lan Kun gripped his spear and charged the copy once more. With his soul power running low, close quarters combat was now the only option left to him, but that also meant he had to defeat the copy before his remaining soul power completely ran dry. Watching from the side, Song Yongxiang could only shake his head. The kid was still too straightforward. If he had just dismissed his weapon during that first spear clash and instantly reconstructed a new one, he would have won right there. Still, after thinking it over, Song Yongxiang decided to go check on the others first. That foolish kid Lan Kun was probably going to keep fighting for a while longer, and just as he expected, Huang Miaoyin had already secured her victory with ease. As expected of a saint-rank powerhouse, even with her cultivation suppressed, she was still overwhelmingly strong. Hu Yanxing was still fighting hard, but judging from the situation, there should be no real problem for him to win in the end. Lan Zu's side, on the other hand, left Song Yongxiang more than a little speechless. The man could have taken the win directly, yet he still chose to humiliate his opponent first. His temperament really was rotten to the core. At that point, Song Yongxiang made Little Blue answer a simple question, because he already knew the others were basically just there to fill the numbers. The system had most likely been set up so that only merfolk descendants could inherit Ao Bing, which meant the final ownership should really come down to Lan Kun and Lan Zhao alone. Hearing that, Little Blue looked awkward for a moment and did not know how to respond, because Song Yongxiang had already promised him earlier that he would not interfere with the final result. Song Yongxiang, however, said that it did not really matter who was chosen. He simply felt that the format of the third trial was far too boring. He even pointed out that deciding the fate of the merfolk race's greatest treasure purely through internal fighting felt a little too careless. Once he put it that way, even Little Blue had to admit that the point made some sense. So Song Yongxiang laid out his plan for him. Whether that plan would ultimately benefit Lan Kun or not would depend on how things unfolded next. Meanwhile, the candidates who had defeated their respective copies had already been returned to their own staging zones. As the last one to clear for the moment, Hu Yanxing quickly noticed that Lan Zhao and Huang Miaoyin had both already passed the second trial. What interested him more, though, was Song Yongxiang's situation, because Song Yongxiang had entered the battlefield directly, so Hu Yanxing had never actually seen him before the second trial began. Still, Hu Yanxing could not help feeling a little relieved that he had at least performed better than Lan Kun, because Lan Kun's staging field had still remained empty until now. Soon after that, Little Blue reappeared and began announcing the rules for the next round, though this time his body seemed to have become a little too exaggerated in size. But right then, Lan Kun finally managed to clear the second trial at the last possible moment. And from the way he looked, the ordeal had clearly taken a heavy toll on him. Once everyone had arrived, Little Blue first congratulated them on passing the second trial, and then formally announced that the third trial was about to begin. At the same time, over in Longwei City by the western shores of the Longhai Nation's Infinite Sea, a massive beast tide suddenly erupted, and in that very moment, all of them were teleported onto a stretch of wasteland near Longwei City. Since Little Blue had not explained the third trial in advance, both Hu Yanxing and Lan Kun were momentarily confused after being transported there. But Lan Kun, being the reckless sort, exploded the instant he saw Lan Zhu. Before he even figured out what was happening, he had already charged straight at him. Clearly, though, he thought too highly of himself, because Lan Zhu avoided his attack with almost insulting ease. Then Lan Zhu slipped behind him in a single motion and seized Lan Kun before he could react. But just as the two of them were about to keep tearing into each other, a sharp warning siren suddenly rang out across the sky. At the same time, thick black smoke began spreading around the teleportation zone, and hidden within that smoke were countless crimson eyes. Once Lan Kun and Lan Zhu calmed down a little, they quickly recognized the sound as the Longhai Nation's emergency war horn. But at that point, no one had any energy left to care about their feud, because the sight before them was simply too overwhelming. Along the endless coastline and across the sky above, countless beasts of all shapes and sizes had already filled the horizon, and that, precisely, was why Little Blue had brought them here. The situation had developed too suddenly, so he had no choice but to shift the third trial here on the spot, with the objective being simple: defend this harbor city of the Longhai Nation against the beast tide. The Longhai Nation had originally been a vassal state supported by the Empire, created mainly to resist the beasts of the sea. But after the empire fractured, the Longhai nation rose on the strength of its own military power and eventually became one of the great nations capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the others. Before them stood Longwei City, a defensive fortress city in the south of the Longhai nation, a place that had once served as the front line where the merfolk resisted the endless beast tides centuries ago. But today, the people of the city were finally forced to remember that old terror once again. Because aside from the Baifang-type beasts filling the skies, the coastline itself was also packed with beasts of every kind, large and small. Faced with such a desperate situation, even the Longhai troops defending the city were caught somewhat off guard. The only thing they could do at once was shut the outermost southern gate immediately. Since they had not faced a beast tide on this scale for hundreds of years, even the beast-killing guns mounted along the walls had begun to rust and yellow with age. Even so, the morale of the defending troops did not collapse. On the contrary, because every one of them knew they were the final shield standing between the beasts and the people inside the city, all of them steeled themselves and prepared to fight with full focus. At the same time, the assault squad responsible for holding the front had already finished assembling. Though they only had the strength of 3 battalions in total, their commanders still decisively split off 1 battalion to cover the evacuation of the civilians. As soon as the order was given, the leading commander immediately led his troops out through the city gate. Even though everyone knew this battle would likely be a death trap, not a single person there showed any sign of fear or retreat. Meanwhile, Song Yongxiang's group was gradually coming to understand the situation. Even so, Lan Zhu and Lan Kun still found it hard to believe that what they were seeing was real. Lan Kun was the first to jump out and say that maybe they had fallen into another heart devil illusion. Because in the real Longwei City, beasts had not appeared for more than 100 years. But the moment he finished speaking, Lan Zhu suddenly punched him and sent him flying. After doing so, however, Lan Zhu remarked that the sensation did not feel anything like a heart devil illusion. Even so, he could still clearly sense that his cultivation remained suppressed at Earth rank. These strange signs temporarily made Lan Zhu give up on taking revenge against Hu Yansing, until he figured out what was really going on. The only thing he could do was stay still and wait. Still, while making that decision, he also noticed Song Yongxiang. Unfortunately, being none too bright, he simply took Song Yongxiang for some refugee who had been accidentally dragged into the secret realm and did not consider him worth worrying about. In Lan Zhu's mind, the strongest person present was still Huang Miaoyan, so he was even considering trying to cling to her again later. And while Lan Zhu was still looking around, Huang Miaoyan had already gone off alone to stand on a high point, gazing toward the endless mass of beasts in the distance. But even as the strongest person present, she did not feel optimistic about the situation. With the forces they had now, plus the few of them, at best they could only buy some time for the civilians to evacuate. There was no chance of truly holding everything together. Still, during all this, she once again sensed a familiar fluctuation of soul power coming from Song Yongxiang, which made her quietly decide to keep a closer eye on him. At the same time, Little Blue appeared before the group and quickly issued the trial objective: defend Longwei City. And to prevent anyone from leaving the trial zone without permission, he placed a soul power collar on each of them. He also warned them repeatedly not to leave the designated trial area, or the collar around their necks would automatically explode. After giving those instructions, Little Blue went on to explain the scoring conditions, which included killing beasts, assisting merfolk soldiers, and protecting civilians during evacuation. But before he could finish speaking, Lan Zhao cut him off directly, and from the look of it, he was clearly very unhappy with the new trial rules. However, as the guardian of the inheritance, Little Blue was naturally not about to tolerate that kind of interruption, so he immediately penalized Lan Zhu by deducting points. Even then, Lan Zhao kept pressing the issue. He was never afraid of settling things through force, but now that the rules had suddenly changed, he was obviously furious. Still, Lan Zhu's objections did not shake Little Blue in the slightest. Instead, Little Blue calmly clarified that in this round, every soldier who survived and every civilian successfully evacuated would count toward the score, and that total would then be combined with the scores from the previous 2 trials to determine the final result. After hearing that, everyone present fell briefly silent. Taking that moment, Little Blue released the restraints around the teleportation array and officially declared the trial to have begun. Meanwhile, Longwei City itself had already descended into chaos. The situation was now one where enemies pressed from the front while danger pursued from behind. Although soldiers were still trying to guide and cover the evacuation routes, there were simply too many fleeing civilians, so disorder was unavoidable. And at that exact moment, the Baifang-type beasts in the sky noticed the evacuation crowd and immediately prepared to attack. In response, the soldiers covering the civilians no longer cared about their own safety. All of them rushed behind the fleeing people and raised their shields in defense. But against an area-wide soul power bombardment, they ultimately could not protect everyone, and even their own lines were already beginning to crumble. Fortunately, through sheer cooperation, they barely managed to block the first wave of soul power strikes, though many soldiers were badly wounded in the process. Yet just as they had narrowly escaped death, the beast's second round of soul power bombardment locked onto the north gate in the distance, and this time, even large numbers of innocent civilians were caught up in it. And because of the explosion, the city gate that had originally served as an evacuation route was completely blocked off by falling rubble. Yet that was still not the most desperate part, because the survivors soon realized that the beasts in the sky were already charging another round of soul power beams. And this time, they were clearly preparing to fire again. But just at the last possible moment, a soul-powered flying sword curved beautifully through the air from afar, and with a single slash, chopped off the beast's head. At the same time, Huang Miaoyin, piloting the Shishui nation's mass-produced Su Nu model, appeared in everyone's sight. The civilian she had just saved immediately began calling her Immortal Lady, and some of them even dropped to their knees and started praying to her. But after doing all that, Huang Miaoyin did not stop moving. In a single flash, she appeared in front of the city gate that had been blocked by fallen rubble, and before anyone there could even process what was happening, she erupted with soul power and cleared away the rocks, blocking the gate by force. That completely stunned everyone present. They had called her Immortal Lady with their mouths, but none of them had expected something that truly felt like the descent of a god. Still, reality was too cruel to give them much time to stand around in shock. Very quickly, the crowd snapped out of it and continued fleeing out of the city. At the same time, every time another civilian successfully made it through the gate, the collar around Huang Miaoyin's neck kept issuing score increase notifications. Meanwhile, the fighting along the coastal defense line had already exploded into full force. But with the beasts vastly outnumbering the defenders, the city troops quickly found themselves running out of options because the beasts were packed far too densely together. Under normal circumstances, killing even a single beast often required several people working together. Faced with a beast tide on this scale, the entire defense line was naturally full of holes, and the situation was as chaotic as it could be. And with that came heavy casualties, as many soldiers were attacked from behind by beasts while they were still fighting the enemies in front of them. The squad leader at the front wanted badly to go save them, but with the battlefield already in such disorder, he simply did not have the strength to do it. But right at that moment, a long spear flying in from afar suddenly broke the deadlock, and that strike just so happened to save a frontline soldier who had been on the verge of death. The sudden change left the squad leader completely stunned. He was so shocked that he even forgot to move in and finish off the wounded beast in front of him, because what had appeared before his eyes was clearly an elite Zunhai-type unit, which meant that the reinforcements they had been waiting for had finally arrived in the form of a second-class warrior of the Longhai Nation. And from the look of it, that person even had several companions with him. While everyone was still fighting over the inheritance of Star Soul General Ao Bing, some encouraging news also came out from the Song family in Yang'an City. And the best news among it all was that third granduncle, who had been bedridden for so long, was recovering extremely well. After taking the pills Song Yongxiang had left for him, he had already regained roughly half of his former strength within just 1 week. Even so, he was still having a bit of trouble controlling his soul power. So every time he circulated it, he still needed a short period of meditation afterward to steady it again. At the end of the day, though, his old injuries had been allowed to fester for far too many years. His bodily vitality had recovered a great deal, but the root of the internal damage had not really changed much. Faced with that situation, the old Marquis was naturally very worried. So every day when third granduncle came out to practice, he would bring Song Jin and Song Mu with him to watch over the session. In response, third granduncle always explained patiently that what he was doing was meant to force out the stagnant blood that had built up over the years, and the more of it he expelled, the easier his body would feel. He also praised the spring renewal pill Song Yongxiang had left behind, saying that after taking it, the pain throughout his body had clearly lessened. At first, the old Marquis and the others thought third granduncle was exaggerating a little, but then the casual palm strike he threw out next left everyone there stunned. A clear palm print had been pressed into the tree he hit, and it was obvious that his control over the force had been excellent. He had only stripped the outer bark without damaging the inner trunk itself. Third granduncle himself could feel the difference as well. Not only had the pain in his body eased significantly, but the soul power that had once been constantly leaking away had finally returned to the point where he could release and withdraw it with ease. Although he had long been prepared for death, he had now developed a strong interest in the life-prolonging method Song Yongxiang had once mentioned. Seeing that, the old Marquis quietly asked Song Mu for an update on Song Yongxiang's situation, clearly eager for his grandson's return as well. In response, Song Mu reported to the old Marquis everything he knew from Song Yongxiang's most recent communication. He also suggested bringing in Ajin, who had been tracking Song Yongxiang's movements, so that Ajin could personally deliver a more detailed report. Meanwhile, third granduncle had finished his morning practice and was preparing to head back down to the underground base for more rest. But even inside the elevator, he still could not suppress his excitement. He was already imagining how shocked certain people would be when they saw Cao Ren soaring through the sky again. Some of them might even be scared out of their wits on the spot. So while the elevator descended, Third Granduncle loudly declared that he would return to Tiandu City and enter the Imperial Mausoleum secret realm again to finish what he had failed to complete back then. Hearing that, the old Marquis and the others on the surface were all taken aback, because if those words reached outsiders, they would undoubtedly draw a great deal of attention. Still, the old Marquis quickly said he understood. Third Granduncle now looked ready for a true rebirth, like a phoenix rising from the flames. So of course, his spirits were high. The old Marquis also remembered that in his youth, Third Granduncle had been exactly the kind of man who rode in fine clothes and carried himself with fearless arrogance. Back then, he had truly been a once-in-a-generation genius throughout all of the Tiandu nation. Song Jin agreed with that, and even added that Third Granduncle had once been famously obsessed with protecting his younger sister. For the sake of the Grand Imperial Consort, he had beaten up the Emperor of the Tiandu nation more than once. Just as everyone was chatting enthusiastically, Ajin, who was in charge of Shadow Guard Group 2, arrived before them to report on the past few days of work. In fact, not long after Song Yongxiang set out, Shadow Guard Group 2 had already sent people to secretly track his movements. However, once their men followed him into Sand Sculpture City, they completely lost sight of him. Still, according to reports from local informants, a mech battle had broken out near the God Rank Remnant site the day before yesterday. During the follow-up investigation, the Shadow Guards also discovered traces of merfolk from the Longhai Nation appearing there. Combined with the fact that they had been unable to contact Song Yongxiang, Ajin concluded that Song Yongxiang's disappearance was most likely tied to that incident. After hearing the report, the old Marquis immediately ordered Song Mu to dispatch the elite members of Shadow Guard Group 1 to Sand Sculpture City at once, and to bring along the new Soul General talismans that Elder Su had delivered earlier, so they would be ready to support Song Yongxiang at any moment. After arranging that first step, the old Marquis then told Ajin to find a way to connect a live view from the God Rank Remnant site. In response, Ajin explained while contacting the informants that thanks to the formation talismans they had obtained earlier from young Master Yongxiang, the Shadow Guard spies could now infiltrate almost anywhere. As it happened, one of the Song family's informants was currently hidden about 12 li away from the God Rank Remnant site, and after receiving Ajin's order, that informant immediately transmitted what he saw through his telescope back to the Song family. At the exact moment the image feed connected, another mysterious explosion suddenly erupted at the God Rank Remnant site. But if their intelligence had gone just a little deeper, they would have learned that this falling star was actually Hu Yinxing being kicked out of the secret realm. Meanwhile, after being expelled from the secret realm, Hu Yinxing was first and foremost relieved that he was still alive. He also quickly noticed that the collar around his neck was gone. That meant everything he had just experienced had indeed happened inside the secret realm. Just as he was thinking things through, he suddenly heard Hu Yanfa's voice from behind him. A moment later, Hu Yanfa rushed over and pulled Hu Yinxing into a tight embrace. At the same time, he also quickly checked over his young master's physical condition. Once he confirmed that Hu Yinxing was unharmed, Hu Yanfa explained that they were back near the God Rank Remnant site, the very place where they had first been drawn into the secret realm. Hu Yanfa then admitted somewhat awkwardly that he had not even passed the first trial. Still, after being expelled from the secret realm, he had remained here waiting for Hu Yinxing to return. After hearing all that, Hu Yinxing first asked Uncle Fa how many days had actually passed outside. Hu Yanfa explained that time flowed differently inside and outside the secret realm. In truth, only about a day and a half had passed in the outside world since they were sucked in. Once that question was settled, the two of them prepared to leave. Though before going, Hu Yanfa casually suggested that they might coordinate with General Mai Jin's forces and ambush whoever got kicked out later. But Hu Yinxing waved that idea off and told Uncle Fa to leave with him instead, saying the matter here could be left to General Mai Jin. Then he asked whether anyone else had come out before them. Hu Yanfa replied that another one who had been expelled alongside him was some demon girl. She had remained unconscious the whole time and had already been thrown into the Mai family dungeon by the guards. He had even heard that the fourth young master of the Mai family had a taste for that sort of thing. That only made Hu Yinxing more confused, because among those who had entered the secret realm, he did not remember any demon being present at all. Hu Yanfa then quickly steered the topic back to his young master's performance and eagerly asked how many trials Hu Yinxing had managed to clear. In response, Hu Yinxing raised 3 fingers and boasted smugly that he had passed the second trial with ease. After hearing his young master brag like that, Hu Yanfei became like an overly curious child and pressed him for the details of the third trial. But just as Hu Yinxing tried to recall what had happened in that trial, a violent pain suddenly exploded in his head. At the same time, the scenes from the trial also surged back into Hu Yinxing's mind. It was that fear of being overwhelmed by the beasts, along with the terrifyingly real sensation of death, that left him feeling miserable now. he had no desire to go through that again. Before Hu Yansing was thrown out of the Longhai's secret realm, the battle for Ao Bing's inheritance had already entered its fiercest stage. Back then, after Lan Kun saved one of his own people, the soldiers on the front line immediately recognized him as a second-class warrior of the Longhai nation. So after that, Lan Kun decided to use an even more eye-catching performance to raise the morale of the frontline troops. With one full-powered stomp, the ground he had been standing on instantly shattered into broken stone, and while leaping through the air, he continuously poured soul power into his mech's right leg. Then, as he came down, he used the weight of the mech itself to amplify the power of the kick, while also forcing the spear lodged in the beast's skull back out. Right after that, still worried the beast might not be fully dead, he snatched the spear back in midair and casually followed up with a full moon slash. That scene completely fired up the surrounding Longhai soldiers because they had never expected reinforcements to arrive so quickly. The men he had saved immediately crowded around him to offer thanks, all while sighing over the bond of their own people. And as Lan Kun responded to them, the secret realm system began sending him one score notification after another, which instantly lifted his spirits. So in the next moment, Lan Kun threw himself right back into battle. That entire scene happened to fall right into Lan Zhao's line of sight in the distance, and at the same time, he was gradually beginning to understand how scoring worked in this trial. But that only made him more irritated. Watching Lan Kun show off in that Sun Hai type unit at the front line made his blood boil. If he had not come out of the bathhouse without his equipment earlier, the one strutting around out there would have been him. And with the specially modified Huyan mech on one side and the Tiandu Nation's Wei Yuan type mech on the other, the comparison made his own mech look the worst by far. So he had already started thinking about how to sabotage the others a little. At that point, even Song Yongshang did not know how to describe the logic in this man's head. As a royal uncle of the Longhai Nation, Lan Zhu actually opened his mouth and tried to rope Hu Yansing and Song Yongshang into teaming up with him, all while talking nonsense about putting old grudges aside. Hu Yansing was the first to laugh in his face, directly saying that someone who could kill his own blood relatives was not worth trusting at all. And after mocking him, Hu Yansing could not even be bothered to keep talking, turning around and launching himself away with a charged leap. Even so, Lan Zhu still had not given up on the idea of an alliance, so he turned around and asked Song Yongxiang for his opinion as well. Song Yongxiang had no interest in dealing with a person like that, so he simply said nothing and walked straight toward the city. That left Lan Zhao furious. In all his life, he had never suffered such humiliation, but at this point, he had no choice but to act on his own. And while trying to figure out how to score points for himself, he also had not forgotten about setting traps for the others. If he could not score, then he would make sure the others had a hard time scoring too. Meanwhile, Hu Yansing had already thrown himself into a fierce battle with the beasts. But while fighting, he was still keeping part of his attention on Lan Zhu, worried that the man might try to trip him up from behind. Dividing his attention like that was bound to cause trouble, and the beast seized the opening the instant he glanced back. By the time Hu Yansing reacted, it was already a little too late, and he could only barely raise both arms to block the heavy incoming strike. Fortunately, he was piloting the Huyan family's specially modified mech, so in the very next second, he used the cannons mounted behind him to blow the beast apart at close range. The process had been somewhat dangerous, but once he killed the beast, the collar around his neck immediately sent him a score increase notification. Hu Yansing also realized something important. The beasts on the Longhai Nation side had a very obvious weakness. Creatures like the one he had just killed only had extremely tough pincers, while the rest of their bodies were much more fragile, and they also seemed particularly poor at handling beam-type attacks. That immediately brought the battle into the field Hu Yansing excelled at most, since the specially modified mech he was piloting had been built precisely for enhanced firepower. And just as he expected, the defenses of the Longhai Nation's beasts really could not withstand his beam attacks. The Longhai soldiers he had rescued, however, were still more than a little baffled, because they had never imagined that someone from the Xiaoyu Nation would actually come help them. And while they were still standing there in confusion, Hu Yansing had already begun calculating the score value of saving people, even going so far as to wonder whether he should deliberately force the soldiers into danger first and then rescue them afterward. If he did that, he would have found himself a stable way to farm points. But after calming down, Hu Yansing still could only show a helpless expression. Although the Huyan clan and the Longhai Nation were hereditary enemies, even so, Hu Yansing still could not bring himself to take advantage of these soldiers who had stepped forward to defend their homes and country. No matter how deep the blood feud between their races was, he still believed warriors like these deserved respect. If he wanted to claim the inheritance of Star Soul General Ao Bing, then he should earn his points openly and properly, not by using cheap tricks to toy with brave soldiers. And that attitude greatly boosted the morale of the frontline troops. So under the cover of his artillery fire, the soldiers of the Longhai Nation launched another fearless group charge. At the same time, Lan Kun saw everything Hu Yansing was doing, and even he could not help admiring the man's strength. But just as Lan Kun stopped to watch, movement from behind signaled a beast lunging at him. Fortunately, he dodged the attack at the last possible moment. Then he leaped straight onto the beast's head and delivered what could only be called a brutal field surgery with his spear. But just as Lan Kun was about to finish the beast off with one final strike, a soul power beam suddenly shot in from afar and killed it first. Yet instead of getting angry, Lan Kun only found himself wondering why his royal uncle had helped him. In response, Lan Zu looked at the fool waving at him in thanks, as if he were an idiot, and thought that the Longhai nation truly had rotten luck to have a prince like this. Meanwhile, the mysterious beast that had been lurking out in the outer sea suddenly let out a deep roar. Right after that, those crab-like beasts standing along the shore all opened their shells at once, as if they had received a command. And before anyone could even understand what was happening, the spheres hidden inside those shells began charging up. That frightened both Lan Kun and Huyan Xing badly, because this kind of beast had not appeared for many years, though all three of them had read about it in historical records. The most terrifying thing about these creatures was that once they started firing, they blasted everything indiscriminately. They did not care about friend or foe, and they would not even spare themselves. On top of that, the launch ports on their backs were packed so densely that just 3 of them were enough to blanket an entire section of the battlefield. So when the barrage finally ended, the coastline battlefield, which had been in absolute chaos moments before, suddenly fell silent. No one even knew whether anyone had survived inside it. Compared to that, the situation inside Longwei City was actually a little better than the one along the shore. After Huang Miaoyin opened the evacuation route, the civilians inside the city began retreating quickly under the guidance of the soldiers, and the military had even arranged floating ships outside the city to take them in. Huang Miaoyin stood alone on high ground, silently watching the evacuation, and every time another person made it out safely, she gained a small amount of points. But just then, another large flock of Baifang-type beasts flew in from the distance, and it was obvious that they were heading straight for the fleeing civilians. That made Huang Miaoyin feel a little pressure. Even though they were only low-tier beasts, dealing with that many of them using the Sunu-type mech alone would not be easy. But just as she was about to intercept them, the flock diving toward the refugees was cut off in advance, and whoever made that interception even managed to pull off a neat 2 birds one-shot move in the process. That sudden attack forced the Baifang-type beast to reassess the battlefield, and they all lowered their eyes toward the ground below. But before they could even figure out what had happened, another massive soul power beam blasted up from below. Even Huang Miaoyin could not help being slightly startled by that strike. In her judgment, the power of that beam was already not far off from the attack power of an Origin Star Soul General, and the soul power signature behind it also felt strangely familiar. And her instincts were correct. The one who had intercepted the attack was Song Yongxiang. He simply had to keep a low profile, so for now he could only play around with weapons a little. Even so, Song Yongxiang could not help complaining about Little Blue's scoring design. One toad was worth 80 points, while one Baifang was only worth 100. That was absurdly unbalanced, considering flying beasts were far harder to hit in the first place. Meanwhile, the battle along Longwei City's coastal defense line was still raging on. After barely surviving the indiscriminate bombardment from those high-tier beasts, Huyan Xing quickly found a relatively safe place to hide. The good news, however, was that for the moment, only those 3 hermit crab-like high-tier beasts remained on the coastal battlefield, so the surviving Huyan Xing quietly stayed hidden and began searching for a way to turn the situation around. Meanwhile, in front of Lan Kun and Lan Zu, only a 5-man scale armor battle formation remained. Those few soldiers were already covered in wounds, yet the battalion commander leading them still asked about Lan Kun and the others first. Seeing that, Lan Kun truly began to admire their fearless spirit from the bottom of his heart. He even thanked those frontline soldiers in all seriousness, because if they had not formed the scale armor formation in time just now, both he and Lan Zu would probably have already been eliminated. And while everyone was exchanging a few polite words, another frontline captain pointed out that the attacks of this type of beast seemed to come with very long intervals between volleys. Hearing that, the battalion commander immediately invited Lan Kun to charge again with them, with the goal of killing these troublesome beasts before the rest of the enemy could make landfall. But just as they were about to move, Lan Kun suddenly realized that Lan Zu behind him had disappeared. Still, the situation in front of them was already too urgent, so he could only push that question aside for the moment and charge out together with the soldiers ahead of him. Unfortunately, the brief good turn did not last. At the very instant they launched their assault, another beast suddenly appeared behind the ones that had seemed isolated and unsupported, and that new beast had no intention of giving them time to react. The moment it burst out of the fog of war, the beam spheres inside its body were already fully charged. Fortunately, Lan Kun's side had relatively few people, so the frontline soldiers reacted fast and formed a small-scale armor formation again, buying Lan Kun a chance to strike. Those soldiers had already prepared themselves to die, so while enduring the barrage head-on, they still shouted for Lan Kun to seize the opening and kill the beast. no matter what. Perhaps because this round of fire had been launched in haste, the power of the beams was clearly weaker than before. Faced with such a rare opening, Lan Kun, as a second-class warrior, naturally had no intention of wasting it. But the beast in front of him seemed to have read his intentions, because when Lan Kun hurled his spear, it suddenly snapped its shell shut and trapped the attack between the two halves. Fortunately, Lan Kun had already prepared a follow-up, so the instant his first strike was blocked, he reconstructed 2 battle blades. Then, with one clean motion, he chopped off both of the beast's claws. But right at that crucial moment, Lan Zhu, who had mysteriously vanished before the charge, suddenly burst out from underground. And before Lan Kun could finish the beast off, Lan Zhao directly used Vortex Strangle to steal the kill. To make matters worse, Lan Zhao even wore a smug, vulgar grin on his face, the kind of expression that made him instantly detestable. Lan Kun, meanwhile, was never very good with words, so he could only swallow his anger and stand there speechless. But Lan Zhao still refused to stop there. He kept rubbing salt into the wound, proudly saying that compared to charging forward and shedding blood on the battlefield, he much preferred sitting back and picking up easy leftovers. Yet while he was still feeling proud of himself, he completely forgot to watch what was happening behind him. If Lan Kun had not still cared enough about their shared bloodline to warn him, the consequences would have been ugly. And for a man like Lan Zhu, who specialized in underhanded tricks, even the way he escaped looked shameless. A technique like Vortex Strangle, which others used to kill enemies, had been turned by him into a tunneling machine, and he actually drilled into the ground to flee while laughing the whole way. At the same time, Hu Yinsing, his sworn enemy, had quietly approached their area and was preparing to hunt the beast that had just become isolated. But what he did not expect was this. The beam attacks that had worked so well for him before failed to pierce the beast shell this time. That immediately gave Hu Yinsing a headache, because without a better armor-breaking method, it would be extremely hard for him to inflict truly lethal damage on this kind of creature. And while he was still thinking about how to break through its defenses, Lan Zhu suddenly burst out of the ground behind him. For someone as narrow-minded as Lan Zhu, there was no way he would let such a perfect chance for revenge slip by. So the very first target he chose to ambush was his old enemy, Hu Yinsing. Meanwhile, back on the city defense line, Huang Miaoyin was also targeted by a flock of Baifeng-type beasts while hurrying over to find Song Yangxiang. Still, those beasts were clearly not enough to pose any real threat to her. With her agile movement technique, she weaved and darted between tall buildings, easily avoiding the pursuit of the beasts behind her. And while dodging, she kept looking for openings to strike back, each time unleashing a 5-shot beam burst. So as the Baifeng-type beast kept chasing her, their numbers began to thin out more and more. When only the last one remained, Huang Miaoyin moved decisively and launched a direct countercharge. 2 spinning blades flashed out at once and instantly shredded the last pursuer behind her. But by sheer bad luck, directly beneath the beast she had just shot down with her beam, a group of refugees happened to be passing by. Seeing that, the Longhai soldiers nearby who were in charge of the evacuation quickly rushed behind the civilians and raised their shields, trying to stop the falling beast from crushing them. But at the final critical moment, a massive soul power arrow tore in from afar and swallowed up the beam-spitting beast in a single strike. And that attack had actually crossed through several buildings before reaching the scene. The civilians who were saved by it still felt a bit of fear afterward, because if that attack had gone even a little off target, the people on the ground would likely have been wiped out completely. Song Yangxiang, however, as the one who fired that shot, was full of confidence. If he could still miss at that distance, then the century plus of skill from his previous life would have been for nothing. Huang Miaoyin, who had just arrived near him, also witnessed that attack with her own eyes. In her judgment, the power of that strike was already enough to rival one of Wen Zhang's attacks. Yet what made things stranger was that although Song Yangxiang should have been the strongest enemy worth watching, the soul power fluctuations around him still felt incredibly familiar to her. She just could not remember where she had encountered them before. Song Yangxiang, on the other hand, had no time to dwell on that, because from the kill score alone, he increasingly felt that Little Blue's scoring system was not balanced at all. Little Blue immediately said he would not take the blame for that, because only saving people who were originally doomed to die would give bonus points. And that rule had been Song Yangxiang's own idea in the first place. While the two of them were still bickering, Song Yangxiang quickly noticed that a new batch of beasts had entered the battlefield, and this wave of Baifeng-type beasts had clearly become smarter, because as they flew toward the battlefield, each of them was carrying amphibious beasts under its claws. Faced with that, Song Yangxiang no longer had time to warn Huang Miaoyin in the distance. He could only start preparing his next soul power arrow at once, but in the end, one man alone was still too slow. Even after he shot down 2 of them, the remaining beasts still managed to break through, and those creatures were in such a hurry that they dropped the amphibious beasts they were carrying almost immediately. In an instant, the already chaotic land battlefield turned straight into a living hell. The civilians who had not yet managed to escape the city quickly became prey for the beasts. At the same time, Huang Miaoyin, who had been protecting them all along, found herself surrounded by the beast swarm. Fortunately, a nearby combat squad rushed in front of the civilians just in time and began calling for reinforcements while holding the line. Song Yongxiang, however, was now in an awkward position. If those soldiers had not still been standing in front, one swing from him could have cleared the entire street. So unwilling to risk hitting his own side, he transformed the Podian Yunj bow back into the Podian claws, then grabbed his Skypiercer halberd and charged straight in. At the same time, that already thinly stretched support squad was soon smashed apart by the beasts, and once the soldiers were knocked down, the beasts did not hesitate for even a moment before trying to finish them off, smashing down with their indestructible giant pincers. But in that split second before disaster fully landed, Song Yongxiang's sevenfold wave of potions swept through the entire street, and in an instant, not a single beast there survived. He moved so fast that the torn remains of the beasts actually seemed to hang in midair for a brief moment. In that instant, all the soldiers on the ground managed to see was a streak of blue blur flashing across the street. But Huang Miaoyin, standing high above, saw the details clearly. What made her wary was that the weapons equipped on this mass-produced mech from the Tiandun nation were unlike anything she had ever seen before. That terrifying long-range destructive power, combined with its absurdly strong melee capability, made her briefly suspect that the thing in front of her was not a mass-produced mech at all, but some unknown origin star soul general. Song Yongxiang himself was actually rather pleased, because the mech he had modified really was performing impressively, and its soul power consumption was lower than he had originally expected. After watching Song Yongxiang single-handedly steal the entire show, though, Little Blue began to feel confused. The original purpose of modifying the third trial had been to choose a warrior who could protect the future of the merfolk in the disaster to come, but now he could not see that intention at all. The only thing he could see was Song Yongxiang going wild on his own, to the point that his kill score was even higher than the combined scores of the two merfolk descendants. In response, Song Yongxiang could only shrug helplessly and say that there was nothing he could do about it after all. His name was practically Song, the one-man show. Besides, nothing in the secret realm cost money, so running a few more combat tests was not exactly a bad thing. So, in the time that followed, Song Yongxiang once again put on a one-man hero show in Longwei City, turning the tide by himself. In order to test the limits of the improved Wei Yuan model, after cutting down the beasts that had been airdropped into the city, he once again shifted his focus back to the Baifang-type beasts in the sky. On the other side, once the soldiers of the Longhai Nation saw Song Yongxiang make such a dominant entrance, they immediately told the nearby civilians to reroute and keep evacuating. There were not many beasts left on the street anymore, but after such a brutal fight, the road itself was no longer safe for ordinary people to pass through. At the same time, Huang Miaoyin was also actively hunting down any stragglers. She had no intention of letting Song Yongxiang take all the points for himself. The problem was that her mech was still too weak in terms of long-range firepower. Even with a full volley, she could kill at most one amphibious beast at a time. Fortunately, she was not short on options. If beam fire was not enough, she simply used soul power to control her twin blades and kill with those instead. That did help make up for the problem of low kill efficiency to some extent, but because her mech's overall power was still lacking, the nearby civilians kept getting dragged into danger. Song Yongxiang naturally noticed all of this, and from those details, he could vaguely tell that Huang Miaoyin did not seem especially skilled at dealing with a beast tide erupting inside a city. Had she really spent all these years doing nothing but closed-door cultivation? Even so, the fact that she chose to protect the evacuating civilians first still came as a surprise to him. At the very least, her actions lately showed that she had already started learning how to avoid harming nearby civilians during battle as much as possible. But just as Song Yongxiang was observing Huang Miaoyin, the shadow of an amphibious beast suddenly fell across the ground beside him. Still, that level of sneak attack was never going to trouble him. In the time of a single breath, the Skypiercer halberd hanging behind his back carved several fierce yet elegant arcs through the air. That beast, which had dropped from above to ambush him, probably died without ever understanding how the attacker somehow ended up being the one cut clean in two. That move from Song Yongxiang also made Huang Miaoyin completely unable to sit still, so she quickly flashed over and landed behind him. Still, she was clearly wary of him, because when she asked for his identity, there was obvious tension in her voice. At the same time, the coastal battlefield that Little Blue had been monitoring most closely had become almost absurd to watch, because these two blood-feud enemies had somehow turned a beast-packed war zone into a full-on game of cat and mouse. Unfortunately for Hu Yanxing, Lan Zhao's mech was built for lighter movement, so he still had the edge in speed. Still, youth had its advantages. Hu Yanxing was quick enough on his feet that even after being sucker-kicked from behind, he could still twist around and fire back. But when it came to sheer shamelessness, Lan Zhao was in a class of his own. The moment he faced an opponent with clearly stronger firepower, he chose without hesitation to burrow underground and flee again. That left Hu Yanxing furious. In all his life, He had never been ambushed like that and then denied a proper chance to retaliate. But just as he steadied himself and prepared to explode, a chill suddenly ran down his spine, and cold sweat burst out all over him, because right behind him stood a hermit crab-type beast with a fully charged attack ready to go. In the next second, Huyan Sing became the busiest man on the field. If his movement skills had not been that slick, death really would have been right on top of him. While dodging for his life, he also noticed that the underside of this beast was a blind spot in its attack pattern. So during one backward bend to evade, he kicked off with both feet at once and shot himself straight underneath it. Just when he thought he had made it to safety, the giant maw beneath the beast crept silently toward him. That sight truly frightened the young master of the Huyan family, because inside that mouth, which was large enough to swallow him whole, were rows of razor-sharp teeth. At that point, Huyan Sing even cursed aloud, while at the same time pointing every weapon he could bring to bear straight into that open mouth. Fortunately, his panicked response turned out to be exactly what he needed, because he had accidentally found the beast's real weak point. A single concentrated volley was enough to wipe out the threat on the spot, and once he escaped the backlash from the beast's self-destruction, the trial system immediately sent him a score increase notification. Huyan Sing also took the chance to estimate the scoring of different types of beasts. One of these things was worth 300 points by itself, which compared to ordinary rescues and small fry was an absolute jackpot. Because of that, his eyes immediately locked onto the giant beast in the outer sea. In his judgment, if the score really scaled with size and threat level, then that creature was likely the true key to this trial. And just as Huyan Sing was thinking about how to lure that giant beast over, Lanzu, that petty snake, quietly crawled out of the ground again, and in his calculations, he had already included everyone else. If he could use that giant beast well, he might even be able to wipe the others out together with it. So a moment later, he sank back underground yet again. He had no concern at all for Lan Kun and Huyan Sing, who were still fighting out there on their own. What he did not know, however, was that the giant beast was already slowly moving closer to the coastal battlefield. Meanwhile, when Huang Miaoyin pressed him for his identity, Song Yongxiang only answered calmly that he was just an ordinary unlucky man who had been dragged into the secret realm. But Huang Miaoyin still kept her sword raised and said coldly that she had already felt something was off back in the western district of Sand Sculpture City. So now she strongly suspected that Song Yongxiang had been hiding himself and following them all along. Song Yongxiang could immediately see what she was trying to do. Logically speaking, with only Saint rank 6th layer cultivation, she should have had no way of sensing his concealment methods at all. So this was most likely nothing more than hindsight and a deliberate attempt to bluff him. What Huang Miaoyin really wanted to know, however, was the connection between Song Yongxiang and Lanzu. In her eyes, the only reason Lanzu had managed to break free from the dragon-subduing spike was because Song Yongxiang had secretly helped. Song Yongxiang simply told her not to jump to wild conclusions. He had only just met everyone present for the first time, and at least in this trial, the things he was doing made him look far more like someone on her side than anyone else's. Still, Song Yongxiang knew there was no benefit in dragging this conversation out. So before leaving, he only told her to focus on working together to stop the beast tide first and leave everything else for later. Yet Huang Miaoyin could not stop herself from thinking. The truth was that before she had been pulled into the secret realm, she really had not sensed Song Yongxiang at all. That alone forced her to wonder whether his cultivation or methods might actually be above her own. And on top of that, the fluctuation of his soul power gave her a strange sense of familiarity. As she kept piecing everything together, a profession that felt both unfamiliar and oddly close slowly surfaced in her mind, because the only people she knew who could conceal themselves that well were formation masters. And if his soul power signature also felt familiar to her, then the only explanation left was that it reminded her of a missing relative from long ago. That, in truth, was exactly why Song Yongxiang had not wanted to keep talking to her. This was the kind of misunderstanding he had absolutely no way to explain. If things kept going in the wrong direction like this, he might really end up in the absurd position of somehow gaining a 100-year-old Saint rank daughter out of nowhere. After leaving Huang Miaoyin's vicinity, Song Yongxiang used his authority to observe the overall battlefield. The reason he had personally joined this illusion-generated, simulated battlefield in the first place was simply to test the mechs and armaments a little while, also using his position as an outsider to help balance the fighting strength between the city and the coastline. But the current situation was beginning to confuse even him. So when Little Blue came over, Song Yongxiang asked directly why the southern defense line had collapsed so quickly. At that, Little Blue looked furious and cursed Lanzu without restraint, saying that someone like that was a complete disgrace to the sea race. Then he pulled up the earlier battle footage, showing that Lan Zhao had not only refused to face the enemy head-on, but had also been constantly pulling cheap tricks from behind and sabotaging his own allies. In response, Song Yongxiang told him plainly that this was exactly why he had changed the rules of the third trial. If the inheritance of Ao Bing ended up in the hands of someone like Lan Zhu, There was no way that person would ever shoulder the responsibility of protecting his own people. Little Blue fully agreed, and he even wanted to eliminate Lan Zu on the spot and hand the inheritance straight to Lan Kun instead. But Song Yongxiang still reminded him that knowing a face was not the same as knowing a heart. Until the final result was settled, no one could say for sure whether another twist might still happen. More than half the civilians had already escaped by now, so Song Yongxiang told Little Blue to release the gatekeeper and speed up the third trial. After all, only someone who could pass the final hurdle truly deserved to inherit Ao Bing. Meanwhile, the southern wall of Longwei City had already come under direct pressure from the beasts. Lan Kun looked deeply frustrated by the collapse of the coastal defense line. At the same time, he was also worried about whether all the merfolk civilians inside the city had managed to evacuate safely. And then, at that exact moment, the gatekeeper that had been lurking in the rear finally let out a roar that sounded powerful enough to shatter the heavens. As its massive body began to move, the seawater itself started retreating at rapid speed. On the other side, Hu Yinsing, who was still fighting the beasts, also noticed that change. And because he was distracted for even an instant, Lan Zu, that despicable little schemer, managed to steal points from him yet again. That immediately enraged Hu Yansing, and he swung his cannons around and opened fire on Lan Zu without hesitation. Lan Zu, however, fled while deliberately guiding the path of Hu Yansing's artillery fire. Even after dodging the barrage, he still turned around and fired a few extra shots off in another direction. Only then did Hu Yansing finally understand what Lan Zu had really been trying to do, because the cannon fire from both of them had landed directly on the giant beast's head, and that act had obviously infuriated it completely. So, in the next second, it let out another roar that felt like it could end the world. At the same time, every beast on the coastal battlefield turned its gaze toward Hu Yinsing, and the look in their eyes made it seem as though some special condition had just been triggered. And that was exactly what happened. Once they began swarming Hu Yinsing, every one of those beasts erupted with speed far beyond anything they had shown before. They did not hesitate in the slightest, even in the face of Hu Yansing's overwhelming firepower, and in the blink of an eye, the countless beasts had completely surrounded him. At the same time, Lan Kun also realized that something was wrong, because the beasts that had been tangling with them just moments ago were now starting to surge toward Hu Yinsing's side instead. Seeing that, Lan Kun immediately told the soldiers behind him to follow him and go rescue Hu Yinsing. But right then, Lan Zhao suddenly appeared behind him and motioned for everyone to stay calm. He then put on a look of complete confidence and claimed that everything was actually part of his plan, even suggesting that they should seize this chance to kill the giant turtle instead. In the end, he even leaned in beside Lan Kun and whispered a tempting line, saying that if they could kill that giant beast, the score would definitely be enormous, and the two of them might even be able to wipe out the others in the process. And as the Longhai secret realm was gradually nearing its end, Song Yongxiang also quietly began advancing the second step of his own plan. This entire beast-tide exercise had made one thing painfully clear to him. Relying on one person alone would never be enough to deal with the real southern wasteland beast-tide in the future. So, from this moment onward, he had already begun selecting potential comrades for the battles to come. Unfortunately, the defense line near the south gate of Longwei City was already on the verge of collapse. Looking out over it, nearly the entire southern coastline had fallen under the control of the beasts, and under the beasts' utterly unreasonable and relentless assault, the line formed by the merfolk soldiers had already been battered into complete disorder. Thankfully, Hu Yinsing, relying on his own strength, had already forced his way out of the encirclement, and he was now moving constantly across the battlefield, providing support wherever he could. It was precisely because of his overwhelming firepower that the line had not collapsed completely by this point. Not far from Hu Yansing, Lan Kun and Lan Zu had also begun their own clash on the outskirts of the beast tide. Yet throughout all of this, Lan Zu still had not given up on his schemes, and he kept trying to persuade Lan Kun to join him in heading out to the outer sea to kill that giant beast. He even declared that if Lan Kun refused, then he should not blame Lan Zhou for taking all the points for himself and eventually pocketing Ao Bing's inheritance as well. But faced with that kind of provocation, the still straightforward Lan Kun paid him no attention at all. Instead, he leapt away in a single bound, instantly putting distance between himself and that royal uncle. Lan Kun's reaction actually left Lan Zhao briefly stunned, because he clearly had not expected such a clean rejection. Still, it did not take long for him to sink back underground once more and continue searching for another opening. Meanwhile, Hu Yinsing, who had been dashing all over the field to support the others, found himself surrounded by beasts yet again, and because his soul power was running low, he could no longer force his way out like before. The beasts around him seized that weakness immediately and launched a vicious sneak attack from behind, smashing those hard giant pincers straight down at his head. But at the very last possible moment, Lan Kun came charging in with spear in hand. With one powerful downward strike, he temporarily pulled Hu Yinsing out of danger, and from that instant on, the two sworn enemies, who should never have been able to stand together, began fighting back to back. The weapons that should have been aimed at each other were now all turned toward the beasts instead. And once the beasts realized that yet another human enemy had entered the encirclement, they immediately launched an even more frenzied all-out assault. Faced with that kind of desperate situation, the two young warriors erupted with a level of combat power they had never shown before. Every enemy that lunged toward them ended up falling at their feet, one after another. Naturally, all of this was being watched closely by Little Blue, the Secret Realms administrator. And not long after that, Song Yongxiang himself quietly arrived atop the wall of the South Gate defense line. The fact that those two were actually able to fight side by side had genuinely sparked his curiosity. If these two could become his teammates once the real Southern Wasteland beast tide erupted in the future, then they would unquestionably be a formidable force. And just as they planted themselves back to back once again, the proud young master of the Huyan family finally muttered a quiet thank you to Lan Kun. In the past, he could never have imagined that one day he would actually fight shoulder to shoulder with a merfolk prince, much less trust that prince enough to leave his own back exposed. But Lan Kun only told him to keep his focus on the fight, because the only thing on his mind right now was killing more beasts, so that the remaining civilians in the city could gain even a little more time to evacuate. But at that moment, Huyan Sing asked him whether he truly did not care about the trial score at all. No matter what, they were still inside a secret realm trial. And even before this, Huyan Sing had already started suspecting that everything before them might only be an illusion generated by the secret realm from some fragment of history. So he warned Lan Kun not to be foolish enough to treat all of this as reality, because they were still competitors bound by the scoring rules. After hearing that, Lan Kun answered in a steady voice that a warrior picked up his weapon to protect the family and people standing behind him. Whether this place was an illusion or the real world, he would uphold that principle to the very end. Hearing that, Huyan Sing grew interested and asked another question. What if it were another race instead? If it were a city from the Milan nation, or civilians from the Tiandu and Shishui nations, would Lan Kun still hold to the same principle? Lan Kun gave him a firm yes without hesitation. In his eyes, wars launched between nations for profit and battles fought between warriors for honor were never the same thing. But in the face of disaster, civilians were innocent. So when a beast tide came, humans and demons alike, and even different nations, should put aside their prejudice and stand together against the common threat. After hearing that explanation, the normally proud young master of the Huyan family fell into a brief silence, because from that moment on, he had truly acknowledged this interesting rival from the bottom of his heart. Song Yongxiang and Little Blue were moved by Lan Kun's words as well. If nothing unexpected happened later, Little Blue would most likely choose this outstanding descendant without hesitation. Meanwhile, after Song Yongxiang left, Huang Miaoyin also successfully completed her task of covering the civilians' evacuation. And during the process, she made another connection in her mind. From the rule about protecting civilians whose lives were in danger, she concluded that this illusion had most likely been built from a real event that had once happened in history. If that were true, then every point she earned now was coming from people who had originally been doomed to die in that past history. So she silently made up her mind that a beast tide like this must never be allowed to erupt for real within the Jishui nation. In the face of a beast crisis, no intelligent race that had built civilization deserved to die in such a humiliating way. While she was lost in thought, Little Blue sent her a new mission notice through the collar around her neck. The contents were simple. A saint-rank beast was about to attack the city, and all trial participants were to gather at the southern shoreline defense line immediately and fight it together. Hearing that, Huang Miaoyin, who was still on her way there, felt a chill run through her. Against a saint-rank beast, only saint-rank cultivators or origin star soul generals usually had any real chance. So in her view, these trial participants, all suppressed to earth rank, had no chance of defeating such an enemy head-on. Even so, she still believed this was far from the time to expose her trump card, Wenjiang. After Little Blue finished notifying the others, the soldiers of the Longhai Nation on the southern shoreline defense line had already launched a fierce counterattack. The few defenders left on the ground began a countercharge straight into the beast horde, and brutal casualties continued to unfold across the battlefield. At the same time, the many hermit crab-like beasts positioned behind the enemy line all opened their shells, preparing to deliver the deadliest blow yet to the city's defenders. But the soldiers of the Longhai Nation had clearly already figured out the enemy's advance pattern. So the defenders on the city wall immediately ordered the harpoon cannons placed across the wall to lock onto those targets all at once. Then the fury of the intelligent races erupted in an instant, and every defensive cannon on the wall roared to life and blasted straight into the enemy formation. That volley crashed down, and the entire southern coastline was instantly swallowed by the smoke from the beast's chain detonations. And because those explosions sprayed fire in every direction, huge numbers of low-tier beasts around the hermit crab creatures were caught in it and wiped out along with them. Seeing that opening, the commander of the 4th Battalion on the wall immediately called his men to follow him down and kill. leaving only the 5th Battalion behind to continue holding the wall. As a long series of bodies hit the ground one after another, the brutal close-quarters slaughter between the Longhai Nation's defenders and the beasts erupted all over again. At the same time, Huang Miaoyin finally arrived at the southern shoreline defense line, and the moment she got there, she said bluntly that with the strength this city currently had, there was no way they could stop that Saint rank beast. Even if all the trial participants, whose cultivation had been suppressed to Earth rank, were added in, it still would not be enough. So she wanted to know what the real meaning of this trial was, because she absolutely refused to believe that it was only about choosing a final winner based on points alone. In response, Song Yongxiang asked her a test question instead. If, in the near future, a beast tide 1,000 times more terrifying than the one before them were to erupt along the southern wasteland allied defense line, what would she choose to do? The moment Huang Miaoyin heard that question, her expression changed instantly, because she knew very well that even in the history of the Shishui nation, a beast tide on the scale before them had never appeared. If a disaster on that level truly broke out, it would mean that even the Iron Wall army of the Tiandu nation and the Azure Kite army of the Shishui nation combined would still be unable to stop it, and the southern wasteland Great Wall stretching between the two nations would inevitably fall as well. To that, Song Yongxiang gave her a definite answer. In his memory, that wave of beasts did not merely swallow up the southern wasteland Great Wall, it also completely overran Nanzhou of the Tiandu nation and Shanzuodao of the Shishui nation, while tens of millions of innocent civilians died in that catastrophe.